Chapter 183. Lei Wu Bei's 10 disciples were waiting outside. They were waiting for the Silver Blizzard City, Shi Changshao, Solitary Eagle, and the others to make their move. They would immediately take action as soon as these people made their move. They would fight for the Xiandan and then flee far away. They certainly didn't have the strength to contend with Great Master Xin Xian. But they could rely on their combined strength to create a gap. Once the Xiandan was successfully obtained, they would be able to flee far away. The 3 elders of the Silver Blizzard City had the same idea. They were waiting for Solitary Eagle and Shi Changshao to make their move. They wouldn't be able to take care of anything for a short period of time once these 2 enemies made their move. Only Fei Mingchen would be a threat at that time. But there were 3 of them. So their odds of success would naturally be greater. Fei Mingchen, the imperial preceptor of the Yutang Empire, had her hands tucked into her sleeves. Her eyes were slightly closed and she looked calm. It seemed as if she didn't have anything to do with this situation. She seemed to be conserving her strength in order to strike a decisive blow. Shi Changshao was caught in a dilemma. He could be said to be the strongest person here. And he had as many as 7 experts to help him in battle. But he was deeply aware that it was precisely because his side was the strongest that he had become the center of attention. If he didn't make the first move, then this delicate balance could still be maintained. But if he made a move, then it would surely be followed by a fierce battle, a chaotic battle. But Solitary Eagle was present. Shi Changshao was certain that he would win in such a chaotic battle. But he wouldn't be able to snatch the Xiandan. What was the point of him coming here if he couldn't snatch the Xiandan? He wasn't here for a vacation. Moreover, there were many experts in this place. So, he wouldn't be in any danger in case of a chaotic battle. But what about his subordinates? Their strength was extraordinary, and they could take charge of an area on their own. But there were too many experts in this place. If all of them died here, even if they managed to obtain the Xiandan, it might not be worth it. On the other hand, Solitary Eagle didn't have as many scruples as he did. He wasn't here for Xiandan at all. He was all alone and had the advantage of being able to leave at any time. This battle maniac was probably itching to fight against so many powerful opponents in front of him. The more Shi Changshao thought about it, the more he felt a headache. He even thought that it would have been better if he hadn't come to seize the Xiandan. The other supreme martial artist, Xin Xian, Solitary Eagle, was also lost in his thoughts. The reason why these people had gathered here was naturally not to fight with him. If someone were to make the first move, perhaps they would be able to instantly seize the Xiandan from the hands of that black-clothed fellow. At that time, it would be a long battle of pursuit, and Shi Changshao would surely abandon him to seize the Xiandan. At that time, he would inevitably lose his original purpose of coming here. For a moment, there were many people present and all of them were experts. However, no one was willing to make the first move. A hoarse and cold voice rang out, "Motherfucker, all of you only know how to pose here. Are you all fucking wooden blocks? If you want to fight, then hurry up. It's raining so heavily that I'm about to catch a cold. You're even more indecisive than a woman. If you have a torch, then hurry up and fight." Everyone was enraged. Who was this audacious person? This sentence had offended everyone who could be offended, and everyone who couldn't be offended. This person was really too gutsy. Everyone's gazes instantly focused on the source of the voice. This time they were even more astonished. It turned out that the black-clothed fellow who was at the center of the voice was abnormally agitated. He was waving his hands and feet, and his fingers were pointing at the noses of the 8 great supreme martial artists and supreme martial artist Xin Xian. This person was really too gutsy. Who was this person? It was obvious that he could lose the Xiandan at any time, but he still dared to take the initiative to provoke them. Should it be said that he was audacious and ignorant or too stupid? Shut up. More than 5 or 6 people shouted angrily at the same time. Bastard! Is there any room for a junior like you to speak here? The Solitary Eagle's temper was the most violent. His body flashed and he arrived in front of the black-masked man like a ghost. He then fiercely slapped his palm towards his face. I must teach this sharp-tongued guy a lesson. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The Silver Blizzard City's 3rd elder nervously opened his eyes wide. The battle was bound to start because of this slap from the Solitary Eagle. Others might not know, but how could the Silver Blizzard City's 3rd elder not know? The black-clothed man in front of him was by no means a simple character. Even if the Solitary Eagle was one of the 8 great supreme martial artists, it wouldn't be easy for him to take down this black-masked man. In fact, he might even suffer a loss if he were to underestimate the enemy. This black-clothed man was very likely to be a Xin Xian. Moreover, it was a very high-level Xin Xian expert. The third elder's heart was filled with a heartfelt shock as he recalled the strange ability to change the color of his Xian Qi at will. What kind of realm must one's Xian Qi be cultivated to in order to have such a performance? Even the Silver Blizzard City's Lord Han Fei Shui, who was one of the top 3 great supreme martial artists in Xinxian, wasn't able to reach such a level. Humph, but the Solitary Falcon is an arrogant and conceited old man, and the Silver Blizzard City has always been at loggerheads with him. So, it's very pleasing to see him suffer or make a fool of himself. So, the third elder naturally wouldn't remind him. He was waiting for the Solitary Eagle to be surprised and make a fool of himself. But what happened next? The mysterious black-clothed man dodged in an abnormally panicked manner and leaped up again. Paw! A crisp sound was heard as the Solitary Eagle's slap landed squarely on his chest. The black-masked man screamed, "Ah!" His body was sent flying far away like a kite with a broken string. He was panic-stricken as he shouted in midair, "Help! Spare my life!" Everyone was taken aback. Everyone's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. What's going on? Such a daring and imposing expert was actually calling for help. The most inconceivable thing was that the Xian core in the masked man's right hand had suddenly slipped out of the masked man's hand, and had fallen into the Solitary Falcon's right palm, which hadn't yet been able to retract. The Solitary Eagle felt a huge and exceptionally pure aura suddenly fall on his hand. He subconsciously closed his fingers and caught the Xian Dan in his palm. He didn't expect that his slap would actually work. This black-masked man had a level 9 Xian Dan in his hand. He was also able to remain so calm in the midst of so many top-notch experts. He even dared to scold Shi Changshao and himself. How could he be an ordinary person? He might even be a powerful expert. To be honest, the Solitary Falcon hadn't been looking for the Xian core from the very beginning, but rather to fight with him. In fact, the Solitary Falcon hadn't even looked down on him in the slightest, and had given him a very high evaluation. Therefore, the Solitary Eagle's slap contained countless moves. He was sure that no matter how the black-masked man responded, he would be able to launch a smoother attack. This slap, whether it was the technique or the position, was a masterpiece. However, compared to the brilliant follow-up move, the opening palm strike was far inferior. It was very crude. However, the black-robed masked man whom he had taken a liking to was so vulnerable. There was no need to use any of the exquisite follow-up moves. The masked man was sent flying with just one slap. Even after the black-masked man had been sent flying for a long time, the Solitary Eagle was still in a daze. Wasn't this too unexpected? I'm looking for a good opponent, there's no point in using this thing. Raising his hand in a daze, the Solitary Eagle looked at the Xian Dan in his palm with a complicated expression. He looked at this unexpected windfall that fell into his hands. After a while he said, fuck. Among all the people present, there was only one person who didn't come for the Xian Dan. This person was naturally the prairie eagle god, Solitary Eagle. However, it was beyond everyone's expectations. It was as if fate had played a big joke on everyone. The person who didn't want to get it the most had actually gotten it. Furthermore, he had succeeded so easily. Even Shi Changshao, a great grandmaster, had his mouth wide open in shock at this turn of events. No one would have thought that the black-masked man was just a wax spearhead that looked like silver. He wasn't even as good as a wax spearhead. At least the wax spearhead had a melting process. How could he be so weak like this? The one who got it was one of the 8 great masters. Especially the Solitary Eagle, who was famous for his movement skills among the 8 great masters. If he wanted to leave, even if Shi Changshao tried his best to stop him, it would be useless. Now, almost everyone's intestines were about to break. Naturally, they didn't dare to attack the Solitary Eagle rashly. They weren't Shi Changshao. If they wanted to challenge the Solitary Eagle, they would be courting death. Therefore, they were all searching for the black-masked man's shadow. If they found that guy, they would swarm him and beat him to a pulp in an instant. That way they could vent their anger. Damn it. Why are you pretending to be 13 if you don't have the strength? You made me miss a good opportunity. I can't do anything to the Divine Eagle, but you think I can't take care of you? A thing that's even softer than a wax spearhead. However, when the group of people looked in the direction where the black-robed masked man was sent flying, it was quiet. Quietly, the black-robed masked man had actually disappeared into thin air. Could it be that this kid was made of paper? Or a pile of ash? Could it be that he broke into pieces with just a touch? A living person had suddenly disappeared in front of the eyes of 2 great masters, 4 great masters, Xinxian, nearly 20 Tianxian experts, and countless pairs of Xianqi experts. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. It was as if the solitary eagle's palm had turned him into thin air. Slap. Another crisp sound rang out. Everyone had yet to recover from the shock. They subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. It was the third elder of the Silver Blizzard City. This great master, Xian, had raised his palm and slapped his own face. Very crisp, very pleasant, very loud, and very pleasing to the ear. What's going on? The sixth elder and the ninth elder stepped forward and asked with concern, "Third brother, what's wrong?" The relationship between the third elder, the sixth elder, and the ninth elder had always been very good. There's a mosquito," the third elder said awkwardly. Everyone was so shocked that they almost fainted. It was late autumn and there was such a heavy downpour. Even an eagle would be drenched. How could there be a mosquito? What kind of mosquito could be so domineering? Little did they know that the third elder was extremely regretful. Chapter 184. So that fellow really is nothing. I was alone earlier and I only needed to stretch out my hand to snatch the Xian, and then immediately escape back to Blizzard Silver City. My goal this time was to succeed. But he had been fooled by that guy's tricks. I said, how could an expert have so many Shenqi lights at the same time? This doesn't make sense. How could I have been fooled? I'm really the biggest idiot in the world. I sighed. Just as the third elder was lamenting over his own actions, the experts in Xian were all looking at the solitary eagle as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They were afraid that the solitary eagle would suddenly leave. If he were to use all his strength to bring the Xian far away, no one would be able to catch up with him. Even Shi Changshao could only watch. Shi Changshao let out a long and furious roar, and suddenly leaped into the air like a dragon soaring through the fog, and a crane dancing in the nine heavens. With incomparable sharpness, he descended like a hurricane. Bald eagle, don't you want to fight? Let's decide who's the stronger one. Let's fight. As his figure descended, the raindrops in the air were sent flying in all directions by his powerful qi. Like iron marbles, they fell on the faces and bodies of those who saw them, causing a dull pain. Shi Changxiao's tall figure seemed to have transformed into a thousand-armed devil in midair, and it seemed as if he was going to destroy the world. The solitary eagle laughed heartily, and even took the Xian into his arms. Come on. He spread his arms and soared into the air like an eagle. His tall and sturdy body shot forward like an arrow, and his long black hair suddenly fluttered in the wind. Such a posture made it seem as if he was going to dominate the world. The two supreme martial artists were finally confronting each other head-on. Fei Mingchen, the Silver Blizzard City's third, sixth, and ninth elders, the 6 Tianxian experts that Shi Changshao had brought with him, and Lei Wu Bei's 10 disciples leapt into the air at this moment. Their shadows flashed and strong winds overflowed in all directions. All of them were focused on the solitary eagle. Solitary eagle laughed heartily and roared, "Good! How satisfying!" He no longer held back his strength. Suddenly there was a loud bang, and the black cloak on his body was suddenly torn apart by his own Xian qi. The tattered pieces of cloth flew out in all directions. The solitary falcon's long hair stood upright and pierced through the sky. He was going all out. Jun family. Guan Qinghan walked towards her courtyard with a heavy heart. As she walked, she thought about what had happened today. It was like a dream. She had experienced despair several times, but then she was instantly filled with happiness and satisfaction. Father had abandoned me for the sake of the big picture. But I still have my third uncle and my brother-in-law. So what do I have to fear? Wuxia said that honor and disgrace are as important as the heavens. So why should life and death matter? Is the Shuihan manor so invincible? Even if they are invincible, there is nothing to fear except death. So what else is there to fear in this world? I didn't expect that guy to have such a heroic spirit. He's worthy of being a disciple of the Jun family. He's on par with his elder brother, Jun Mou. They're worthy of being brothers. Alas, I believe that brother Mou would have made the same choice as Wuxia if he were here today. I believe that he would have made the same choice as Wuxia. Guan Qinghan thought in her heart. This was the first time that she felt that the Jun family's courtyard was still so lovely and amiable even after losing Jun Mou. However, Guan Qinghan didn't realize that her heart wasn't as broken as it used to be when she thought of Jun Mou. Instead, it seemed very distant. Guan Qinghan was lost in her thoughts when she bumped into someone. A tall and sturdy figure was standing at the entrance of her courtyard. This man was Guan Qinghan's biological father, Guandong Lu. Guandong Lu was standing in the middle of the rainstorm. His clothes were completely soaked, and it was hard to tell how long he had been standing in the rain. His face revealed a strange expression of pain as he stared at Guan Qinghan. He looked at his daughter and didn't say a word for a long time. Guan Qinghan stared blankly at her father and didn't know what to say for a while. Both father and daughter didn't say a word and fell into a strange silence. Perhaps it was only for a moment, or perhaps it was after a long time, but the light from the lantern in the small courtyard shone on Guandonglu's head. Guan Qinghan suddenly realized that her father's head had started to turn white without her noticing. Thinking back to when her father would play with her when she was a child, Guan Qinghan couldn't help but feel her heart soften, and the cold expression on her face suddenly melted. Finally she opened her mouth and spoke in a low voice, "Father? Qinghan, do you blame father?" Guandonglu looked at his daughter as the rain continued to pour down his head, but he didn't even bother to wipe it off. Guan Qinghan blankly shook her head, and her heart suddenly felt empty. "I don't blame father." Guan Qinghan's voice was soft as if she was talking in a dream. Father is Qinghan's father, but first and foremost he is the head of the Guan family. The life and death of more than 1,000 people in the Guan family rests on father's shoulders, and your daughter understands your difficulties. It's been hard on you. Guandonglu let out a deep sigh as he lowered his head. But when he looked up again, his eyes were filled with pain, but his gaze was filled with determination. "Qinghan, do you know that your father has wronged you? But what happened to you? If I were to do it all over again, I would." Guandonglu's eyes were deep, and his heart seemed to be in a fierce struggle, but he eventually said, "I would still make the same choice. As the head of the Guan family, I may never be a good father in front of you, but Guan Qinghan painfully shook her head. "Don't say it, don't say it." Suddenly she realized that her father's body was drenched and hastily said, "Father, please come inside and talk." "No, let's talk here. Perhaps there are many things I want to say, but once I go inside I won't know how to say them." Guandonglu smiled bitterly. "Regarding the matter of the Shuehan manor? Haha, it's useless to talk about it now. But you are the person involved and I must make you understand." Guan Qinghan tilted her face in extreme exhaustion. She sighed and said, "Father, please speak." At that time, after receiving the letter from the Shuehan manor, several elders of the family advised me to agree to this marriage. Guandonglu painfully closed his eyes and looked up at his daughter's deathly pale face. Their reason was very simple. "We don't have the ability to provoke the Shuehan manor, but if you were to marry them and become Li Tingyun's woman, then our Guan family would have a relationship with the Shuehan manor. Not only would this be beneficial to the family, but it would also be a great thing." Guan Qinghan bit her lips and softly snorted. Her eyes suddenly flashed with extreme anger. The expression on her face also became ice-cold. "Even our family is divided into two factions. Qingbo has always been ambitious, and has always wanted to dominate the southeast region, so he urged me to agree." Guandonglu frowned and spoke in a low voice. "Qingyu and your mother insisted on not agreeing, and your mother would wash her face with tears every day because of this." Guan Qinghan's tender body trembled, and her eyes welled up with tears as her shoulders shrunk. Later on, the Shuehan manor put forward another condition. Guandonglu looked into the distance. They proposed that as long as our Guan family becomes the young lord of the Shuehan manor, they would agree to the marriage. Apart from the fact that we wouldn't be given the title of the legal wife, they would also agree to let Qingbo enter the great master Li Jutian's tutelage. This was a huge bargaining chip, and the Guan family was utterly defeated. Guandonglu's tone was filled with indescribable sorrow. "Therefore I took Qingbo and Qingyu and rushed to the Tianxiang city that very night. You know what happened after that? The only thing I don't know is what I, Guan Qinghan, am in the eyes of the Guan family. Am I a commodity? Or perhaps a bargaining chip? Whoever can give the Guan family more, will I belong to them?" Guan Qinghan smiled mournfully. Qinghan didn't have any objections when the two families were engaged. Brother Mou was a hero, and marrying him wasn't a disgrace to me. Moreover, this was the decision of the Guan family and I didn't have much of a choice. After that, I met Mou 3 times and Mou was heroic and warm-hearted. He was indeed a good match for a girl, and I was very grateful to the Guan family for arranging this marriage for me. Guandonglu seemed to know what she was going to say and lowered his head. "But then, Mou sacrificed his life for the country. He was a hero. Yes, he was worthy of me, Guan Qinghan, waiting for him for the rest of my life. But at that time, I was already prepared to be a widow for Mou, and was even prepared to convince you, my mother, and the elders of the Guan family. But at that time, the elders told me that the Guan family had unanimously decided that Guan Qinghan would be a widow for Dashao. The reason was that we couldn't afford to lose the Jun family. You are the Guan family's daughter, and you must do everything for the Guan family. Guan Qinghan laughed mockingly. At that time when they were forcing me, they didn't know that I had already made the same decision as them in my heart. However, I did it for my husband while they used me as a gambling chip, a tool to maintain the relationship between the two families. Regarding this matter, I only feel a sincere sense of humiliation. When a girl's most beautiful dream was awakened, even her own reputation as a widow became something to be traded for. Guan Qinghan angrily said in a low voice, "Now the Guan family has thoroughly established a foothold with the help of the Jun family. Father, ask yourself whether it's in business or in martial arts, which aspect of the Guan family hasn't relied on the Jun family's support. But now the Shuihun manor, which is even more powerful than the Jun family, has come to propose marriage, and the elders of the Guan family have suddenly changed their stance? And now they are trying to force me to marry them again? Father, is there such a logic in this world? Did it ever occur to them that this girl had already been forced to marry once? That she's already someone else's woman? Moreover, she's the daughter-in-law of the Guan family's benefactor. Are they going to sell out their benefactor's wife? And they still have the face to force me?" Chapter 185. Guan Qinghan's voice was full of anger and sorrow. "I may be a widow in the Jun family, but I'm the eldest granddaughter-in-law. So, I'm only a concubine if I marry into the Li family. If Yun Bichen of the Xinxian family takes a fancy to me, and wants me as a wife, a concubine or a servant, then the family will be very willing. Perhaps they will force me? Yun Bichen will be stronger than Li Ju Tian, and the Guan family will get even more benefits. The Guan family is also a respectable family. Father, how can the Guan family be so shameless? How can they be so shameless? I'd rather be a widow in the Jun family for the rest of my life than to see those shameless people. I can't let those despicable people get away with it." Guan Qinghan's cold face was filled with determination and sadness. "If I had to choose, I would rather let the Guan family perish like a heroic family than see a group of people with white hair and beards become a group of dogs wagging their tails and begging for mercy." Following these words, the unyielding and hysterical side of Guan Qinghan's character finally broke out. Guandong Lu stood there blankly and his face was full of pain. Although his stature was still tall and sturdy, but it was filled with the desolation of a hero at the end of his road. Towards his daughter's sharp words he really didn't know how to reply, nor did he know how to reply. The guilt and humiliation in his heart fiercely gnawed at his soul, causing all the meridians in his body to spasm painfully. "Your daughter only wants to know, Father, what do you plan to do now?" Guan Qinghan's back was facing her father, and her voice was somewhat desolate and powerless, but it was also filled with anger and coldness. "Jun Wui has already given me the answer." Guandong Lu smiled bitterly. "Even if we cancel the engagement, the Shuihun manor will still have to step over the corpses of the Jun family if they want you to step on the sedan chair." Guandong Lu smiled self-deprecatingly. "I, Guandong Lu, am the head of the Guan family, but I can't afford to provoke the Jun family, nor the Shuihun manor. But as you said, the Jun family is the benefactor of our Guan family. Our steward cannot be ungrateful." Guandong Lu's voice suddenly became fierce. "It's me, it's the entire Guan family that is abandoning their daughter, it's the Jun family that is protecting my daughter. To protect the daughter that I, her father, had already given up on. And the Shuihun manor wants to rob and humiliate my daughter. I've been aggrieved my whole life for the sake of my family, and for the sake of the big picture. This time I want be a father for once." Guandong Lu's face hardened as his eyes became bloodshot. "I want to be a father." After saying this, Guandong Lu suddenly felt a sense of relief in his heart. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. To hell with life and death. That brat from the Jun family was right. If a family doesn't have a backbone, then what's the point of struggling at death's door? Father. Guan Qinghan's body fiercely shook as she suddenly turned around like a whirlwind to look at her father with eyes full of surprise. Guandong Lu smiled faintly and nodded deeply. "Qinghan, in this world the Jun family isn't the only family that has a man, our Guan family also has a man." Guan Qinghan's face showed a proud expression as she said, "I've always known that my father is a man of indomitable spirit. Father is a good man?" Guandong Lu smiled bitterly and said, "That brother-in-law of yours, his curses are very vicious. However, thanks to his curses, Father has come to understand that there are some things in this world that a man must do even if he knows that he will die. Compared to these things, the big picture and survival are not important." He chuckled twice and then suddenly asked in a strange tone, "That debauchee you've been talking about in your letters, that good-for-nothing brother-in-law, is that him? It's not like he's an elephant. Guan Qinghan suddenly blushed to her ears and said, Father, you're making fun of me, but Wuxia has changed a lot these days compared to before. He really is like a different person. Right now he's acting like a real man. Guandong Lu smiled meaningfully and said, Is that so? Then why do you praise him so much when he cursed at your father? Father, you're so hateful. At this moment, Guan Qinghan felt as if she had returned to her childhood, unscrupulously acting like a spoiled child in front of her father. Guandong Lu laughed heartily. Father, come in, the autumn rain is cold, it's not good for your body to get wet. Guan Qinghan suddenly felt sorry for her father. Now you finally feel sorry for me? It's too late, father's old bones are already soaked. Guandong Lu laughed and joked, but today's rain is good. It's good. Drenched enough to call back my precious daughter's heart, drenched enough to wake me up. A man should be like this. If I sacrifice my daughter's innocence in exchange for a moment's survival, even though I'm still alive, I'd rather die. Finished speaking, he lovingly looked at his daughter, laughed heartily and turned around to leave. His tall and sturdy body braved the wind and rain, one step at a time, but each step was filled with strength, it was abnormally steady and firm. Guan Qinghan's eyes became blurry with tears. On the other side, in the flowering shrubs a few feet away, Junwui quietly stood there, his rigid face showed a slight smile and softly said to himself, Guandong Lu, only now can you be the Guandong Lu that I knew all those years ago. Only now can you be a qualified father, an iron-blooded man. Looking through the curtain of rain, Guandong Lu thought to himself, when Wuxia went out this time, why do I feel like something big is going to happen? Why hasn't he come back yet? I wonder how he's doing now. This nephew of mine, he's really mysterious. AI, ever since he promised to cure my leg, has there ever been a day when he's not mysterious? Being mysterious is good. With a light sigh, Guandong Lu's body flashed, and suddenly disappeared without a trace. The masked man in black, also known as Jun Dashao, had borrowed the strength of Solitary Eagle's palm to fly backwards, and conveniently threw the Xian Dan into Solitary Eagle's hands. This hot potato had finally been given away. Jun Moxie's body flew backwards, and crashed into a large tree with a loud bang. Then he immediately activated the yin-yang escape, and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Jun Moxie clutched his chest and gasped for breath. The 8 great masters were the 8 great masters after all, worthy of standing at the peak of the world. The solitary falcon's attack had been a test, and he had put most of his strength behind it. But the power contained in that attack had still made Jun Wuxia feel very uncomfortable. In fact, he felt like vomiting in his chest. Jun Moxie was relying on the Hongjun Pagoda's energy to fill his meridians, and barely managed to avoid injury, but his heart was still somewhat shocked. So, the strength of the 8 great masters had actually reached such a level. Motherfucker, this bald eagle. One day I'll teach him a lesson. Jun Moxie cursed in his heart, and paid attention to the fierce battle in front of him. Jun Dashao's 6 senses were locked on the surrounding space, and he frowned from time to time as he muttered to himself, how come there's still no movement? Could it be that such a big movement hasn't alerted anyone? Jun Wuxia's original intention was naturally not as simple as inciting an intense battle. Nor was it as simple as causing chaos. In fact, Jun Moxie had another goal in mind besides finding out how to use the level 9 Shendan. Naturally, Jun Moxie would have made a more thorough plan if not for the Shuihun Manor's incident in Tiannan City. He would have waited until he was certain that there would be no room for error, and would have at least waited until more experts had gathered in Tianxiang City. After all, the time when the Shendan had disappeared was still very close, and rashly appearing would only arouse suspicions in the hearts of those with deep thoughts. However, the Shuihun Manor's forced marriage had disrupted the young Master Jun's plan. Although the Li family wasn't an imminent threat, but it could be said that the young Master Jun's backside was on fire, and could explode at any time. Therefore, Jun Wuxia had no choice but to reveal the fake Shen core ahead of time. As for whether or not it would achieve the desired effect, he could only leave it to fate. After all, the Li family would attack the Guan family and the Jun family if he delayed any further. The 3 elders of the Silver Blizzard City had been on guard against Shi Changshao the moment he made his move. Fei Ling had pounced on him, and Lei Wu Bei's 10 disciples had swarmed around him like a swarm of locusts. The skinny 6th disciple's lightness skills were truly outstanding. He had crossed the space between the solitary eagles and Shi Changshao's gap, and had moved almost soundlessly into his bosom. This man's Shen Qi cultivation wasn't very high. In fact, he was at the Earth Shen level at best. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the weakest among the experts in the encirclement. However, his agility skills were superb and agile. His speed was so fast that even a peak Tianxian expert wouldn't be able to match his speed. It wasn't clear how he had practiced, but the agility of his hands was unimaginable. It was probably due to his innate talent. Liu Ran had invited Lei Wu Bei's 10 disciples to descend from the mountain. Today they were participating in a high-level battle for the Shen Core. However, they weren't afraid even in the face of 2 spirit Shen great masters who were as famous as their master. In fact, they seemed to be very confident. And the reason for this was because of this man. It was because his speed was simply too fast. Even Jun Moxie had been hiding on the side. He had only vaguely seen his silhouette flash, and then it had turned into a shadow. Jun Moxie couldn't tell where his body had gone. Dozens of silhouettes attacked Solitary Eagle almost at the same time. Their strength exploded like a mountain torrent. Solitary Eagle didn't show any fear. He shouted, "Come at me." His body slid in the air like a goshawk and streaked across the sky in a strange arc. He avoided Shi Changxiao's attack. His hands and feet rotated in the air like a spinning top. Then he continued to chop and kick. He had single-handedly shaken all the experts except for Shi Changxiao. Shi Changxiao was furious. He had been the first to attack, but he was one of the 8 great masters. Moreover, his ranking was even higher than the Solitary Falcons. If he were to join forces with others to besiege the Solitary Falcon, then even if he were to kill the Solitary Falcon on the spot, the rumors would spread that he was inferior to the Solitary Falcon. Shi Changxiao wouldn't be able to bear such a bad reputation. Besides, this was a battle between 2 great Xinshen masters. So, why would a small fry like you need to intervene? Chapter 186. Shi Changxiao snorted fiercely, and his deep voice reverberated through the sky. The torrential rain in the sky seemed to have been shaken by his snort, and stopped for a moment. The invisible sound waves spread out like ripples along with the torrential rain, and the people who had pounced on him from all directions felt as if their hearts had been heavily pounded by a sledgehammer. In that instant, they all felt as if they had been slowed down by half a beat. Shi Changxiao had actually retracted the attack that had been directed towards the Solitary Eagle in an instant. The attack that had already been launched seemed to have been tied to a rope in his hands, and he could retract it at will. It was like a basin of water that had already been poured out, and had suddenly flowed back just as it was about to reach the ground. Xinshen was an expert, and once he made a move, it would be earth-shattering. However, Shi Changxiao was able to retract his attack as he pleased. What kind of profound cultivation did he have? At this moment, everyone felt as if time had suddenly flowed backwards in that instant. This feeling was strange to the extreme. Shi Changxiao did not stop after he retracted his attack. He used the remaining momentum of the attack to launch a second attack. This time it was even more powerful than before, and the target had changed to the people around him. Everyone in the surroundings had fallen into the range of Shi Changxiao's ferocious attack. In this incomparably chaotic moment, 2 figures leisurely floated over from afar, like clouds blown by the wind. They stood on the top of a large tree 40 to 50 feet away, and silently looked over. Jun Moxie, who had already concealed himself, suddenly felt the Hongjun Pagoda in his mind churn, and it started to spin. With a jolt, he suddenly turned his head, and looked towards the misty rain as if he had sensed something. His heart thumped and he thought, "They're finally here. The plan is considered half a success, but I don't know if it will." Shi Changxiao angrily unleashed his power, and under the ferocious power, countless people were thrown out one after another. The 3 great elders saw that the situation was not good, and immediately made a decision to retreat at the same time. They retreated more than 10 feet away, and only then did they manage to stop Shi Changxiao's attack. Everyone saw the strength of a supreme-level expert, and could not help but look at each other in shock. The other Xinshen-level expert, Fei Mingchen, was not so lucky. His original target was the Solitary Eagle, but Shi Changxiao's attack had also hit him, and in the blink of an eye he had suffered 9 palms and 1 kick from Shi Changxiao. Fortunately, his strength was strong, so he was not injured even though he retreated awkwardly. He knew that there was nothing he could do against Shi Changxiao, so he could only curse as he retreated. However, the most unfortunate one was Liu Ran's 6th senior brother. That's because his speed was too fast. Everyone rushed over to take advantage of the opportunity. His speed was even faster than that of Fei Mingchen, the 3 great elders of the Silver Blizzard City, and the 4 great Xinshen experts. The cold-blooded great master Lei Wu Bei was proud to have such a disciple. But his mistake lay in the fact that he was too fast. Shi Changxiao had arrived in front of the Solitary Falcon in the blink of an eye, but Shi Changxiao had suddenly gone berserk, and had not only forced the 3 elders out, but had also cut off the solitary falcon's reinforcements. His speed was too fast, and he did not fall into Shi Changxiao's attack range. But it was very unfortunate that the solitary eagle was suddenly surrounded by a relatively empty space after Shi Changxiao's attack. And in this space he was unlucky enough to face off against one of the 8 great masters, solitary eagle. Moreover, it was a one-on-one fight. His mind was shocked and frightened to the extreme at this time, but his hands still subconsciously maintained their previous movements. Moreover, they nimbly drilled into the lapel of the solitary eagle's clothes. It was very tragic. His speed was too fast, and it wasn't necessarily a good thing. This 6th senior brother was an excellent example. The solitary eagle had just launched his attack when he saw that everyone had been forced out by Shi Changxiao. He was feeling depressed in his heart when he suddenly saw that there was such a daring guy in front of him. And this guy was not afraid of death, and had already put his hands into the lapel of his clothes. The Xian Dan would have been taken out if he had been a little bit slower. He couldn't help but feel angry and amused at the same time. An Earth Xian expert would have killed himself if he had succeeded in taking out one of the 8 great masters' belongings. After all, he would have lost a lot of face if this matter were to spread out. However, the solitary eagle would have succeeded if Shi Changxiao hadn't held back his hand a moment ago. Moreover, he would have certainly succeeded with his astonishing speed. The timing he had chosen was very appropriate and very good. However, the illustrious reputation of the solitary eagle would have gone down the drain if he had succeeded. The 8 great masters had been emptied out by an Earth Xian expert. This would have been shocking news. Therefore, the solitary eagle was furious. Furious. He was an arrogant and unruly person. He had always done things his own way. When had he ever put anyone in his eyes? He had taken the cold-blooded master Lei Wu Bei's face into consideration earlier. But now, Fu Asterisk K Lei Wu Bei. The 6th brother only knew that his agility technique was superb. In fact, it was even superior to that of Tian Xian. However, he didn't know that the solitary eagle of the prairie was also famous for his agility and speed. However, he was the first among the 8 great masters in terms of agility and speed. The 6th brother only vaguely saw solitary eagle stretch out his hand and grab his wrist. The sound of bones breaking rang out as he grabbed his wrist. Then, solitary eagle let go of his hand and grabbed his waist. Then he raised it above his head. The 6th brother's incomparably flexible body didn't have the slightest ability to resist in the hands of solitary eagle. In fact, he had turned into a huge human-shaped doll that could be pinched and pinched at will. The 6th brother's train of thought came to an end and he passed out. The solitary falcon didn't seem to care about the 6th brother's life or death. Instead, he began to twirl the thin body above his head like a windmill. Whooshing sounds could be heard and countless afterimages could be seen in the process. Then he threw the body towards his fellow disciples. 9 people stretched out their hands to catch the thin body. But the thin body was spinning too fast and its momentum was too fierce. So, several of the fellow disciples were smashed to the ground with a bang. They were sent flying 4 or 5 feet away. Then they finally fell to the ground. They continued to spin like a spinning top for a while. The rainwater splashed in all directions. The surrounding Xian Qi illuminated the scene in a splendid and beautiful way. The grass under their bodies was rubbed clean. Then they stopped. Even though they were unconscious, they were still stimulated by this throw. They screamed again and were on the verge of death. Several of the fellow disciples rushed forward to check on him. Then they cried out in grief and indignation. A living man had been played like a windmill. One could well imagine the result. His arms had been broken into 70 or 80 pieces by the Xian Qi. His legs had been broken. His waist and pelvis had been shattered. His dantian had been smashed. He would have been a cripple even if he had been barely able to survive. In fact, he would have been completely paralyzed. Courage wasn't a problem. In fact, daring to try was an advantage. But it wasn't his fault if he didn't have the strength to back it up. He had rashly provoked a formidable enemy that he couldn't deal with. The 6th brother's fate was a good illustration of this. The eldest brother, Lei Jianhong, roared in grief and indignation. He stood up and angrily shouted, "Solitary eagle, you're ruthless. From now on, the cold-blooded master's disciples will fight you to the death." The solitary eagle's belly was full of anger. So he angrily cursed, "Get lost. He has the guts to offend me. This is the reward he deserves. If he dares to provoke me again, I'll make sure that Lei Wu Bei's bloodline ends today." After being yelled at by him, the chests of the 9 martial brothers were so angry that they almost burst open. However, they forcefully endured it. Who was the solitary eagle? So, they weren't afraid of the consequences. It wouldn't be impossible for him to go berserk and kill all 10 of them if he were to go berserk. The only thing they could do right now was to endure for the time being. Then they could slowly make plans. It was true that no one could offend the great master Xin Xian's dignity. But they would have to pay the price if they had offended him. Solitary Eagle, this kind of melee is too boring. It would be better for the two of us to join hands and get rid of these people. Then we'll find a quiet place to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. We'll let you have your fill. Then we'll decide who the Xiandan belongs to. What do you think? Shi Changxiao's words made everyone's complexion turn deathly pale. The 3 elders of the Silver Blizzard City might be lucky enough to escape if the 2 great masters were to join hands. But no one else would be able to escape. Even Fei Mingchen was an expert of Xin Xian's level. After all, he was only one person. And his strength was far inferior to that of the 2 great masters. The solitary falcon laughed heartily, and slowly swept his gaze around the room. Whoever his gaze landed on, would involuntarily take a step back. Several people who were standing on the periphery of the room felt the solitary falcon's piercing gaze, and couldn't help but feel a burst of fear in their hearts when they saw the solitary falcon's piercing gaze. Then they suddenly dropped their weapons, turned around and ran away. Solitary Eagle snorted. Then he laughed and said, "Shi Changxiao, do you really think I'm a fool? I'll help you kill everyone here. Only you and your subordinates will be left alive. You can say that you've taken advantage of me. I'm here to fight. I'm not here for this Xiandan. And I won't help you kill anyone. Today the Xiandan is in my hands. Whoever can hit me can take it. Who's interested in joining hands with you? Take this." Suddenly Fei Ling dashed in front of Shi Changxiao. Then he started to throw punches and kicks at Shi Changxiao. Some quick-witted people suddenly realized that if they really followed Shi Changxiao's suggestion, the 2 great masters would join hands to kill all the experts here. But Shi Changxiao's subordinates wouldn't be harmed. And even if they were to fight one-on-one, Solitary Eagle's strength would be inferior to Shi Changxiao's. So, the outcome of the Xiandan would be obvious. In fact, the ownership of the Xiandan might not necessarily be Shi Changxiao's real goal. After all, the people here were all top-notch experts from all over the world. In fact, there was no lack of experts in this world. If it was during normal times, any one of them would be enough to shake a region. But today they were gathered here because of the Xiandan. If such a large number of experts were to be killed, it would be a great benefit to the God-bestowed empire that Shi Changxiao belonged to. And Shi Changxiao was able to come up with such a vicious plan in such a short period of time. He wanted to use the hands of Solitary Eagle to kill everyone here. He was truly worthy of his title as the God-bestowed Imperial Preceptor. The college entrance examination has begun. I sincerely wish my brothers and sisters that each and every one of you will be able to get good results. I wish that each and every one of you will be admitted to the university of your dreams. And from now on your life will begin. Work hard. My brothers, my sisters. I look forward to your comments after the college entrance examination. Tell me about your happiness. Let me share the joy of your success. Let me be proud of my brothers and sisters. Chapter 187. Shi Changxiao didn't get angry when he realized that the solitary falcon had seen through his thoughts. Instead of getting angry, he turned around to dodge the attack, and was just about to say something when he saw the solitary falcon charging towards the Silver Blizzard City's 3 elders. The solitary falcon's silhouette flashed as he charged towards the Silver Blizzard City's 3 elders. Then the solitary falcon and Fei Mengchen exchanged 3 blows in a flash. Then the solitary falcon let out a loud and crisp sound as he slapped each of Lei Wu Bei's 9 disciples. Then the solitary falcon swept past the Sky Shen experts that Shi Changxiao had brought with him. Solitary Eagle took advantage of this opportunity to attack more than 20 first-rate experts in the blink of an eye. This was his peerless agility technique, the 13 transformations of the Snow Eagle. His attacks were swift and fierce, and the 6th brother couldn't compare with them. This was the speed of a great master Xin Xian. Jun Moxie was hiding in the dark. He was cheering loudly in his heart. He deserves to be called the divine eagle of the prairie. He's very sharp. He's reckless and impetuous. It's easy for him to fall into someone else's trap. But his intentions are so clear. He's worthy of his reputation as a great master. It's not in vain that I've spent so much effort to frame him. Solitary Eagle's irascible actions had undoubtedly aroused everyone's anger. After all, not everyone could understand the twists and turns of the situation. Even those who could understand the subtleties of the situation wanted to take a gamble. After all, obtaining the Xiandan was tantamount to obtaining the opportunity to ascend to the heavens in a single bound. Everyone's eyes turned red as they pounced on him. Even if it's not for the Xian Dan, it's for revenge. Even if it's not for revenge, it's for the Xian Dan. Solitary Eagle's expression became more and more excited. He roared and laughed as he displayed his superb agility. He weaved and weaved as he fought with all the experts. A shadow flashed and Shi Changshao finally joined the fray. He attacked the solitary falcon with one hand, and attacked the 3 elders of the Silver Blizzard City with the other. The 5 elders then split up into 3 groups, and began to engage in a melee with each of them fighting 2 enemies at the same time. Shi Changzhao's thoughts were deep, and he had already figured out that only the solitary falcon or the 3 elders could contend against him. So, he would still have a big advantage if he could defeat either one of them. So, he decided to go all out. Haha, interesting. Fei Mingchen laughed loudly. He punched Solitary Eagle's back and kicked Shi Changxiao's waist. Both of them flashed. Fei Mingchen let out a long roar as he entered the fray. He wanted to kill the 3 elders. Fei Mingchen was an imperial advisor. How could his thoughts be ordinary? He had also figured out the situation in an instant. He knew that he couldn't allow Shi Changxiao to defeat any one of them. Otherwise, the situation would become one-sided. However, his strength was far inferior to the other 3. He could only balance the 3 sides and let this fight drag on for as long as possible. The 6 Supreme Divine Xian experts were entangled in a melee battle, causing the sky to darken and the earth to darken. Of these 6 people, apart from the 3 elders of the Silver Blizzard City, each had their own plans. It could be said that they were surrounded by enemies on all sides. No matter who it was, they could attack with their swords at any time. Their eyes were on the 4 sides and their ears were on the lookout for any openings, and they would strike whenever there was a surprise attack. The 6 great Master Xinxian had been trying their best to control the extent of their attacks. After all, if Xinxian's power were to be fully unleashed, nothing would be left in the vicinity. Even Shi Changxiao was no exception. Although he wanted to kill all the experts here, he still had to worry about his subordinates. After all, if he lost 6 first-class Xianqi experts, it would not be worth it. However, the battle was getting more and more intense. The power of their attacks was gradually being unleashed, and there were signs of it going out of control. A shadow flashed and Solitary Eagle shot out. He hit an expert who was watching the fight. With a swoosh sound, he returned to continue the fight. He laughed loudly. This was Solitary Eagle's superb agility. He was able to pull out of Xinxian's melee at any time. But no one except Solitary Eagle could pull off such a peerless agility. Even Shi Changxiao couldn't do it. Lei Jianhong and his fellow disciples were watching the fight with rapt attention. Suddenly, one of the experts beside him was knocked down by the solitary falcon. Lei Jianhong was startled and quickly retreated 2 steps in order to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. However, he didn't have enough time to dodge and received a solid slap to the face. He couldn't help but be startled, angry and furious. Solitary Eagle had already retreated by this time. So, who was the one who had attacked him? Several experts turned their heads to look at the source of the attack. Lei Jianhong had just retreated when a man fell down beside him. That man's companion rushed forward to support him. However, Lei Jianhong recognized him as the culprit who had slapped him. Lei Jianhong bellowed and punched and kicked that man. That man was one of Shi Changxiao's subordinates. He was considered a high and mighty figure in the Xinxiai Empire. So, how could he not be angry when Lei Jianhong had suddenly attacked him? He whistled and 5 or 6 Tianxian experts rushed over. Lei Jianhong's 9 fellow disciples didn't know what was going on, but they knew that they would suffer if they didn't act quickly. In fact, their lives might even be in danger. After all, they were besieged by several Tianxian experts. So they didn't hesitate any longer. They pulled out their swords and swarmed forward. The one who had slapped Lei Jianhong in the dark was none other than Jun Moxi and Jun Dashao. Jun Dashao had used the yin-yang escape technique. His whole body was sometimes in the water and sometimes in the soil. He had come and gone like a ghost. Moreover, the sky was filled with the colorful lights of the Xianqi, and the rain hadn't stopped yet. So, no one had noticed Jun Moxi's movements. Jun Dashao was the first one who couldn't bear Lei Jianhong's arrogance. So he slapped him twice in the face. Thus, he easily and happily provoked a fight between the 2 groups of people. The target had already appeared. Jun Moxi's next step was to make the situation more chaotic. The more people died, the better. And the weaker the forces of each party, the better. The more people fought, the easier it was for them to fall into Lei Jian's trap. So, their anger grew bigger and bigger. Everyone had been trying to conserve their strength in the beginning. Then they would fight over the Xiandan. But they were fighting with all their strength now. The ear-piercing sounds of swords clashing against each other were constantly accompanied by blood-curdling screams and groans. The fight had officially entered the white-hot stage with the first spurt of blood. Roar! In the end, the solitary falcon was the one who had suffered the most. In fact, the solitary falcon felt that this fight was the most satisfying he had ever fought in his life, but it was also the most strenuous he had ever fought in his life. His agility was undoubtedly the best, but his strength wasn't. Solitary Eagle spread out his arms along with this roar. The powerful aura of a supreme martial artist surged out crazily. It rolled in all directions like raging waves. The eagle god of the prairie, one of the 8 great supreme martial artists, was finally going to attack with all his strength. Shi Changshao let out a long and loud laugh. He soared into the sky. He seemed to be standing steadily in the sky amidst the lightning and thunder. His body flashed and countless shadows appeared. His aura was also released without any concealment. It resisted the raging aura of Solitary Eagle. Fei Mingchen and the 3 great elders flew back at the same time. At this moment, the difference between the strengths of the 6 people could be seen. The powerful auras of the 2 supreme martial artists collided with each other like lightning. There was a loud bang. It seemed as if the entire space had been shattered. The heavy rain that had been falling from the sky stopped falling. Instead, it rose up into the sky. Suddenly, the sky turned into a dreamy and cruel scene. All the houses within a radius of 200 feet collapsed at the same time. The grass on the ground flew up along with their roots. All the trees, regardless of their thickness, were snapped and shot in all directions. However, in the face of such power, everyone present was suddenly stunned. Even the 2 supreme martial artists who were about to go all out in the battle were dumbfounded. That was because something very strange had happened. At the moment when a big tree was snapped, everyone could clearly hear the words of the big tree. 2 words. They were short and forceful. The voice was sonorous and sonorous. Fuck. The tree can actually speak? Then the tree said another sentence. If you want to fight, then fight. How can a tree get in your way? It's the voice of that black-robed man. The 3rd elder blurted out in surprise. So, that guy was hiding there. No wonder we couldn't find him. The 2 supreme martial artists, Shi Changshao and Solitary Eagle, knew that something strange was going on. They pounced on the tree at the same time. With a loud bang, they lifted the thick tree trunk into the sky. Then it silently turned into dust. The 2 of them had used their force at the same time. However, they were disappointed. The tree didn't speak again. The tree was still a tree. It had been a tree earlier. Now it was just wood dust. But they were sure that there was no one there. The 2 supreme martial artists felt that they had lost face. They had let someone slip away right under their noses. They looked at each other. Then they started to fight again. The one who was hiding on the big tree was naturally Jun Dashao. He was able to escape from the joint attack of the 2 supreme martial artists. After all, only he, Lord Dashao, could have such a magical power. He was indeed very powerful. How could an ordinary Xianqi cultivator have such a skill? Jun Dashao had been hiding on the tree trunk. He was watching the fight in high spirits. He was analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of each move. After that, he would verify them in his mind. He was feeling carefree and happy. So, why did the tree trunk suddenly snap? The eldest young master was hidden on the tree trunk. Of course he would be affected when the tree broke. He felt as if his waist was about to snap and the pain was unbearable. He forcefully restrained himself from screaming, but he was still very angry at this unexpected calamity, so he couldn't help but curse. After he finished cursing, he felt that something was wrong. So he drilled back into the ground. Once Shen Xian started to fight, they didn't have any scruples anymore. So they used their trump cards and attacked each other fiercely. Solitary Eagle fought with Shi Changshao first. Then he withstood the joint attack of the 3 supreme martial artists. Finally he couldn't bear it anymore. He rolled his eyes. He had cultivated for almost 100 years. So he took out the Shen Dan from his bosom. He shouted, "I don't want this broken toy anymore." He shook his hand. The Shen Dan flew toward Fei Mingchen. Chapter 188. Fei Mingchen immediately felt that something was wrong. She secretly blamed herself for being blinded by greed. The Solitary Eagle was obviously using her to cross the bridge. The 5 great masters behind her would have attacked her if she hadn't changed her stance. She wasn't a freak like the Solitary Eagle. Even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. She made a prompt decision as she thought of this. She pushed the Shen Dan away and said coldly, "I don't want it either." The Shen Dan changed its direction, and flew towards the 3 elders of the Silver City. Fei Mingchen and the Solitary Eagle were both very shrewd. So, neither of them would throw the Xiandan in the direction of Shi Changshao. Shi Changshao would have kept the Xiandan and then run away. His goal was different from the solitary eagles. His goal was to get the Xiandan. And there was no one present who could stop him. The solitary eagle also had the ability to do so. But he wouldn't run away. After all, he had come here to fight. For a time, the Shen core flew back and forth in the air, flying here and there. Unexpectedly, no one dared to rashly catch it, because the Xiandan wasn't a treasure anymore. Instead, it was a Yama's command that could summon the god of death. No matter which of them received the Shen core, they would definitely be besieged by the others. Shi Changshao would have rushed in that direction. The solitary eagle would have laughed and stopped him. But the two great masters would have joined forces to put pressure on the others. Solitary eagle was fighting to his heart's content. He was shouting and yelling. Shi Changshao's face had turned black. Shi Changshao's movements were extraordinary. But he couldn't be compared with the solitary eagle. Moreover, he couldn't defeat the solitary eagle in a few moves. So he could only worry. The rest of the people were panting and their faces were pale. Even Fei Mingchen couldn't take it anymore. Just like that, the Xiandan glided back and forth freely in the air for a long time. It didn't land on the ground even once, nor did it fall into anyone's hands for more than a second. If a modern volleyball player were to see such a superb levitation technique, they would definitely prostrate themselves in admiration. Under Solitary Eagle's deliberate pranks and Jun Moxie's sneaky tricks, there were finally casualties in the large circle of people surrounding them. Moreover, there were quite a number of casualties. Shi Changshao had only moved his hands twice, and a large number of people had fallen like wheat. The moment Xiandan flew out of Solitary Eagle's hand, Jun Moxie flew out in stealth mode. Between the group of Xin Xian and Tian Xian, it was like he was dancing on a steel wire on a cliff. Although he was in stealth mode, his body was real. If any of these experts touched him lightly, his life would be in danger. After all, Jun Dashao's current strength was still very weak. However, he had no choice but to continue dancing. This was because he needed to control the landing point of the Xiandan at the most crucial moment. First, he needed to ensure that the Xiandan didn't fall into the hands of the undying master Shi Changshao. Otherwise the plan would be ruined. Secondly, the other imperial advisor, Fei Mingchen, couldn't die. If he died, the consequences would be too severe. Thirdly, he needed to ensure that Solitary Eagle could do everything he could. The foreign affairs of the Tianxiang Empire had been peaceful for the past few years, but the young Master Jun had hoped that the Tianxiang Empire would still have a strong opponent to spy on them. Fei Mingchen and Shi Changshao were the two great imperial advisors of the Tianxiang Empire, and could be said to be the cornerstones of the Tianxiang Empire. Therefore, the Jun family still needed to rely on the pressure of the enemy to ensure that the Jun family, a military family, could thrive. When the birds are gone, the good bough is hidden. But what if the birds are not gone? The good bough would be guaranteed to be in its sharpest state. Therefore, Jun Dashao had shamefully played the role of a half-traitor at this moment. Therefore, Jun Moxie would do his utmost to push the Xiandan towards the three elders of the Silver Blizzard City and Lei Wu Bei's 9 disciples as long as the opportunity presented itself. The effect was very obvious. The three elders were thrown into confusion under Jun Moxie's provocation. Their foreheads were full of bumps. Especially the 6th and 9th elders who had intercepted Shi Changshao. They had been attacked by the two great masters, and blood had started to drip from the corners of their mouths. As for Lei Wu Bei's 9 disciples, they were already fighting with the experts under Shi Changshao's command. Then Jun Moxie had plotted to push the Xiandan towards them 4 or 5 times. However, these people hadn't changed their minds. They had wanted to catch the Xiandan and then escape with all their might. Therefore, they had been attacked twice by Shi Changshao and Solitary Eagle. Therefore, they had lost their fighting strength. The Solitary Eagle and Shi Changshao had the best eyesight when they saw the Xiandan's inexplicable movements in the air. However, no one had ever been able to become invisible in the Shenshen continent for tens of millions of years. Therefore, the two of them hadn't thought much about it. They had assumed that the Xiandan had been affected by someone else's qi. Therefore, they hadn't paid much attention to it even though they had found it strange. They didn't need to worry about it as long as it didn't fall into someone else's hands. Solitary Eagle was fighting to his heart's content. Jun Moxie was also playing to his heart's content. However, 2 black-clothed men were standing on top of a big tree several dozen feet away from the scene. Their eagle-like eyes were looking in their direction. However, their eyes were full of doubt. "Third brother, look at that Xiandan. I've been looking at it for a long time. The purity of its spirit energy is top-notch. But why do I feel that something is wrong?" A black-clothed man with thick eyebrows blinked his eyes. It's as if I found a dragon saliva fruit. Why do I want to take a bite? I've seen many Xiandan in the past, but I've never felt this way. He smacked his lips as he spoke. There's indeed something wrong. It doesn't seem to be the energy of the Xiandan, but this energy is more. The third brother didn't say what it was. He just shook his head thoughtfully. This energy seems to be similar to the energy of the Heaven's Punishment Cave. But it's more attractive than the Heaven's Punishment Cave. We must get this Xiandan no matter what. Otherwise our big brother. The third brother shuddered. He didn't finish his sentence. Third brother, it's just the two of us. Don't mention our big brother. I get chills just thinking about him. The black-clothed man with thick eyebrows shuddered. He turned around sneakily. It seemed as if he was afraid that the big brother would suddenly appear behind him. Our big brother doesn't have time to deal with you. Ever since second brother ran away, our big brother has been angry. He's been looking for second brother all these years. If second brother gets caught by our big brother, ha 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 ha. The third brother laughed gloatingly. It seemed as if he was looking forward to this second brother getting caught and beaten up by the big brother. Second brother? What's the point of following that person? Can he be better than us brothers living a free and unfettered life? I really don't understand. The black-clothed man with thick eyebrows shook his head. If I see him, I'll slap him too. Even if I don't slap him, I'll tear that person apart. You. If you meet second brother alone, I think second brother will throw you down from the sky. The third brother looked at him disdainfully. You're a brainless guy. Second brother will slap you with his claws. You might not even be a match for that person, let alone him. Are you still not convinced? His claws are indeed powerful. But I'm not convinced by that person. Even though he's quite strong. The black-clothed man with thick eyebrows humphed. He wasn't convinced, but he still respected the facts. Pay attention. Shi Changshao is the strongest. He's going to get the Xiandan. Get ready to take action and get the Xiandan. The third brother said hastily. Both of them became alert at the same time. Suddenly, a whirlwind-like energy started to swirl under their feet. Slowly the rain stopped falling from the sky. Instead, it condensed into a huge crystal ball under their feet. It was incomparably magnificent. But no one, including the two supreme martial artists, Shi Changshao and the solitary eagle, noticed this. Could it be that these two people are actually not weaker than the 8 great martial artists? Otherwise, how could Shi Changshao and the solitary eagle miss them with their Shen Qi and strong divine sense? Shi Changshao let out a long whistle. He activated his Shen Qi without hesitation. He dashed towards the Xiandan like a meteor. At this moment, the Xiandan was the closest to him. But the solitary eagle was still entangled with Fei Mingchen. The opportunity was fleeting. The other 5 Shinshen experts were aware of this. But they couldn't stop it. The 3rd, 6th, and 9th elders of the Silver Blizzard City had jointly withstood Shi Changshao's attack. They were lucky enough to survive. But they had used up a lot of their Shen Qi. So they couldn't stop it even if they wanted to. Fei Mingchen didn't want the Xiandan to fall into Shi Changshao's hands. But she was only slightly stronger than the 3rd elder. Compared to the 8 great martial artists, there was a huge gap. So, she had participated in this battle with the intention of balancing all sides. Moreover, she was entangled with the solitary eagle. So, she was afraid that her life would be in danger. Although the Xiandan was good, she needed to be alive to enjoy it. So, she could only watch helplessly. But, there was still one person who could stop Shi Changshao from getting the Xiandan, and that was the solitary eagle. Solitary eagle's lightness skill was second to none among the 8 great martial artists. So, even if Shi Changshao was in front of him, solitary eagle would still have the opportunity to get the Xiandan first. Even if he couldn't get the Xiandan before Shi Changshao, as long as he attacked Shi Changshao wouldn't be willing to take a hit. So, he would fight desperately for the Xiandan. It was a pity that solitary eagle's goal was not to get the Xiandan. Moreover, he was satisfied with the battle and had the intention to retreat. So, he might as well stop Fei Mingchen and let Shi Changshao get the Xiandan. Then he would end the battle. Moreover, he could do Shi Changshao a favor. Being able to let someone of the same level owe him a favor was a very worthwhile deal. Solitary Eagle understood his intention, and so did Shi Changshao. That was why he would go all out to get the Xiandan. Although there were many people present, as long as the Solitary Eagle didn't cause any trouble, no one could stop him from getting the Xiandan. He waved his right hand and released a strong suction force. The Xiandan that he yearned for even in his dreams flew towards his hand automatically. It was about to fall into his hand. Shi Changshao flew with all his strength, and the Xian Dan slowly approached him. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. This supreme martial artist of life and death suddenly felt a slight excitement that he hadn't felt for many years. Level 9 Peak Xian Dan. Finally, I'm going to get it. Chapter 189. Shi Changshao had already decided that as soon as the Xian Dan was in his hands, he would immediately go far away. Now that his cultivation had reached the great master Xian, he had been stuck in a bottleneck for many years. However, he believed that as long as he used the Xian Dan to break through the bottleneck, he would be able to reach new heights. Shi Changshao was confident that he would be able to fight against the great master Mo Wen Tian at that time. In fact, he might even be able to challenge the great master Li Ju Tian. Therefore, he would be able to rise to the top of the 8 great masters. If he was successful, Shi Changshao would be on the same level as Yin Bi Chen. He would be at the top of the world. Even the Shenxi Empire would rise in the Shenzhen continent. They would become the top of the continent. Because among the 8 great masters, only Shi Changshao belonged to his own country. Shi Changshao's blood couldn't help but boil as he thought about this. This was also the main reason why Shi Changshao didn't hesitate to owe the solitary eagle a big favor. The 3rd, 6th and 9th elders were experienced, and couldn't help but be alarmed when they saw that the solitary eagle didn't try to stop Shi Changshao. They raised their Xian Qi and attacked Shi Changshao with all their might. However, Shi Changshao's success was imminent, and he didn't care about them. He wanted to take the Xian Dan into his hands. The 3 elders' Xian Qi had already been dispersed by him, and it would be difficult for them to recover their Xian Qi in a short period of time. As for the others, it was even more difficult for them to enter his eyes. It seemed that the situation was irreversible. Hitman Jun was also at his wit's end. His yin-yang escape was extremely mysterious, and even the likes of Shi Changshao and the solitary eagle couldn't detect his presence. However, his body was still there, and if he rashly entered the range of Shi Changshao's aura, he would be exposed at any time. After all, Jun Dashao's cultivation was still too weak. Why haven't those 2 made a move yet? Jun Moxie was a little angry in his heart. He wanted to pull their ears and scold them. Jun Dashao had forgotten that those 2 were not his subordinates. Could it be that this was the final move? Jun Dashao couldn't help but mutter in his heart. If it didn't work, then he could only detonate his final move. Unexpectedly, at this moment, another shocking change occurred. How can such a 9th grade pill fall into your hands? A deep voice boomed. Coincidentally, a thunderclap resounded in the sky at the same time. However, this thunderclap actually overshadowed the thunderclaps in the sky. The vast world was filled with the booming sound of this shout. It came from everyone's ears, but it seemed to come from the bottom of their hearts, from the depths of their souls. Following this shout, 2 black-clothed figures descended at an astonishing speed that seemed to surpass lightning. One of them was tall and sturdy, extremely burly. Even Dugu Wudi's bear-like figure would pale in comparison in front of him. He stood in front of the 3 elders as well as the solitary eagle, Fei Mingchen, and the others. He didn't even greet them as he raised his huge fist, and ferociously sent a punch towards each of them. The other person's clothes fluttered in the air like a feather as he landed in front of Shi Changshao. The Xian Dan had been absorbed by Shi Changshao's Xian Qi, and had been casually caught by his hand. It seemed as if the Xian Dan had automatically flown into his hand. Then, his other hand slowly stretched out in a calm and dignified manner, and collided with Shi Changshao's heavy palm strike. A loud bang was heard and Shi Changshao groaned. He staggered twice in the air and fell diagonally. The black-clothed man was also struck by Shi Changshao's powerful palm strike, and somersaulted in the air. He also groaned, and his body suddenly changed direction in midair, and flew away at an extremely fast speed. The great master of life and death, Shi Changshao, had been repelled by his palm strike. Success. Let's go. Jun Moxie was startled by the unforeseen event at this moment. His mind turned at lightning speed, and he used his spirit sense to stimulate the Hongjun Pagoda. The Hongjun Pagoda rotated with a schwa sound, and a rich spiritual energy gushed out. Then, it was withdrawn as soon as it came into contact with the spiritual energy. Everything around him returned to normal. Jun Dashao's actions were still under the effect of the yin-yang escape technique. Even the brilliant experts like Shi Changshao, Solitary Eagle, and the others hadn't been aware of it. However, the black-clothed man suddenly stopped in the air the moment Jun Moxie activated the Hongjun Pagoda. He seemed to have turned his head, and his eyes sparkled with desire. However, his speed didn't slow down. Even the bear-like brawny man's body trembled the moment the Hongjun Pagoda was activated. He raised his eyes and looked around. The black-clothed man with thick eyebrows was having a great time fighting with the other great masters, Shen Xian. He didn't even try to dodge or evade. Instead he punched and kicked him. His sturdy body was punched dozens of times by the other great masters. Fei Mingchen and the third elder were also punched once or twice by him. Those who were hit by one or two of the black-clothed man's moves almost had to throw away their pride and cry out twice to relieve the pain in their bodies. However, the black-clothed man with thick eyebrows was exchanging punches for punches. Naturally, the number of moves he received was several times more than that of the third elder and the others. However, he still acted as if nothing had happened to him even though he had received so many heavy punches and kicks. When he heard the other black-clothed man's order to retreat, he actually puffed out his chest like a raging bull and charged forward forcefully. Then he continued to receive punches all the way. Everyone attacked at the same time. Everyone was confident that as long as this man dodged any of their attacks, they would be able to make him stay here forever. However, something happened that left everyone dumbfounded. The punches and kicks landed on the black-clothed man's body. The sound of the punches and kicks was so loud that even the people standing at the side could feel it. However, this guy didn't seem to care at all. It was only when he had run out of the crowd's encirclement that he let out a loud roar. Then he twisted his buttocks and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he continued to run wildly, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Solitary Eagle, Fei Mingchen, and the other two great elders looked at each other in shock. This person's Xianqi cultivation level was extremely high, and should have reached the level of Shen Xian. Although it was quite rare for him to have such a cultivation level, he was still no match for Solitary Eagle even though he was slightly higher than Fei Mingchen. This was something that everyone present could clearly feel. However, even the leader of the 8 great elders, Yun Bichen, would not dare to let himself be beaten up by 5 great elders, Shen Xian, and forcefully charge out. Even though these few great elders of Shen Xian had expended a lot of their combat power, they still represented the peak of Xianqi cultivation, Great Elder Shen Xian. Even people of the same level might not dare to take a palm strike from a great elder with all their might. Not to mention the fact that there were so many of them ganging up on him, and each of them was fighting with all their might. This person had suffered so many blows, but he still managed to charge out alive, and the price he had to pay was just a mouthful of blood. Before he spat out the blood, he was still full of energy and cursed with his teeth white. Even after he spat out the blood, he was still able to increase his speed. What was going on? This was too strange. The great elder Shi Changshao, who had been defeated at the most crucial moment, was undoubtedly the most depressed one, and also the one who was extremely angry. But at the same time, his heart was filled with endless doubts. In this world, there were very few people who could break through his Xianqi field and snatch away the Shendan, and even fight with him with a palm strike. Who was this person? The only thing he could be sure of was that this person was definitely not one of the 8 great masters that he was familiar with. However, apart from the experts of the 8 great masters, was there anyone else who could pull a tooth out of the tiger's mouth? While Shi Changshao was furious, he also realized that the person who snatched the Shendan had an accomplice, so he naturally wanted to capture that person. But when he turned around, he saw the scene of that person madly rushing out while being beaten all the way. He couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. This was too unimaginable. 2 great elders, 4 Shen Xian level experts, and more than 20 Tian Xian level experts formed an encirclement, but the Shendan was snatched away by someone so easily. Who would believe this? In the end, everyone ended up with nothing, and it was such a shameful thing. But now, everyone had no time to be ashamed, and all of them were shocked speechless because of this bizarre scene. This kind of ability to resist attacks was unheard of, and had never been seen before. Even the number 1 great elder in the Shen Xian realm, Yun Bichen, wouldn't be able to do this. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? A seriously injured Earth Xian expert sat on the ground in the periphery. His mouth was wide open like a startled hippopotamus, and he allowed the torrential rain to pour into his mouth, but he didn't seem to notice it. This was a very ordinary sentence of surprise, but this sentence made Shi Changshao and the Solitary Eagle stop in their tracks. The two looked at each other, and everyone could see that the eyes of these 2 experts were filled with seriousness, understanding, and a trace of fear. Fei Mingchen slowly walked to the side of the 2 experts, and asked with a heavy face, "Could it be them?" Her voice wasn't as steady as it used to be when she said these words, and had become somewhat sharp. The Solitary Eagle snorted, and Shi Changshao also snorted. The faces of these 2 experts had turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Fei Mingchen's complexion changed, and she solemnly looked in the direction that the 2 experts had left in, and her face couldn't help but turn black as well. She had become the 3rd person to become the bottom of a pot. The three elders of the Silver Blizzard City were gasping for breath, and looked at each other with eyes full of horror. The sixth elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cried out involuntarily, "It's actually the heavens, heavens my ass." The third elder reprimanded him in a bad mood, "Do you think you're so knowledgeable? Haven't you lost enough face? Haven't you caused enough trouble?" He then sighed and said, "Since they've made their move, then it's not an injustice to fall into this trap. We should also tidy up a bit and accompany the little princess on her travels. Let's treat this as a distraction." "Don't tell me that they're going to make a comeback again?" Shi Changshao frowned and muttered to himself in bewilderment. He stretched out his hands and looked at his palms. There were 4 deep red marks on them. His hands would have been crippled if it weren't for the protection of his Xian Qi. This didn't seem like a palm strike from a human, but more like a ferocious hoof of a wild beast. Shi Changshao flexed his fingers and said with a sigh of relief, "The one who attacked me should be the legendary third brother, right?" There was a trace of fear in his voice. Chapter 190. What? You're not convinced? Then you can catch up with them and take back the Shandan. Only you have the guts to do so. Solitary Eagle smiled, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. "Oh, that's right. Maybe the great Master Shi will come across the eldest brother. Then, he'll be able to leave his name in the annals of history." Shi Changshao tensed up as soon as he heard the word eldest brother. He flew into a rage and fiercely roared, "Shut your eagle mouth. You'll die if you don't say a few words." It must be known that Shi Changshao was a great master of the mysterious arts. He was also one of the 8 great masters. So, no one could have imagined that he would suddenly burst into foul language. Moreover, he was cursing another great master. This curse caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. Could it be that the flames of war that had just subsided be reignited? Contrary to everyone's expectations, the flames of war didn't reignite. Shi Changzhao's words would have provoked a strong reaction from the solitary falcon in the past, and the two of them would have immediately engaged in a fierce battle, but this time the solitary falcon didn't get angry at all, and instead started to laugh heartily. In fact, it seemed as if he was laughing to his heart's content. The remaining people stood there thoughtfully. It was hard to tell what they were thinking. But there wasn't much disappointment on their faces. In fact, they were even taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Even the 8 great masters have fallen. So what about me? We won't lose face. The other great master's disciple, Lei Jianhong, and his fellow disciples were gathered under a big tree. On one hand, they were sheltering from the rain. On the other hand, they were planning to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. Among the 10 people, 6 were already injured. Their bloodstains were everywhere. The 6th disciple was seriously injured. In fact, he was still in a coma. "The Shen core is gone. How do you calculate it? Brother Li will certainly be very disappointed." Lei Jianhong sighed and said, "Who would have thought that such a strong force like ours would be useless in this fight? There's nothing we can do about it. Who would have thought that there would actually be 2 great supreme beings here at the same time? Other than Master personally taking action, I believe there's absolutely no way to change this result. Eldest senior brother, you don't have to worry about it." The young woman behind him slowly said, "Besides, even the 2 great masters in the Silver Blizzard City have been fooled. So what about us?" She had clearly lowered her voice as she said this. "But 6th junior brother looks like this now. Junior brother Li still wants him to check on Jun Moxie's movements. What should we do?" Lei Jianhong frowned as he looked at the unconscious junior brother in front of him. There was a look of heartache on his face and his mind was in a mess. "We can only ask junior brother Li to find another capable person. The Grand Preceptor's residence is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It shouldn't be a difficult matter to find someone else," the woman said. "If there really isn't a suitable person, then I'll be in charge. That's the only way." Lei Jianhong sighed and frowned. "In fact, I'm most interested in finding out who the 2 people who obtained the Shandan are. How can they be so valiant? I believe that the number of people with such cultivation can be counted on one's fingers. How come I don't have any impression of them? What's even more strange is that Solitary Eagle and Shi Changshao didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. So why didn't they pursue them? Solitary Eagle didn't pursue them. After all, his original intention wasn't to obtain the Shandan. But Shi Changshao didn't pursue them. This is very puzzling. If he didn't really want to obtain the Shandan, then why did he fight to the death? Senior brother is right. I believe that the strength of those 2 people is inferior to that of Solitary Eagle and Shi Changshao. But they're certainly on the same level as Xin Xian. We may not know such experts, but we certainly haven't heard of them. Their origins are truly unimaginable. The woman's willowy eyebrows wrinkled as she doubtfully said, "But why does it seem that Shi Changshao is afraid of these two people? Perhaps there's someone behind them that Shi Changshao can't afford to provoke? Is there really someone in this world that the 8 great masters don't dare to provoke?" Lei Jianhong frowned. Naturally, none of his fellow disciples present could answer this question. However, his words had already attracted the attention of Jun Moxie. He had been hiding nearby when he had heard that they were Li Yuran's fellow disciples. Jun Dashao's hands had already been itching to get rid of them. And he had also heard that Li Yuran had ordered them to keep an eye on him. Jun Dashao couldn't help but feel his murderous intent overflowing. The rain had finally subsided a little. "Imperial Tutor Shi, Solitary Eagle, we have offended the Silver Blizzard City today. If we are fated to meet again, we 3 brothers will prepare some fragrant tea as an apology." The third elder took a step forward and said in a clear voice, "We 3 brothers will take our leave if the 2 great masters don't have anything else to say." The shadows of people swayed in the distance as he spoke. Several groups of people had already left one after another. It could be seen that these people belonged to the major families of the city. In fact, some of them were even part of the army. These people were the latecomers and had been lying in wait. It was obvious that Xiandan was hopeless. They had been drenched in the rain for half a night in vain. So they returned home one after another. Shi Changshao crossed his hands behind his back. He didn't even look at those people who had left. He indifferently said, "Every man for himself and the heavens will destroy him. You 3 elders don't need to take it to heart. The Silver Blizzard City's snow tea is of the highest quality. Maybe we'll have a cup of it someday." The 3 of them chuckled and flew up to join the other 4. Then they slowly walked away. A long and loud whistle was heard. It was the Solitary Eagle. He flew away like a divine eagle. He didn't even greet them. In fact, he was only a small black dot in the distance. His voice could be heard from afar. "The Silver Blizzard City's people are trying to fool me with a cup of tea. I'm not happy. Tell Han Feng Shui that I'll come and find him. Lei Wu Bei's disciples, I'll be waiting for him to come and cause trouble for me." His voice was still echoing in the air, but he had already disappeared without a trace. "Solitary Eagle, pay attention to any news from that side," Shi Changshao hurriedly said. He didn't know if the Solitary Eagle had heard him, but no sound came back. Fei Mingchen chuckled and waved her hand. Then she leisurely walked away. He had traveled thousands of miles from the Yutang Empire to Tianxiang City. One of the main reasons he had come here was to find the Xiandan. But the Xiandan had disappeared. And it seemed as if he didn't care about it at all. He had left in a carefree manner. He had lived up to his reputation as a wise man. Shi Changshao looked up to the sky and sighed. He thought, "I'll have to find Yun Bichen and Li Ju Tian to discuss countermeasures if they're the ones who have left." The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. And the more he thought about it, the Xiandan had almost been within his reach. But it had been gone. And he couldn't help but feel disappointed and frustrated. "Sovereign." A Tianxian expert stood respectfully in front of Shi Changshao. "You go back to the Heavenly Bestowment City. There's no need for you here. This old man has something to do." "I'll return in a moment." Shi Changshao pondered for a long time. Then he said, "Yes." The 6 respectfully accepted the order. Then 4 of them helped the 2 injured men up. They fiercely glared at Lei Wu Bei's disciples. Then they saluted to bid farewell to Shi Changshao, and disappeared into the heavy curtain of rain. Shi Changshao clasped his hands behind his back. He slowly paced a few steps in the field. His thin figure seemed lonely in the heavy rain. He looked desolate and helpless. He suddenly sighed and waved his hand. A white light shot out from his hand and fell into Lei Jianhong's hand. Shi Changshao's body flashed a few times. The first time he flashed, he was already 30 meters away. The next time he flashed, his silhouette had become blurred, and then disappeared. Lei Jianhong focused his eyes, and saw a small jade bottle in his hand. A few words were written on its surface: "Resurrection Liquid." He couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He was about to open his mouth to express his gratitude when Shi Changshao disappeared without a trace. This resurrection liquid was Shi Changshao's secret medicine. It might not be able to bring the dead back to life, but it was a miraculous medicine. The 6th brother's dantian would have been damaged and he would have been crippled. But he would have been able to preserve his life with this medicine. Lei Jianhong hastily called out to his fellow disciples. They carefully lifted the unconscious 6th brother's body, and were about to open the jade bottle. Suddenly, a great sense of foreboding arose in their hearts. Lei Jianhong was Lei Wu Bei's first disciple. His body flashed and he narrowly avoided the fatal blow. Several pitiful screams echoed. The 4 people who had gathered together started to bleed from their noses and mouths. They fell forward without uttering a single sound. Each of them had a dainty throwing knife inserted deep into their backs. Only the handle of the knife was left exposed. It seemed that the knives had pierced their hearts. One knife to take their lives, one knife to end their lives. It was no wonder that the 4 of them had died without uttering a single sound. 3 Earth Shen experts and a junior disciple of Tian Shen had lost their lives at the same time. Brother? Lei Jinhong stretched out his hand to check their breathing. His body suddenly stiffened. His eyes widened and he frantically jumped up. Who is it? Who is it? Come out now. You're hiding in the dark. What kind of son of a bitch is this? Come out and fight with your grandpa if you have the guts. Come out. Come out. Come out. Lei Jinhong shouted furiously. He cursed in all directions. His eyes had already turned blood red. His mind seemed to have sunk into a half-crazed state. He quickly ran in all directions and searched everywhere. But he couldn't find even the shadow of a person. Then he suddenly fell to the ground and burst into tears. The other 4 people also turned pale with fright at this sudden turn of events. They all rushed over and wailed loudly. The 5 of them carefully searched the area, but couldn't find any trace of the enemy. They had never expected that only one of their 10 brothers and sisters would be seriously injured when they had fought against so many experts of Tianxian. They had even intervened in Shen Xian's battle. But they hadn't expected that 4 of them would be killed after being caught off guard. Lei Jinhong's eyes were red. He pulled out the throwing knife from his 9th disciple's body and carefully observed it. He then gnashed his teeth and said, I've never seen this kind of throwing knife before. It must have been the weapon of the mastermind. We'll kill it as long as we see it again. We'll avenge our brothers. We'll avenge this enmity. The 4 people shouted at the same time. Their grief and indignation couldn't be any greater. Suddenly, the woman cried out in alarm, Where are the other 3 throwing knives? Everyone turned around and looked at each other in dismay. They were stunned. The ice-cold rainwater had mercilessly poured into their necks after they had withdrawn their Xianqi defense. Everyone felt a chill from the depths of their hearts. In that short moment, the flying daggers on the other 3 had already disappeared, leaving behind only a bloody wound on their bodies. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They felt their blood run cold. Chapter 191. The blood continued to gush out and the rain continued to fall. In a split second, the blood turned from red to pale red, and gradually became colorless. The young woman had wanted to take out a throwing knife to compare, but when she turned around she was the first to discover that the throwing knife that was so close to her had suddenly disappeared. This was no small matter and her whole body began to tremble. Could it be that there really are ghosts in this world? At this moment, the shock of the 5 people could not be any greater. In the end, what kind of person could get so close to these 5 Sky Shen experts without being detected? Perhaps it was the Master Shen Shen, but if the Master Shen Shen wanted to deal with them, would there be a need for a sneak attack? But if it wasn't Shen Shen, then how could it be explained? Even if he couldn't explain himself, it was still secondary. This place was not suitable for him to stay for long. But when it was time to leave, the 5 people who were still in good condition simultaneously shed tears of grief. When they came, there were 10 brothers and sisters and they were chatting and joking with each other, full of confidence. But when they left, there were only 5 people and 4 corpses left, and one person's life or death was unknown. Even if he was still alive, he would be permanently disabled and there was no hope of recovery. What a miserable thing this was. The 5 people each carried one and it was just right. As they left, they couldn't help but look back, and the hatred in their eyes seemed to be burning even in the heavy rain. The throwing knives were naturally the masterpiece of Jun Moxie. When he heard that these people were experts invited by the Li family, he had already made up his mind to kill them. Now that the Shendan had attracted these experts, they would immediately leave after the end of the Shendan fight. At that time, Tianxiang City would still be the same Tianxiang City, but since the Li family could invite these people once, they could invite them again. Especially since Li Yuran and these people were fellow disciples, which made Jun Moxie even more worried. These Tianxian experts were nothing in front of the Shinshen experts. But these people were enough to pose a threat to the Jun family once this matter was over. These people would be a formidable force if the Li family were to go crazy and attack the Jun family. It is better to prepare for a rainy day than to use an umbrella after the rain. Kill them first. Hitman Jun's moral sense was weak, so why would he care about the lives of so many people? Especially after the battle, all of them were exhausted and had withdrawn their Xianqi defense to rest. Jun Moxie felt that if he missed such a good opportunity, he would be letting himself down. But he didn't expect to be able to kill 4 of them in one go. Controlling 4 flying daggers at the same time while invisible was already Jun Moxie's current peak technique. He didn't expect that all 4 flying knives would be successful. He even killed a Tianxian expert. This made Jun Moxie quite proud of himself. A long time passed in silence. Suddenly, the tree that Lei Jinhong and the others had surrounded suddenly spoke. "You're finally here? Hee, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Then the voice continued, "You still haven't come out? Don't tell me you want me to catch you myself?" There was a hint of anger in the voice. The voice wasn't loud nor was it angry. It was indifferent and seemed to be talking to a person face to face. But there was no one around. Of course there was no sound either. After a while the voice sounded again indifferently. Unexpectedly it repeated, "You're finally here? Hee, I've been waiting for you for a long time." It paused for a moment and then continued, "You still haven't come out? Don't tell me you want me to catch you myself?" It repeated itself again after a while. Still no one answered. He would repeat it every once in a while. He wasn't impatient nor annoyed. But it was reckoned that someone would have gone insane if they'd been listening to his emotionless voice. After he persistently repeated it more than 10 times, there was finally a response. 2 black-clothed men appeared in the field like ghosts. Their faces were full of amazement. They had thought that there were people in this world who could discover them. But those people couldn't be more than a handful of people. They hadn't expected that one of them would appear here. Moreover, the 2 of them had been discovered when they were about 100 feet away from this place. Moreover, it was raining heavily in such bad weather. This was simply unimaginable. One of the sturdy black-clothed men raised his thick eyebrows. Then he opened his wide and thick lips and said in a daze, "Who are you? How did you know that we've arrived? Don't play tricks with me. Hurry up and come out." These 2 mysterious men were naturally the 2 black-clothed men who'd snatched the Xiandan. And they'd clearly left. During the process of snatching the Xiandan, Jun Moxie had suddenly activated the Hongjun Pagoda in order to ascertain their identities, and to lure them to come and meet up again. The reason why Jun Daxiao was so sure that they'd come back for a second time was very simple. Previously, when the world's purest spiritual energy had suddenly emerged, Shi Changshao and the other Xin realm experts hadn't noticed it. But these 2 mysterious men had already sensed it with exceptional sensitivity. In fact, if they hadn't sensed it, Jun Daxiao wouldn't have waited here. Naturally, if no one had sensed it, then the scheme that Jun Moxie had painstakingly laid out could be declared a failure. Although the 2 mysterious men had sensed the aura that they desired the most, there had been too many opponents at that time. Moreover, the person who'd released the aura hadn't actually appeared. So they had no choice but to retreat first. But the 2 of them were suspicious. Although this person hadn't appeared immediately, he'd released such an aura. Moreover, he'd retracted it after just 1 touch. Presumably, he'd had other tricks up his sleeves. Or perhaps he'd wanted to greet the 2 of them. Due to their desire for the pure spiritual energy, even though they knew that there was a certain amount of risk involved, they still had to try it. Therefore, the 2 of them had waited until everyone had dispersed before sneaking back. And they'd come back again. After all, to them, the spiritual energy that had been emitted by that hidden expert was the most tempting thing in the world. They believed that there wouldn't be any miraculous elixirs or heavenly treasures that could attract them more than this. Therefore, once they discovered it, they wouldn't let it go. This was exactly what Jun Daxiao had expected. And this was also Jun Moxie's main objective. Compared to luring them to come here, luring a large number of experts into a great battle, crippling the strength of the Li family and the Silver Blizzard City's experts, successfully killing Lei Jianhong, and even finding a way to use the level 9 Shendan, all of these had become insignificant. Because their arrival could perhaps resolve the Jun family's biggest disaster if they were lucky. In fact, they could at least delay the arrival of that disaster. The reason for this was Jun Daxiao's operation of his trump card. Now that these people had arrived, it was time for Jun Moxie to turn the clouds with one hand and rain with the other. "I don't know if my wish will come true." A burst of laughter resounded in front of the 2 mysterious men. It was deep and powerful, but it was filled with a strange feeling. There wasn't even a shadow of a person in front of them apart from a big tree. But this voice was clearly in front of them. These 2 men's origins were admittedly very strange. But they had never seen such a supernatural event before. They took a step back and placed their palms across their chests as if they were facing a formidable enemy. "Who the hell are you? Come out." Without any warning, in front of the 2 mysterious black-clothed men, another black-clothed masked man suddenly appeared. It seemed as if this man had drilled out of the ground, but it also seemed as if he had materialized out of thin air. These two men weren't any weaker than the 8 great masters. But they hadn't been able to detect how this black-clothed man had appeared. Even the leader of the 8 great masters, Yun Bi Chen, wouldn't be able to pull off such a feat. This was extremely strange. However, these two men didn't know that even the leader of the 8 great masters, Yun Bi Chen, wouldn't be able to detect this sudden appearance of the yin-yang escape technique. However, the two mysterious men were more concerned about another matter than this man's appearance. That was because they had sensed that familiar, cordial and unusually thirsty aura from this black-clothed man's body the moment he had appeared. The two men were now completely sure that this wasn't an illusion. "Who are you? What's your purpose in bringing us here?" the thin and tall man asked in a vigilant manner. "I naturally have my reasons for bringing you here." The black-clothed man's eyes flashed as he said, "I'm Feng Ju Qing. May I ask your names?" "You don't know our origins?" the thin and tall man asked in a puzzled manner. This man in front of him wasn't ordinary. So he wouldn't use a fake name to deceive them. But he had never heard of the name Feng Ju Qing. Could it be that we've been living in seclusion for so long that we've become ignorant? "I've roughly guessed your origins. But I don't know your names. After all, it's not difficult to determine your origins, right?" This black-clothed man was obviously Jun Moxie. He would have never shown himself if he hadn't ascertained the origins of these two men. "Well, that's right. I'm Long Crane and this is my 4th brother, Bear Mountain." The thin and tall man nodded. "So, it's Brother Feng. I've heard so much about your great name. It's a great honor to meet you in person. It's a great honor to meet you today." "What? You've heard of the name Feng Ju Qing?" Jun Moxie tilted his head. "This is the first time I've heard of this name. And you've heard so much about him? Did I accidentally borrow the name of a famous person?" "Of course we haven't heard of him." The burly big bear said honestly, "Isn't this the polite greeting you guys are used to saying when you meet each other? Pretending to be close? Why did you take it so seriously? I despise you." "Crap. I'm being looked down upon by a bear." "Ahem, the two of you have traveled thousands of miles to Tianxiang City. Could it be that you've come here for this peak level 9 Shendan?" Jun Moxie touched his nose. "This isn't a peak level 9 Shendan. Ordinary Shenqi experts might have been fooled, but unfortunately we've been." Long Crane flipped his palm, and the Shendan that Jun Moxie had forged appeared in his palm. "It's true that we've come here for the rumored peak level 9 Shendan. But it seems that we've been fooled." He looked at Jun Moxie meaningfully. "But since I've met you, it can be said that I didn't make a wasted trip. Perhaps we've gained a lot from this trip." Chapter 192. That's only natural. What I can give you is naturally far more valuable than a peak level 9 Shenkor. Jun Moxie snorted and said in an indifferent tone, but full of temptation. Young Master Jun wasn't putting on an act this time. As long as he had the Hongjun Pagoda, he could give these two people benefits that they could only dream of. In fact, it was benefits that they couldn't even dream of. "Perhaps you've misunderstood. The reason why we want to obtain the 9th level Shendan is not to increase our strength." Long Crane's slender eyes revealed a look of pain. "What we want to do is very simple. We want to take back the Shendan. We don't want to use it for anything special." Jun Moxie was sensitive enough to understand that the Shendan was a Shendan in the mouth of these two men. "Is there something else?" The word Shen has the meaning of Shendan, which is completely different from automatically. "Third brother, why are you talking nonsense with this brat? Brat, hurry up and hand over that treasure of yours and I'll take it and leave. Don't make things difficult for yourself." Bear Mountain glared at Jun Moxie with his huge eyes as he spoke in a robbing tone. "Otherwise I'll slap you to death. No matter how good a treasure is, it's meaningless if you don't have the life to enjoy it. That's what you say, third brother? Slap me to death? Are you sure you have that kind of strength?" Jun Moxie rolled his eyes as he spoke in a tone full of pride and confidence. Jun Daxiao was surprised that this guy could speak such philosophical words, but he couldn't understand where this guy's confidence came from. "I believe that no one would doubt my unfathomable strength just by looking at my methods." "Of course not." Bear Mountain shook his head and puffed out his chest. "But you certainly don't have the ability to slap me to death. Why are you shouting if you don't have the ability? Besides, when did I say I wanted to slap you to death? I really admire you." Jun Moxie looked at him in puzzlement. "Then old Bear, are you the 4th? "Yeah. How did you know?" Bear Mountain scratched his head and asked in surprise. "How would I know? Your third brother just introduced you as his 4th brother. How would I know?" Just now, I thought that he was pretending to be stupid, but now it seems that he really is stupid. Jun Moxie did not know whether to laugh or cry. You really are an idiot. Jun Moxie racked his brains for a long time, but he really couldn't find a better adjective. How do you know my nickname? Did Second Bro tell you? You've seen Second Brother? Bear Mountain's eyes widened and he suddenly jumped up. You must have seen it before, otherwise how would you know? I'm warning you. Stop calling me by my nickname. If you call me again, I'll get angry with you. I think I should just call you Lao Xiong, Jun Moxie said readily. That's right. Bear Mountain shook his head proudly. I'm a bear to begin with, so calling me Lao Xiong can be considered as fitting. Jun Moxie was completely speechless. It wasn't that he had never seen reckless people, and he had also seen people like the Dugu family. Other than that, he had also seen stupid people and he had seen naive people, but he had never seen such an outrageous one. He was really at home. He really lived up to his name as the legendary bear. To bear. Jun Moxie seemed to be very tired, because he had been using his divine sense to maintain the state of summoning the Hongjun Pagoda, trying his best to maintain the pure aura of the heavens perception that he had fused with the Hongjun Pagoda. He definitely couldn't let the two people in front of him see through his true strength. Otherwise it would be terrible. Because once his true strength was revealed, this expert, with unfathomable strength would immediately become a mouth-watering piece of meat. An expert, without sufficient strength did not have the qualifications to speak on equal terms with an abnormally strong high-level Shen beast. Tell me your true intentions. Long Crane looked at Jun Moxie vigilantly. He felt that this black-clothed man in front of him was full of mysteries. His intuition told him that this man's strength wasn't very high. But he couldn't see through this man's strength. Moreover, this man's body was full of temptation. In fact, almost all high-level Shen beasts would find it difficult to resist such a fatal temptation. True intentions? It's actually very simple. I just want to trouble the two of you to do something for me. Jun Moxie didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Ha, you want to ask us to do something for you? Do you know who we are? Why do you want us to do something for you? Long Crane laughed twice and said with some mockery, Don't think that you can coerce us to do anything for you just because you have something that we desire. No matter how precious or rare it is, there's nothing we can't let go of. Your Excellency, you're too naive. Even if we take 10,000 steps back and say that we really need it, can't we just rob it? Didn't I snatch that Shendan just now? Your Excellency may be amazing, but are you confident that you're stronger than Shi Changshao and Solitary Eagle? Is that really the case? There's no need to resort to insinuations in front of famous people. Your Excellency is a top-notch Shen beast, so you're not deceiving yourself. Why did you come back if you don't care about that thing? You didn't have to come back. As for the word rob, are you sure that you have the ability to do so? I may not be stronger than Shi Changshao and Solitary Eagle, but do you really think that you were able to snatch the Shendan by relying on your tyrannical strength? Jun Dashao's tone changed and became even more awe-inspiring. Earlier, the mysterious duo had seemed awe-inspiring and had managed to deal with many Xin Xian and Tian Xian, and had even managed to escape with ease. Firstly, they had grasped the timing very well, and secondly, Shi Changshao and the others had fought for half a night, and their strength had been greatly reduced. Otherwise, even if they were Shen beasts and their bodies were far stronger than humans, and their strength was on par with Xin Xian's, they wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. They were all top-level Shen beasts, and naturally understood the importance of this matter. Moreover, they didn't want to speak against their conscience and couldn't help but be at a loss for words. Jun Dashao was also a sensible person, and naturally wouldn't provoke the duo any further. He chuckled and said, It's a win-win situation for both of us, so there's no need to make such a big fuss. If the two of you think that my conditions are too harsh, we can always discuss it again. As the saying goes, asking for a sky-high price and paying the price on the ground, it's nothing more than that. Jun Dashao paused for a moment and then changed the topic. If I'm not mistaken, the two of you have already reached a bottleneck in the growth of your strength. Although the two of you are gifted, it's not easy for you to break through early. Especially in this world, there are too few people like you, so you have even less experience in breaking through bottlenecks. Even if you want to find help from others or learn from them, you can't. Just now, you also felt that the thing that I have is what you lack the most. Isn't that enough? Strength is the most important thing in this world. Without strength, the two of you will end up the same as that level 9 pinnacle Shendan that you're fighting for. Jun Moxie smiled cruelly, although it's not possible for now, but according to the advancement of the Shen beasts in the Shen continent, as long as a Shen beast reaches the peak of its innate talent, and doesn't advance for a long time, its strength and energy will also degenerate as it ages. At that time, I believe that even an ordinary supreme martial artist, Xian, would be able to put you to death. Don't tell me that the two of you want to stay in the dark Tianfa forest, and never come out for the rest of your lives? The two of them started breathing heavily at the same time. Although Jun Dashao's words were sharp, they had pointed out the side of their hearts that they were most unwilling to mention. Think about it, how beautiful the outside world is. Whether it's food, drink, accommodation, power, wealth, or beautiful women, the boundless world, the colorful world, as long as you have enough strength, who in this world can do anything to you? Everything is at your fingertips. Jun Moxie continued to use flowery words to tempt them. Do you think that I'll be able to instruct you as long as you advance to the next level? What you'll be exchanging for is nothing more than this matter. Perhaps you'll only need a few days to exchange for a lifetime of freedom and incomparable strength. Isn't that enough? Although your words are quite reasonable, we have a habit of never doing things for the weak. Why would we listen to the orders of a weakling if you can't subdue us, and show that you're stronger than us? Long Crane's eyes flickered as he thought for a long time. These two people were the Xian Beast Kings who had come out of the Tianfa forest. The top-notch Xian Beasts had their own dignity. Even if they yearned for something, they would never bow their heads to the weak. Ever since Jun Moxie had found out that his aura could attract high-level Xian Beasts, and that the little iron-winged panther had unexpectedly advanced to the next level, Jun Dashao had been confident that he was a rare commodity. Therefore he had been planning to capture the legendary Xian Beast King. If he could attract the Xian Beast King, then Jun Moxie wouldn't have to fear anyone in this world anymore. However, there was a precondition. The Xian Beast King had to be willing to listen to his orders. Only then would he be able to be like the great master Yunbi Chen, who had led a level 9 Xian Beast to roam the world unhindered. However, young Master Jun's target wasn't a young iron-winged panther, but a level 9 Xian Beast. Therefore his plan had to be meticulous. Not to mention the fact that he wouldn't be able to get a level 9 Xian Beast to accompany him if he made a mistake. In fact, his life could be in danger at any time. Therefore Jun Dashao had made a meticulous plan. First, he had used the level 9 Shendan as a gimmick to spread the news around the world. He was confident that the Xian Beast King would get wind of it. Since the other experts were so interested, there was no reason for the Xian Beast to sit back and watch. Jun Imosie's goal was admittedly to increase his grandfather's strength. Or he could use his words to incite a war and weaken the enemy's strength. But his ultimate goal was only one: to attract the Xian Beast King. Then he would think of a way to subdue it. His plan was that even though his strength wasn't enough, he had the Hongjun Pagoda to borrow its power. His lack of strength was the reason why he had such a daring idea. If I had the strength of the great master Xian, would I still need the help of Xian Beasts? Therefore Jun Moxie had been training day and night in order to strengthen his connection with the Hongjun Pagoda. Ever since he had obtained the Yin-Yang escape technique, Jun Moxie's idea had become more and more urgent. Chapter 193. However, Jun Imosia had been restraining himself. He wanted to break through the second layer of the Hongjun Pagoda at the very least. And he wanted to reach the Earth Shen level by the standards of this continent. Only then would he be able to give it a try. Otherwise the risk would be too great. However, the plan would never be able to keep up with the changes. The sudden appearance of the Shuehan Manor had forced Jun Moxie's plan to be brought forward. Although there was still a period of buffer time, Jun Imosia decided to immediately launch his immature plan as a precaution. Perhaps this plan was also one of the reasons why Jun Moxie dared to confront the Shuehan Manor. Of course, the success rate of launching his plan now was almost negligible. However, Jun Moxie still decided to give it a try. If he succeeded, then everything would be settled once and for all. If he failed, then the Jun family and the Shuehan Manor would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. In Jun Moxie's mind, it was no big deal to die a man's death like a bird. Fuck off. It's just a life, do you really need to cherish it so much? However, Jun Moxie had never imagined that his plan would actually succeed. Not only did the great master Xian get involved, but 2 of the legendary 8 great masters had also come. After the big fight, everything went according to his plan. The most successful part was that the legendary king of the Xian Beasts had finally received the news and rushed here. However, what made Jun Moxie depressed was that not only had the legendary king of the Xian Beasts come, but there were also 2 of them. Moreover, these 2 king of the Xian Beasts didn't have any estrangement with each other. Moreover, both of them were arrogant and unruly. This almost ruined Jun Moxie's original plan of seducing and subduing the king of the Xian Beasts. Who was the one who told me that there was only one king of the Xian Beasts? I really want to spank him. Jun Dashao immediately remembered that this information had come from his grandfather, Jun Zhantian. After all, Jun Tian hadn't reached the level of Shen Xian. Among the people he had come into contact with, there were very few experts. Most of them were secular officials and generals. So, he really didn't know much about this matter. Actually, for Grandpa Jun to know about the existence of the King of Shen beasts was already very rare. These fellows, who stood at the pinnacle of the profound beasts, were basically equivalent to the 8 great supreme martial artists. Most of them concealed their identities when they came out. Even if they came into contact with other profound practitioners, they would only come into contact with Shen Xian. Even if they came into contact with other profound practitioners, they would be easily killed by them. Naturally, no news would spread. Another reason that caused the collapse of Jun Moxi's plan was the Shen beast companion of the great master Yun Bi Chen. In fact, it was also a king of Shen beasts. And this matter seemed to be restricted in the special circle of Shen beasts. And this matter was even more secretive. For example, Shi Changshao of the 8 great masters had temporarily stopped chasing after Long Crane when he found out about the identity of the great master Yun Bi Chen. All in all, Jun Dashao realized that his original intention was a little too blindly optimistic, and he had set his goal too high. Therefore he had to settle for the next best thing. Perhaps you don't want to be my companion. But I'm very tempting. Can you help me do something for me? Moreover, you won't be able to refuse my offer. I hadn't expected that this request would be met with a rebuff. Do I need to subdue them to be strong? Isn't this fucking nonsense? Why would I be afraid of Li Ju Tian if I had the strength to subdue the 2 of you? I would have beaten the second great master up until his face turned red. Then I would have stuffed that old man up his ass. Jun Dashao was speechless. He was depressed and he was at a loss. How could he not see through Long Crane's plan? Well, let's see. Then we brothers will do something for you if you're really strong. But we brothers won't be able to snatch your treasures if you're just a spear made of wax. As for doing something, do something for me. A Shen beast has such a cunning mind. Jun Moxi was even more speechless and depressed. It seems that the initiative has shifted. Subdue? How do you want me to be subdued? Jun Moxi was somewhat impatient. Damn it. I'm going to explode like a tortoise and you 2 aren't going to bow down to me? And you're still chattering with me? I'm the main character here. I can't bear this anymore. I can't bear this anymore. I can't bear this anymore. Isn't it simple? Let's fight and we'll know. Big Bear revealed a rare and treacherous expression. It was hard to believe that such an expression would appear on his incomparably simple and honest face. What nonsense are you talking about? Long Crane hastily reprimanded his 4th brother. Shouting and killing all day long is the behavior of a boorish man. We're experts. He looked at Jun Moxi and thought, 4th brother doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If this guy is like Yun Bi Chen, then won't we follow in our second brother's footsteps? But we can't run away like our second brother. Won't we be tortured to death by our eldest brother? It would be good if we could torture him to death. But we'll be finished if we can't. We're experts of the present age. We can't imitate the likes of ordinary people. Let's fight 3 rounds to determine the winner. Long Crane stretched out 3 fingers towards Jun Moxi. 2 wins out of 3 rounds. If you win, we brothers promise to help you with one thing. However, we won't be lacking in benefits. Yes, you won't be lacking in benefits if you lose. We won't help you with anything. Big Bear added enthusiastically. So, you're saying that I'll have to give you benefits regardless of whether I win or lose? Jun Moxi stared at him in disbelief. Big Bear, you're such a talent. Why don't you go into business? You'll definitely make a profit. No, you should just go and rob. The bandits will definitely respect you too as their ancestors. In fact, Jun Moxi had already agreed in his heart. Everything would be fine if he won, and they would owe him a favor if he lost. Although they might not necessarily acknowledge this favor, but he still needed to maximize the benefits first. Big Bear's thick and hairy face also turned red. He looked at Jun Moxi and felt that his aura had become even stronger. He couldn't help but stick out his thick tongue, and licked his lips as he laughed foolishly. He rubbed his hands together and gave a thumbs up. Where did you put it? I've been searching for a long time and I can't find it. You really have some skills. You're using your divine sense. Jun Moxi was startled. These 2 aren't stupid. I was wondering how they could be so calm. It turns out that they were secretly using their divine sense to probe me. Fortunately, I didn't give it to them for free. Otherwise, if she was really done in by a beast, it would not be good to say it. Long Crane also felt that his 4th brother's words were somewhat shameless. So he smiled awkwardly and said, we can change it if you have any objections. But it's impossible for us to bow our heads and obey your orders. Who wants you to bow your heads and obey my orders? You've cultivated bitterly to reach your current realm. I don't have any other good points, but I don't force people to do things against their will. Well, that's it. I don't care about these small benefits. Jun Moxie waved his hand. But you can't propose a separate method of competition since it's a competition, right? For the sake of fairness, I'll set the question for the first round, and you'll set the question for the second round. If there's a need for a third round, then the question will be set by the winner of the second round. What do you think? Good. Then what do you say for the first round? Long Crane and Big Bear discussed it for a while and then happily agreed. We both have our own strengths. Do you think we'll lose to you? I'll make an action, and it doesn't matter which one of you manages to do it. Then it'll count as my loss. Jun Moxie thought for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth revealed a sly smile. Good. The two men were very confident. Their Shen-Chi was at the peak of their realm, and their bodies could expand or shrink at will. So, wouldn't it be easy for them to imitate someone else's actions? Long Crane's heart was bursting with confidence. Don't talk about ordinary actions. I can even tie a knot with my neck. What's more difficult than that? Ah. Watch carefully, Jun Moxie shouted, and the two men quickly opened their eyes wide. A strange scene appeared. Jun Imosie's black-masked body suddenly stood there calmly, and then his 2 feet slowly sank into the ground, followed by his legs, waist. And finally, his head also sank into the ground. The most amazing thing was that the ground was still flat and there was no hole at all. His whole body had disappeared in front of the two men's eyes, and they could only watch helplessly as he disappeared. After a while, there was a sudden crashing sound at a place about 30 or 40 feet away. The two men hurriedly looked over and saw a masked man's head grow out of the ground and then slowly rise up. Just abdomen, waist, legs. Jun Moxie had shown off in a godly manner, and there wasn't a single drop of water on his body, nor was there a single speck of mud on his body. How is this possible? Long Crane and Big Bear's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and their eyes were like searchlights as they looked at Jun Moxie's body, and they swallowed their saliva at the same time. Then they suddenly thought of something and went to the place where Jun Moxie had disappeared, and punched the ground with a bang. The mud splashed everywhere and a big hole appeared in the middle of the ground. The two men moved their heads closer and carefully examined it. They even grabbed a handful of soil and carefully examined it to see if it was different from other places. The two men busied themselves for a long time, and finally determined one thing. The opposite party shouldn't be playing any tricks. But what kind of method is this? Isn't it too strange? Is he even human? The two men unconsciously lost their wits, and still couldn't believe that such a thing had happened in front of their very eyes. Now it's your turn. Jun Moxie was very gentle and spoke in a very modest manner. It's just a small trick, and it's difficult to enter the Hall of Elegance. I'll lose this match if you two can do it once. This was obviously a pretentious act. The yin-yang escape technique was unique in this world, and it was even unique in his previous world. The people of the Shen continent hadn't even heard of this technique, so how could he do it? Chapter 194. So, I've won the first round? Jun Moxie deliberately asked the silent Long Crane. The decision was clearly in Long Crane's hands, and Jun Moxie obviously wouldn't let him off. Yes, we've lost. Long Crane smacked his lips twice and reluctantly said with difficulty. Even though he was filled with admiration and shock, he was also clear that with the mysterious ability that Ling Han had displayed, winning this match was practically equivalent to winning all 3 matches. What kind of remarkable ability did Ling Han have to be able to achieve this? This was simply beyond the scope of his understanding. Because his third brother's so-called speed and strength were simply useless in the face of his opponent's godly ability. This was what Long Crane was thinking. And Xiong Kai Tian was probably thinking the same thing as well. Thank you for letting me win. Jun Moxie smiled and cupped his hands. It's your turn in the next round. I don't mind if you two come at me together. But we do mind. We're simply looking for trouble if we go head-to-head with you. Do you think we're fools? The two men who had been eager to give it a try were suddenly at a loss for words. There was no doubt that Jun Moxie's display of strength had shaken the two men, and had thoroughly dispelled their small calculations. Long Crane and Big Bear frowned at the same time, and their faces revealed an awkward expression. How can we compete with such an expert? It seems as if we'll lose in everything. The two men whispered to each other for a while, and the more they discussed, the more they felt that they were losing. And the more they discussed, the more they felt that they wouldn't be able to win. The two men didn't speak as they looked at each other and were at their wits' end. It seems that you won't be able to come up with a solution in a short time. Why don't you two discuss it first and I'll go home and take a nap? Jun Moxie teased. Why are you so arrogant? Your father will compete with you. Compete? Xiong Kaitian was furious. He opened his mouth to curse but he was stuck. He tried to say 5 or 6 times but he couldn't say what to compete with. Instead he was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. What do you want to compete in? Jun Moxie asked. Fuck your grandpa. Xiong Kaitian couldn't think of anything for a long time, so he flew into a rage out of embarrassment. Why are you in such a hurry? We agreed that we would set the questions. Why are you rushing us? Don't you have the demeanor of an expert? Jun Moxie's face was filled with black lines and he almost fainted. Fuck my grandpa? Fortunately he heard the next sentence. Otherwise, Jun Moxie would have had the urge to roast a bear paw on the spot. Demeanor of an expert? You guys don't have the slightest hint of an expert. Are you going to compete or not? It was almost dawn. You are very free but this seat still has a lot of things to do. Jun Dashao wasn't a good-tempered person either. He immediately flew into a rage. You two are men. How can you be more long-winded than women? I'll compete with you. Xiong Kaitian heard him calling him a woman. That was the most intolerable thing to him. He jumped up in anger. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. He shouted, I'll compete with you in peeing? What? Jun Moxie heard these words. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning and fell to the ground. He felt dizzy as he looked at this burly man in front of him. He had a fierce face and his entire body was exuding a valiant aura. He couldn't have imagined that the words compete in peeing would come out of his mouth. Does he think that he's still a 3-year-old? Jun Moxie couldn't believe that he had misheard. Long Crane was also startled. His sharp mouth opened wide and his slender eyes couldn't help but widen. In fact, his pupils seemed to be getting smaller and smaller as a result. Compete? Compete in peeing? Jun Moxie's mouth was wide open. He looked like a duck that had been struck by lightning. He shook his head as he spoke. He was still doubting his own ears. That's right. Compete in peeing. Bear Mountain seemed to be throwing caution to the wind since he had already said it. He felt a little heroic. He was like a prostitute who had been flirting with him. But he had suddenly stripped naked. He had become somewhat unscrupulous. Your father want to compete in peeing with you. How about it? We agreed that the second round of the competition would be decided by us. Do you want to go back on your word? Let's compete. How do you plan to compete? Or distance? Or more? Jun Moxie's mouth was crooked. He bared his teeth and hissed as he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. A Supreme Divine Shen expert, a Grandmaster-level figure, actually took the initiative to challenge me to a pissing contest? I've participated in this competition before. But I've done it before I was 3 years old. I've never done it after I was 3 years old. A big man, a male creature in front of outsiders took out his own things and just did that. No matter how one looked at it, it was not good to say it. This guy was too fierce. Could it be that animals? Oh no, high-level Shen beasts did not care about this. What is this? But at this moment he had no choice but to bite the bullet. Who asked him to underestimate the other party's level of shamelessness? That's not right. The crane and the bear were originally beasts. Adding on the fact that they were at the top, naturally they were worse than beasts. First, we don't compete in height. Second, we don't compete in distance. Most importantly, we don't compete in quantity. The few methods you mention are used by uncouth people. We are seniors. How can we be so uncouth? Big Bear snorted twice and cleared his throat. Even though he had the skin of a black bear, he still blushed a little. However, if they were to lose this battle, the two of them would have to do something for this unknown person in front of them. Who knew what kind of request this person would make? If this kind of person wasn't confident in doing it, how could it be easy? So, Bear Mountain made up his mind. Damn it. No one saw it. I'll be shameless. What can you do? As long as we win the competition, it doesn't matter if we're beastly. We're not humans anyway. You did a movement just now. We can't do it. So we admit defeat. Bear Mountain tried his best to keep his face straight. He was afraid that if he relaxed, he would reveal a look of shame. Now I will also do a movement. As long as you can do it once, we lose. If you can't do it, then you lose. The movement of peeing? Jun Moxie's eyes widened. This thing has a special movement? This seems to be something that no one taught me when I was born. Now that I've grown so big, I can do it with one hand, 2 hands, or even with my hands behind my back. Whether it's standing or lying down, shaking my butt or jumping up high or even running while doing it, it's not a difficult thing. As for drawing circles and other things, it's not a problem at all. If I really can't do it, I can squat. Oh, that's fine too. Other than that, I don't need to use my asterisk 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 to do it. Then I really can't do it. Nonsense. Of course it's the movement of peeing. How can it be the movement of drinking wine? Bear Mountain was already embarrassed. Seeing him like this, he felt even more guilty. He hurriedly scolded him and reminded him, "Watch carefully. I'm going to start." Jun Moxie couldn't bear to watch. He closed his eyes. "What is this? Do I have to watch you pee with my eyes wide open? Damn it, you're not a peerless beauty. Do you really think that you can pee?" Just as he was thinking this, Bear Mountain exhaled and roared. His 2 thick feet stomped on the ground. His burly body flew majestically into the sky. It was amazing. His movements were elegant, natural, and without any sloppiness. He was indeed at the level of Supreme Shinshan. Good movement. Jun Moxie raised his head and clapped his hands without hesitation. However, his eyes were full of confusion. Didn't this guy say he wanted to pee? Why did he go up to the sky? Jun Dashao's doubts were soon answered. Bear Mountain grinned proudly in the air. His body was still rising. His hands quickly untied the waistband of his trousers while he was still ascending. Then he calmly reached inside and grabbed it. Then he nimbly fished it out. His cheeks trembled. He supported himself with one hand in midair. Then he puffed out his chest and sucked in his abdomen. Then he exerted his strength, and a glistening yellow water arrow spurted out like a flood of the Yellow River. Jun Moxie was flabbergasted. In fact, he had a strong urge to faint. Long Crane suddenly covered his face with his hands. What does it mean to be shameful? This is what it means to be shameful. No, it means to be shameful to humans. It should be shameful to be a beast. Bear Mountain's tall and sturdy body was still standing upright in the air. His eyes were deeply looking into the distance. His chest was bulging, and his hands were placed under his crotch in a bird-catching manner. His body was slowly rotating, and the sparkling water arrow was spurting out in all directions. The thickness was uniform and the distance was the same. At first, it was in the form of a water column. Then, it turned into a series of water droplets. By the time it neared the ground, Bear Mountain's sleeves fluttered in the wind. His movements were extremely agile and graceful. He was extremely confident and at ease in the air. Looking from afar, he looked elegant and dignified. In fact, he looked like an immortal, except for the indecent parts. His body was also slowly descending. But the speed of his descent was so slow that it was almost negligible. Finally, it came to an end. The water arrow that had been spurting out in all directions slowly shrunk, and finally stopped flowing. Then Big Bear shuddered in the air in a very comfortable manner. His 2 hands quickly moved and nimbly stuffed that thing into his crotch. He even had the time to tie a bowknot on his belt. After everything was done, Bear Mountain's body leisurely descended. His bearing was graceful and his expression was refined. His face was not flushed and he was not out of breath. He smiled at Jun Moxie and nodded his head in greeting. "I didn't drink enough water earlier." Bear Mountain seemed to be a little regretful. He felt that he hadn't done it to perfection. Jun Dashao was extremely shocked. He remembered a day in his previous life when he was walking on the street. He coincidentally saw a drunk man running to the command post of the traffic police at the crossroads. Then he unscrupulously took off his pants and sprayed water at the rolling traffic in all directions. At that time he already thought that man was a master of his generation. But, compared to Bear Mountain, that man paled in comparison. Just the difficulty alone was at least 1,000 times higher. What an amazing man. Bear Mountain tightened his belt and said proudly, "Kid, I'm done with my demonstration. Now it's your turn." Jun Moxie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at this supreme master, whose skin was 3 times thicker than the Great Wall of China. Jun Moxie shook his head in admiration. He sighed deeply and said, "I give up." Chapter 195. I'm not bullying you. This is something that everyone can do. Bear Mountain opened his mouth wide and was very happy that he had won a round. I admire you. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Jun Moxie said sincerely. Jun Moxie's decision to admit defeat was a decision that he had no other choice. One must know that Jun Dashao was also a shameless person. Moreover, not only did he disguise himself, he even masked his face. What couldn't he do? Wasn't it just peeing? You can be shameless, but I don't have the courage to show my spear? It wasn't that he was disgusted by Bear Mountain, but he really couldn't do it. Although this was indeed an action that any male animal could try. If it was purely a high-altitude operation, any ordinary expert would be able to do it easily. But peeing in the air, even the number one supreme being Yun Bichen might not be able to do it. This was a physiological reaction. As long as one was still a human, it was absolutely impossible to increase one's Shen Qi when it was convenient. No matter if it was internal strength, Shen Qi or Do Qi, it was useless at this time. Otherwise, one's body would be as hard as steel. Regardless of front or back, big or small, it wouldn't come out. It wasn't difficult for him to jump up and unzip his pants. However, if he had to relax every muscle in his body in the air and let the glistening yellow thing fall out, it was absolutely impossible. Once he relaxed, he would fall to the ground with a thud. Perhaps some people would ask why Bear Mountain was able to do something that even Yun Bichen couldn't do. Could it be that Bear Mountain's strength was higher than Yun Bichen's? This had nothing to do with one's own strength. This was the fundamental difference between humans and Shen beasts. Xiong Kai Tian and his brother's strength was at the peak of level 9 Shen beasts. All of them had a special skill or innate skill, which was levitation. Shen beasts could completely rely on their senses to stay in the air. On the other hand, humans had to use their qi to do so. Therefore, in this aspect, Shen beasts were undoubtedly much stronger. Moreover, Lao Xiong was the king of Shen beasts. In fact, Bear Mountain's ability to stay in the air was the weakest amongst his brothers due to his weight. But he was still capable of doing such a thing. Moreover, he knew that Long Crane would rather lose than do such a thing. Therefore, Bear Mountain had generously volunteered for this task. Of course, there was another important point in sending Lao Xiong out. Lao Xiong was also the one with the thickest skin among the few of them. Sure enough, he was able to win the battle in one fell swoop. Now both sides had one win, one loss, and one draw. Long Crane's back was turned and his long and slender neck was hanging down. It seemed as if he didn't have the face to see anyone. This was too shameful. The dignified lord of Tianfa, and a holy beast of his generation, had used such a despicable method to win. Fortunately, there were only 3 people present. Moreover, the person opposite them had an unfathomable cultivation. So he should be an expert with profound self-restraint. Perhaps he wouldn't mind the 4th brother's despicable method. So he wouldn't make it public. Damn it. Why didn't I say that no one is allowed to leak the results of the match to a 4th person? Brother Crane, congratulations. Your 4th brother's ability to defy the heavens is truly world-shattering. This little brother is sincerely convinced and humbly admits defeat. However, Jun Moxie wouldn't let him off. Long Crane's skin was much thinner than that of Bear Mountain's. So, how could Jun Dashao let go of such a good opportunity to ridicule him? Otherwise, how would he be able to vent out the depression he felt from losing just now? According to the rules, the winner of the 2nd round has the right to decide how the next round will be fought. Now, I ask Brother Crane's opinion. Long Crane coughed twice and then turned around in embarrassment. He fiercely glared at Bear Mountain. Then he revealed an extremely unnatural smile. His throat felt as if he had feces in it as he spoke in a muffled voice. Brother Feng, you're very magnanimous and magnanimous. You let me win, you let me win, you flatter me. This is true talent. I lost fair and square. Who told me to reincarnate into the wrong body? Jun Moxie said magnanimously. He had placed extra emphasis on the words genuine and magnanimous. However, he had forgotten that he himself wasn't any better than Bear Mountain. Bear Mountain had used his own innate skill. However, Jun Moxie had cheated even though it was his own skill. It's about the same weight as 8 tails. He didn't know how Long Crane could see that Jun Dashao was magnanimous and magnanimous. But that look in his eyes was very strange. Could be said that Long Crane was a Shen Crane in human form. So, he had always been noble and proud. So, he would rather concede defeat than use such a despicable method to win. But he couldn't do anything to his reckless 4th brother. So, he might have won this fight, but his heart wasn't satisfied. He felt that using such a cheap trick was a disgrace to his identity. Secondly, it was a disgrace to his opponent. Thirdly, it wasn't a good thing to talk about. But, he has a very magical ability. The more he thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. And he saw Jun Moxie concede defeat. And he felt even more ashamed. And he felt that the person before him was a magnanimous and magnanimous man. And he wanted to make friends with him. The next round. Long Crane stared at him for a long time. Then he remembered that the next round would be decided by him. But there wasn't much to compare with. Facing such an opponent was a real headache. Especially, his opponent's confident look had made Long Crane feel a little guilty. He had a vague feeling that no matter what he competed in, it was all within his opponent's expectations. This was the second time in Long Crane's long life that he had felt this way. The first time was when he had faced Yin Bi-chin. Long Crane suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that this person is comparable to Yin Bi-chin? Bear Mountain stupidly squeezed his way forward. Then he grinned and said, "Third brother, haven't you thought about it? Isn't this a very simple matter?" Long Crane rolled his eyes. He wasn't interested in talking to this guy. "Don't tell me you have a way?" Jun Moxie looked at him with interest. "Do I still need to think about it?" Bear Mountain shook his head. "The next round will be a pissing contest. Isn't that enough? This guy has tasted the sweetness. He's shameless to the end." Jun Imosier and Long Crane staggered as soon as these words left their mouths. In fact, the two of them were so shocked that they almost rolled into a pile. What kind of beast is this? Isn't this too despicable and shameless? He's worse than a beast. No, this isn't enough to describe him. But there's no more despicable word to describe him. He's too much of a beast. Why don't you go and die? Don't you have any shame? Long Crane cursed. He felt the urge to burst into tears. Then he ferociously kicked Jun Imosier's buttocks and flew into a rage. "Get lost. Even if you're shameless, your third brother is. Get lost." Bear Mountain awkwardly rubbed his buttocks and said, "Third brother, there's an outsider here. Can't you give me some face? No matter what, I'm still a respectable person. If you really want to kick me, then wait for my back to kick me. You're in the wrong here. Bah, what face do you have? You've thrown it away a long time ago." Long Crane scolded as he expected better from Jun Imosier. "Scram to the side, don't open your mouth. You were the one who couldn't come up with a solution, but I did. I even won the competition. You don't want to say anything, but you don't want me to say anything." Bear Mountain grumbled and walked away. "Actually, I don't think there's anything wrong with what your fourth brother just said. It's completely in line with the previous agreement. Let's compete again." Jun Moxie suddenly rolled his eyes and said with a strange smile. Long Crane couldn't help but cry out in alarm, "Then won't you lose without a doubt?" Bear Mountain also spoke up, "Brat, don't think that old Bear's stomach is empty just because he's done it. Our reserves are huge. So, it wouldn't be a problem to do it 2 more times." Old Bear seemed to want to continue speaking. But Long Crane glared at him and he immediately became listless. Then he muttered, "I'm doing this for his own good. That's why I'm reminding him. I'm an expert and I have to be honest. I naturally won't doubt fourth brother's words. But it's not necessarily boring to repeat the same procedure. So, how about we change the medicine and not the soup?" Long Crane snorted and said, "I'd like to hear the details." Jun Moxie snorted and smiled, "It's very simple. Fourth brother demonstrated how to pee in the sky. This time we'll do it underground. What do you think? Pee underground?" Bear Mountain suddenly turned around. Both of them opened their eyes wide at the same time. How is that possible? Once a person goes underground, it's already a miracle that they don't suffocate to death. There's mud and stones all around them. How can they release it? Even if they're lucky enough to find a relatively loose place to release it, they won't be able to escape from it. So you're saying, you can't do it? Jun Moxie smiled faintly. It's simply impossible. Both of them shook their heads at the same time. It wouldn't be a problem if it was in the sky. But it's impossible if it's underground. Do you think you can do it? What would you say if I really did it? Jun Moxie snorted and said in a provocative manner. Motherfucker, who asked you to act shamelessly? This time I will give you a taste of your own medicine. Then we'll consider it our loss. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. This kind of thing, humph. It seems that this guy lost in the sky and wants to win it back underground. But this kind of thing is impossible even if the two of us work together. This guy may have shown that he can drill into the ground, but it's completely different from peeing in the soil. Even if he's in the soil, his whole body needs to relax. Let's see how he does it. In any case, we can't think of a better way to compete. So we'll just watch him make a fool of himself. It seems that we're going to have a draw in this competition. The two of them felt a little disappointed as they thought about this. We've already discussed the conditions before. But we haven't made this clear yet. We can't snatch it by force. So why don't we discuss it with him? As long as it's not too difficult, we'll agree to it. Watch carefully. Young Master Jun snorted coldly and raised both of his hands. Instantly, the two of them felt the aura that they had been yearning for so much thickening. They couldn't help but greedily sniff and lick their lips. Their hearts were itching to the point that they could die from it. Chapter 196. Today's third update has arrived. Monthly votes. Smash it. They looked at Jun Moxie again, and found that his feet had already sunk into the soil. But there was a relaxed smile in his eyes. Jun Moxie's body had already sunk into the soil, and only his chest was exposed. The soil around him had become soft after the rain, and hadn't spilled out a single bit. Everything had happened so naturally and silently. Jun Moxie snorted, and suddenly, a sparkling arrow of water sprayed out from the ground 3 feet in front of him. It splashed out with a high-spirited momentum, and carried a unique masculine smell as it splashed onto the 2 men's bodies. The 2 men's complexions changed, and they hastily covered their noses with their hands. Their eyes were full of disbelief. He really did it. That water arrow was obviously created by the torrent of water, and it didn't seem like he was cheating. Jun Moxie pulled himself out and asked, "How was it?" The 2 men looked at each other and then hung their heads dejectedly. "You're good, we admit defeat." Jun Moxie breathed a big sigh of relief. It's finally done. But he didn't know that the 2 men on the opposite side were also very relieved. We've finally lost. It was admittedly difficult to win, but the losers were also very eager to lose. This kind of bet was really rare. What do you want us to do? Long Crane frowned and said, "We're willing to accept defeat, but I want to remind you that we can only do one thing for you. And it's only one thing. Moreover, you can't default on what you've promised us. You can't default on any reason. That's natural. As long as you accomplish my task, I'll naturally give you the reward you deserve." Jun Moxie extended his hand towards Long Crane, and smiled as a greeting. Long Crane looked at him with a puzzled expression, and slowly extended his hand to shake. Long Crane's body shook as the 2 hands came into contact with each other. Then, an indescribable look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Then he closed his eyes with a look of enjoyment on his face. A stream of pure spiritual chi flowed into Long Crane's body from Jun Mosie's palm. Long Crane felt as if he was taking a stroll in the clouds. His entire body felt as if he was floating in the air. Every inch of his meridians, blood vessels, and every bone in his body seemed to be jumping with joy. His Xian Qi, which had been dormant for a long time, had unexpectedly become unprecedentedly active. Long Crane could feel that his Xian Qi would break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop as long as his Xian Qi remained active. The pleasure came in waves and it was simply too intoxicating. God, what if I can't feel this kind of pleasure in the future? Why don't I discuss with him and help him do a few more things? Long Crane, who had always been calm and collected, trembled with excitement. How many years had it been since he had made any progress? Just thinking about it makes me cry tears of bitterness. I'll reach the peak of my strength in 30 years if I don't make a breakthrough. Then I'll slowly slip away. It'll be too late even if I get the opportunity by that time. Bear Mountain was dumbfounded. What's wrong with third brother? Isn't it just a handshake? Why is he so intoxicated? Long Crane felt that his cultivation was gradually rising to the peak. But he suddenly felt his hand go empty. His Xian Qi went from boiling to freezing point with a bang. It was so uncomfortable that he almost went crazy. Jun Moxie withdrew his hand and looked at him with a smile. How is it? Do you believe that I have the strength to help you now? Long Crane had an impulse to hold Jun Dashao's hand at this moment. But Third Crane was a Shen Beast King. He took a few deep breaths, closed his eyes and looked up to the sky. He tried his best to calm his excitement and said in a slightly trembling voice, "I believe you. I'm afraid that no Shen Beast can resist your temptation. This is a fatal temptation for us." Jun Moxie saw that Bear Mountain was puzzled. So he smiled and extended his hand towards him. Then he gave him a taste of that feeling. Bear Mountain's big eyes opened perfectly round. It seemed as if he had seen a living immortal. His thick bare paws tightly grasped Jun Moxie's hand, and wouldn't let go no matter what. Then he begged, "Give me a little more, give 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 me. I want it." A man with a messy beard was almost 3 times the size of his own body. He was holding his hand like a naughty child asking for candy. And those ambiguous words, what kind of feeling was this? Jun Moxie felt a chill run down his spine. He pulled his hand back and shook it. He felt goosebumps all over his body. He was extremely regretful that he hadn't taken the initiative to grab that shameless troublemaker's hand. "Fourth brother." Long Crane scolded, "Look at you. You don't have the demeanor of an expert. Why are you in such a hurry? We haven't discussed the conditions yet." How can I not be in a hurry?" Bear Mountain glared at him. The blue veins on his forehead were bulging. "I've been stuck at the peak of the primary level for 20 years now. Every day feels like a year. I don't have any conditions. You shut up. May I ask what you want us to do for you? With your magical powers, what can't you do yourself? Long Crane stopped Bear Mountain and pushed him to the side. Then he asked in a rather urgent voice. There's nothing particularly difficult to do. Especially for you, it's a piece of cake. I have a reason why I can't act. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you off so easily. June Moxie played it down and continued to act like a big hoodwinker. Tell me quickly. Is there anything in this world that we can't do? You dilly-dallying to keep me in suspense is making me very angry. Big Bear jumped up from behind Long Crane and waved his fists as he spoke impatiently. I'll do it for you no matter what it is. The great master Li Ju Tian has been making me very uncomfortable lately. In fact, I feel disgusted. June Moxie looked at the two men's faces as he spoke. You go and kill him. What kind of joke is this? Long Crane and Bear Mountain roared at the same time. Then they became dumbstruck. Long Crane and Big Bear had a feeling that something big was about to happen when they had heard the name, Great Master Ju Tian. And the two of them had almost fainted when they had heard the name, Great Master. He's the second of the 8 Great Masters. He's the second most powerful man in the world. He's not inferior to Yun Beichen in terms of strength. Wouldn't we have killed Yun Beichen if we could kill him? It's hard for this mysterious man to speak in such an understated manner. Go and kill the Great Master Li Ju Tian. Do you think we're going to kill a chicken? Are you trying to play with us? That's easy. Wouldn't it be like plucking the stars and the moon if we wanted to do it? I reckon that even the eldest brother would only be able to defeat Li Ju Tian. But he wouldn't be able to kill him. There's only one way to kill Li Ju Tian. Create a situation where Li Ju Tian can't escape. Then the eldest brother and the eldest brother will act at the same time. But I'm afraid that at least one of the 3 of them will be buried with him even if they have such an advantage. He's risking his life for this. What's wrong? Is it difficult? You can tell me if it's difficult. June Moxie looked at the 2 men and asked in a surprised manner. It's not that it's not difficult at all, it's that it's impossible. Bear Mountain snorted twice. Why don't you tell us to pluck the stars from the sky and kill Li Ju Tian? Do you think it's like slaughtering a pig or a cow? Is it that easy? Let's do something else. What should we do? The Shuehun Manor is the only one who has provoked me. What's the use of asking you to do something else? It's just that it's not convenient for me to do it myself. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to take advantage of me. June Moxie spread out his hands with a helpless expression on his face. Since you can't do it, then forget it. This bet is invalid and you don't need to listen to my instructions. I'll take care of Li Ju Tian myself. I'll just wait for a few days. What? Invalid? No, even if you want to invalidate it, we won't do it. If you didn't let us experience that kind of pleasure, then invalidate it. But now we absolutely can't. If it weren't for the mysterious man's unfathomable strength, Big Bear would have already made his move. Wait. Long Crane waved his hand and said, You just said that the Shuehun Manor is the one who has provoked you and not Li Ju Tian himself. Is that right? Long Crane had finally grasped the crux of the matter, and this had given him a sudden sense of excitement and hope. The heavens never bars one's way. The 2 Shen beasts thought in their hearts. It would be a great pity to lose such an opportunity. Fortunately, there's still a turning point. What do you mean? Isn't the Shuehun Manor the same as Li Ju Tian? What's the difference between the 2? June Moxie asked in a calm tone. It seemed as if he didn't care about this matter at all. That's a big difference. Bear Mountain suddenly became excited. Li Ju Tian travels the world all year round. He doesn't stay at the Shuehun Manor. In fact, he only returns once a year. So, how can the Shuehun Manor and Li Ju Tian be lumped together? So long as Li Ju Tian isn't involved in this matter, then the Shuehun Manor won't be a difficult matter. The famous Shuehun Manor isn't a difficult matter for my elder brother. It's better to have strength. Is that so? That's right. The Shuehun Manor belongs to Li Ju Tian. But you don't need to deal with Li Ju Tian to deal with the Shuehun Manor. June Moxie asked doubtfully. Then he patted his forehead. I almost killed the wrong person. The 2 Shen beasts rolled their eyes in disdain. What do you mean by, almost killed the wrong person? Is Li Ju Tian a good person? You almost scared the 2 of us to death before. Chapter 197. Well, I'll take a step back and change my target to the Shuehun Manor. However, compared to Li Ju Tian, the Shuehun Manor has clearly fallen to a lower level. It seems that I've suffered a big loss in this transaction. Can I? June Moxie frowned. It seemed as if he wanted to go back on his word. It seemed as if he wanted to haggle. Brother, you can't go back on your word. Ah. The Shuehan Manor is one of the two strongest forces in the continent. You can't be dissatisfied. Only us brothers have this kind of method. Anyone else would have screamed at the heavens. Bear Mountain hastily said, "You think that the Shuehan Manor is easy? First, we can't destroy the Shuehan Manor, or else Li Ju Tian will go crazy. Second, we must fulfill your request and make the Shuehan Manor suffer. How can this be an easy task? I don't know how many brothers will have to mobilize in order to accomplish this." Fourth brother is right. The reason why the Shuehan Manor is weaker than the Silver Blizzard City is because Li Ju Tian is always away, and Han Feng Shui never leaves the Silver Blizzard City. In fact, the Shuehan Manor and the Silver Blizzard City can keep pace with each other if the two great masters aren't taken into account, Long Crane said in a low voice. In that case, let's do it. Jun Moxie wrinkled his eyebrows. He was unwilling to give up. However, I've suffered a loss. So I'll add one more request. You must fulfill this request or else I'll forget about this transaction. Please say it. As long as we don't kill Li Ju Tian or destroy the Shuehan Manor, we can fulfill any other request. Bear Mountain saw that Jun Moxie's tone had softened, and hastily made a promise. I've heard that Li Ju Tian has a son named Li Tingyun. That kid is even more annoying than Li Ju Tian. This man must be taught a lesson, and if it's convenient, we might as well kill him. Jun Moxie smiled sinisterly. Of course we can castrate him. That won't do. Fuck me. Both of them opened their mouths at the same time. This boy is Li Ju Tian's only child after he was over 80 years old. So Li Ju Tian's bloodline will end if we kill him or castrate him. I'm afraid that Li Ju Tian and our Tian Fa forest will form a blood feud that will last for generations. And we can't bear the consequences of that. If this doesn't work and that doesn't work, then what are we talking about? Jun Moxie seemed to be a little angry. Besides, Li Ju Tian was able to conceive at the age of 80. He's only 100 years old now. So, he can certainly conceive at the same time. So why are you so anxious? He's already the laughing stock of the world for having a child at the age of 80. If he had another child at the age of 100, old Li would probably be drowned in saliva. Xiong Kaitian shook his head, his eyes filled with longing. However, Long Crane replied in a serious manner, "Your request is too excessive. In fact, it's no different from destroying the Shuehan Manor. So we can't agree to it. How about this? Your purpose is to teach the Shuehan Manor a lesson. So I can beat Li Tingyun on your behalf. In fact, I can make him bedridden for a year and a half. What do you say?" Long Crane pondered for a moment. Then he proposed a compromise. "We'd rather give up on this deal if you insist on killing Li Tingyun. The 8 great masters may have some personal grudges against each other, but they'll always work together as long as we're involved. Yun Beiqin is the only exception. But the rest of the 7 great masters will cooperate with each other for the time being, even if they have a huge grudge against each other. Therefore we'll agree to teach the Shuehan Manor a lesson. But that's the limit. Your Excellency is magnanimous, so you should be able to understand our difficulties." "Good. I'll take a step back. If you can guarantee that the Shuehan Manor will fall into chaos, and if you can break Li Tingyun's leg so that he won't be able to crawl for a year, then we'll agree to this deal." Jun Moxie took advantage of the situation and went one step further. Long Crane and Bear Mountain Man discussed this for a while. Then they finally said, "Good. That's it, it's a deal." "It's a deal." Jun Moxie smiled and extended his hand. "We'll clap hands to make an oath. You can't go back on your word." Clap. The two men clapped their palms together and revealed a smile of satisfaction. Long Crane and Bear Mountain Man were very excited. After all, it would be very worthwhile if they could exchange this matter for an opportunity to advance. Wasn't it just the Shuehan Manor? Moreover, they wouldn't need to face Li Ju Tian. In fact, they would only need to spend a little effort. In fact, this was a huge advantage compared to the benefits that they were about to receive. The two men thought about the glory of advancing to the next level, and the leisurely and carefree life they would have after that. So, why would they need to fear the 8 great masters if they could advance to the next level? What a joke. Jun Moxie was even more excited. He had only used a small portion of the Hongjun Pagoda's enormous aura, and had been able to obtain such an unexpected result. In fact, he had almost solved all of Guan Qinghan's problems. Moreover, he had also gained at least a year's worth of time. In fact, this was a huge advantage for them. This matter will be completed within a month from today. How about it? Jun Moxie asked in a somewhat hasty manner. He couldn't use his spirit sense to its limit, and was on the verge of being exposed. No problem at all. Long Crane and Big Bear hurriedly agreed. Then they looked at each other and smiled in a very refreshing manner. 1 month is too easy for us to accomplish this task. This is tantamount to 2 great masters joining hands to deal with the Shuehan Manor. How could it take a month? They're looking down on us. Brother Feng, how will we find you after we're done? Long Crane finally asked this question. Could be said that he was quite calm. You can go to the Jun family's residence in the Tianxiang city, and tell Jun Wui that the Shuehan Manor has cancelled their plans to go north. Tell them that the Shuehan Manor has cancelled their plans to go north. Then wait for a moment and I'll immediately meet with you. Then I'll fulfill my promise. Jun Moxie made a solemn vow. He thought in his heart, the Silver Blizzard City and the Shuehan Manor have been dealt with for now. But it's only a temporary solution. I'll talk to you about the Silver Blizzard City's problem after a month. I'm not afraid that you'll run away since you've taken the bait. Ha ha ha. Jun Dashao's insides were filled with treachery as he laughed twice. Well, there's no time to lose. We 2 brothers will bid farewell here. Long Crane cupped his hands and then pulled Bear Mountain Man to leave. Wait. There's one more thing I'd like to ask you too. Jun Moxie suddenly called out to the 2 men. May I ask what is the use of the peak level 9 Shen Dan? The 2 men stopped in their tracks as they heard this question. They turned around and looked at him for a while. Then Bear Mountain Man asked, why are you asking this? Don't tell me, you really have a peak level 9 Shen Dan? Do you think that I need a peak level 9 Shen Dan with my abilities? I'm just asking since you're arguing with each other. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. We'll take our leave now. Jun Moxie was startled. It seemed that these 2 men were very concerned about this matter. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. You're right. You have such a pure, mysterious heavenly chi in your body. So, the Shen Dan is useless to you. So, you don't need a peak level 9 Shen Dan. Long Crane said with a sincere tone of envy. This mysterious man in front of them not only has a mysterious heavenly chi, but it's also incomparably pure. His strength is unfathomable. Even Yun Bichen wouldn't be any weaker than him. So, why would such a person need a peak level 9 Shen Dan? Long Crane and Big Bear thought this at the same time. They couldn't help but feel ashamed of themselves for gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a lowly person. The 2 men smiled and said, actually, there's no harm in telling you. You humans call the Shen Dan. But we have another name for it. It's the most mystical thing for us Shen beast. It's also the crystallization of our life's essence. But even a Shen expert's body will explode if it's used improperly. So it must be stabilized with the heavenly star grass. Then it must be refined with the tricolored mushroom. Then it must be supplemented with the 9 Shen root. Then a Shen expert can guide the Shen Qi inside the Shen Dan. Then a person's cultivation will soar by leaps and bounds overnight. But these 3 medicines are legendary. Moreover, even a Shen expert is hard to find. Long Crane sneered, who doesn't have selfish motives? That's right. Haha, it's strange that someone would fight to the death for such a troublesome matter. But it's very strange. Why bother? Jun Moxie said in disappointment. The greed of human nature is the most terrible thing in this world. The 2 men nodded in agreement. They felt that Jun Moxie's words had touched their hearts. Then they sighed at the same time. The 3 men cupped their fists and saluted. Then the 2 silhouettes disappeared in front of Jun Moxie's eyes like 2 wisps of smoke. The 2 Tian Fa kings couldn't wait to carry out their task. The rainstorm had already stopped and dawn was approaching. Jun Moxie heaved a long sigh of relief. His mind relaxed and he fell down on the muddy ground. He felt as if his head was being pricked by needles. Jun Moxie's spiritual power had almost been consumed in one night. In fact, he was barely able to support himself. He was afraid that Long Crane would discover his true strength if he were to disconnect from the Hongjun Pagoda. However, the rewards of this night's hard work were beyond his imagination. It hadn't gone as smoothly as he had expected. But he had solved the problem of the peak level 9 Shen Dan and the Shuehan Manor in one fell swoop. And this was considered a great harvest for Jun Moxie. Long Crane and Bear Mountain had caused a ruckus, and Li Tingyun had sustained serious injuries. So, it was estimated that he would be able to drag this out for at least half a year. But Jun Moxie was confident that the Jun family's overall strength would increase after that. And even if the Shuehan Manor were to launch a large-scale attack at that time, they wouldn't be as helpless as they were now. In fact, Jun Moxie was very much looking forward to it. How will I sharpen myself if I don't have an opponent? There will only be progress when there's pressure. Jun Moxie will come knocking on their door even if the Shuehan Manor doesn't come after him once he feels that his wings are fully fledged. You dare to have designs on my Jun family's women? You must have eaten a leopard's gall. I won't be able to vent my anger if I don't kick Li Tingyun in this life. Shuehan Manor. Silver Blizzard City. You've been arrogant for too long, haven't you? Talented people will emerge in every generation. And they'll lead the way for hundreds of years. Young Master Jun gritted his teeth and sat up from the ground. Then, he dragged his exhausted body and walked back home in a joyful and painful manner. I'm going to be busy for the entire day. I've been writing since last night for fear that I'll stop updating. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to keep up with the updates. So, I've been writing since last night. That would have been great. I'm regretting it. I'll hit the wall. I'm not saying that I'm having a hard time. I didn't say that I was having a hard time, right? It's just that my fingers are cramping. But I'll do what I've said. A man is a big tofu. Every mouthful of saliva will create a hole. Even if I can't create a hole, I'll still disgust people. Everyone says so, hee hee. Let's not talk too much. Let's get back to business. Today's moving can be considered as a joyous occasion. I'll extend my weathered, tender and white hands to everyone. I'll ask for a few or dozens or hundreds of monthly tickets as a gift. Chapter 198. Jun Moxie had been in a coma for the whole day. The amount of spiritual force he had expended was too much for him to bear. It was almost an overdraft beyond the limit. Even the powerful spirit of the hitman couldn't bear it. Under the tremendous pressure of the two great masters, Shen Xian, he persisted for almost the whole night. Finally, the conditions were negotiated, and the two beasts had left. Jun Moxie finally relaxed. He didn't feel anything when he was under the watchful eyes of powerful enemies. But now that he had relaxed, he almost didn't have the energy to go home. If not for the safety instincts of his previous life as an assassin, he might have collapsed at any time. Jun Dashao was finally able to reach the gate of the Jun family's residence. He was completely exhausted. At this moment, not only was his spiritual force exhausted, but his physical strength was also exhausted. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger. He was carried in by the guards at the gate and laid down on the bed. Then he lost consciousness. Little lowly Ku'er served the entire night without a care in the world, not daring to close her eyes for even a moment. Jun Wu Yen, who had gone to join in on the fun, decided not to participate in it as the level of the people present was too high. He returned home early, his mind clear as he avoided the undeserved calamity. He sat alone in his trademark wheelchair, sitting in his nephew's courtyard for the entire day. His brows were wrinkled and his face was full of worry. What did Jun Moxie mean when he said those words before he fainted? The Shuehan Manor should be fine for the time being. What did he mean by the Shuehan Manor should be fine for the time being? Why should it be fine for the time being? Since the Shuehan Manor had released this rumor, how could they not carry it out in one go? If there was no more news, wouldn't the reputation of the Shuehan Manor become a big joke? How could such a strong start and weak finish be the overbearing style of the Shuehan Manor? The third Master Jun had spoken in a heroic manner that day. He had said that he wouldn't fear any hardships or obstacles in order to protect his nephew's widow. But the third Master Jun was actually quite frightened in his heart. After all, the enemy was the famous Shuehan Manor. Moreover, they had the backing of one of the 8 great masters, Li Ju Tian. This strength wasn't something that the Jun family could contend against. He had provoked the Silver Blizzard City in the past. The lord of the Silver Blizzard City, Han Fei Shui, hadn't even been involved. But the Jun family was already on the verge of extinction. Now, he had provoked an existence that might be even more terrifying than the Silver Blizzard City. Jun Wu Yi had concealed his face when he had discovered the appearance of the level 9 Xian Dan. If he had been lucky enough to obtain it, then perhaps he would have been able to advance further. If he had been able to enter Shen Xian's realm, then perhaps he would still be no match for Li Ju Tian. But he would still have been able to fight for a chance of survival for the Jun family. As for why he had returned early, it was because the third master had clearly determined that he couldn't do anything about it. There were many experts present and their strength was terrifying. In fact, they had far exceeded the scope of his own abilities. If he were to force his way through, then he would only be courting his own destruction. And at this moment, his precious nephew suddenly told him, "Dash, the Shuehan Manor should be fine for the time being." Jun Wu Yi was both happy and surprised by this news. He didn't doubt the veracity of this information. After all, his nephew was very resourceful. In fact, he had brought him many surprises. However, he was also very surprised. He didn't doubt it, but that didn't mean that he wasn't surprised. How did my nephew do it? The other side is the 8 great masters, Li Ju Tian. This is truly unimaginable. Guan Qinghan had also come to see him a few times. She had heard Jun Wui's report of Jun Moxie's words. Then, she saw that he was exhausted to such an extent that her eyes couldn't help but moisten. It could be seen that Jun Wuxia was putting his life on the line for this matter. She didn't know why he had said those words with such confidence. But Guan Qinghan had chosen to believe him for no reason at all. Jun Moxie's sneer had appeared in her mind that day. I will kill her before the Jun family is destroyed if things don't work out. I will never let her sit in the Shuihun Manor's bridal sedan chair. These cruel and cold-blooded words had left Guan Qinghan feeling happy and safe. That was because what she had heard wasn't cruelty or bloodshed. Instead, it was a man who had sworn to protect her with his life. Guan Qinghan quietly stood in the courtyard. She gazed at the drifting clouds in the sky. She recalled the many things that had happened in the past 2 days. Suddenly she became absent-minded. She felt that her heart was in a mess. She didn't know what she was thinking. Jun Moxie woke up the next day. The lanterns were already lit. You're awake. Jun Wui didn't turn his head. He heard some movement on the bed. So, he quietly opened his mouth. Third uncle, why are you here? How long have I been asleep? Jun Moxie closed his eyes for a while. Then he opened them and sat up. Shaking his head, he felt that the bone-piercing pain before he fainted had already disappeared. Replacing it was a warm and comfortable feeling. His entire body felt as if he was soaking in warm water, incomparably comfortable. The flow of qi in his meridians had also become much thicker and calmer. This was different from his previous life. In his previous life, there were many situations where he had overdrawn his physical and mental strength. Regardless of whether he was able to complete the mission or not, he would have a headache for a few days. His body would also need to recuperate for a few days. But this time the result was completely different. This time he had overdrawn his mental strength. Although the process was quite dangerous and his body was extremely tired, the connection between his body and the Hongjun Pagoda had become closer. Moreover, he didn't know if it was because of extreme misfortune, but his cultivation of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune had taken a big step forward. He could faintly feel that he was about to touch the threshold of the second layer. Jun Moxie suddenly had a very real feeling in his heart. He believed that within the next 2 or 3 days, he would be able to enter the second layer of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. This also meant that he would be able to enter the second layer of the exquisite Hongjun Pagoda. This feeling was undoubtedly very mysterious. Jun Dushao didn't know why he had such a feeling, but it was real. There was no reason for it. You went out once. Why did you come back half dead? How can I not be worried? Jun Wui snorted. In the last month you have only gone out 6 times. But these 6 times, the first time was when the princess tried to assassinate you. You were seriously injured and almost lost your life. The second time you actually played around with the magnificent jewel hall. Is that place a place you can casually play around with? The third time was when you accompanied me out. But you didn't stop there. You massacred the Huanghua Hall. The fourth time was when you went out to curse the second prince and caused havoc in the Anaichang Pavilion. The fifth time was when you were assassinated. Now this is the 6th time and you are still half dead. I heard from the guards that you almost died at that time. Jun Wui counted on his fingers. His face was somewhat helpless. Jun Moxie, Jun Sunshao, I say, can you change your bad habit of getting rid of your guards when you go out? If you can get rid of the guards, that naturally means that you have the ability. But do you really have to be annoyed to have one of your own people following you? Even if you, Grandpa Dashao, are kind, don't let the people who care about you worry about you. How can you not let people worry? Jun Wui snarled. You should at least let me know what you were doing out there. Last night there was a heavy rain and you disappeared. This morning, if the guards hadn't opened the door early, you little bastard would have been washed away by the flood. Jun Moxie touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. He lowered his eyebrows and respectfully listened to the scolding. To be able to make the usually calm third uncle so angry and call himself Grandpa, it was clear that the third uncle was really angry this time. Therefore, Jun Dashao didn't dare to refute and acted like an obedient child. Let's talk about today's matter. What I did today was a shady business. How can I let others follow me? Third Uncle Jun reprimanded in one breath. Even though Tian Xin was an expert, he couldn't help but gasp a few times. Looking at his nephew's overly honest appearance, Jun Wui also felt that he had done something unnecessary. This kind of reprimand was equivalent to not saying anything to his nephew in front of him. Since young, he had been reprimanded more seriously and harshly than this many times. Even punches and sticks were thrown at him. But this guy didn't change a bit. Besides, with the means that Grandpa Dashao had, It would be strange if he could listen to it. I'm too lazy to be angry with you. That's a waste of energy. Junwuyi waved his hand. Tell me, what did you mean by the words you said this morning? Junwuyi's hair stood on end as he thought of the possibility that his nephew might have played tricks on those terrifying people last night. Junwuyi was so scared that his whole body's hair stood on end. Ah, what words? What do you mean? Jun Moxie didn't have any recollection of it. He raised his head in surprise. This wasn't an act. In fact, he was too tired before he fainted. So, he had forgotten about it. Act. You're still acting in front of me? Third Uncle Jun's anger rose again. He growled in a low voice. The Shuehun Manor is safe for the time being. What words? Oh, the third uncle was talking about that. Jun Moxie's eyes turned rapidly. If the third uncle knew about the shady business he had done last night, he had played with 2 of the 8 great masters. He had also played with the other 4 great masters, Xian. Moreover, he had trained with more than 20 Tian Xian experts and hundreds of Earth Xian experts. Moreover, he had killed 4 of them in seconds. Moreover, he had negotiated with the 2 Xian beast kings for half a night. Would the third uncle collapse on the spot? Would he be scared silly? Even if the third uncle was brave enough to not be scared silly, he would still break his legs. But he would still be grounded for a period of time. But he couldn't be grounded right now. It seemed that the truth couldn't be told directly. That's my guess. Well, I guessed it. Jun Moxie braced himself. His expression didn't change. In fact, he even smiled calmly. You're really good at guessing. You're really daring. How can you make random guesses like this? Junwuyi sneered. He then said as if he was reciting from a book, last night, a large number of peak experts had gathered in the western part of the city. And they fought. It is said that one of the 8 great masters, Shi Changshao, and the solitary eagle of the grassland also participated in the fight. Moreover, the Yutang Empire's imperial preceptor, Fei Mingchen, the 3rd, 6th, and 9th great elders of the Silver Blizzard City, and many other Xian experts were also present. In addition, the Li family's eldest young master, Li Yuran, and the cold-blooded master, Lei Wu Bei's 10 disciples were also present. Moreover, the legendary Tian Fa king was also present at the scene. The reason for this incident is said to be that a black-clothed masked man had appeared with the legendary level 9 Xiandan some time ago. And it has been confirmed that the Xiandan has fallen into the hands of the Tian Fa king. Junwuyi spoke in detail as if he was very familiar with them. Chapter 199. Cold sweat dripped down from Jun Moxie's forehead as he forced a smile. Third uncle, your intelligence network is very strong. You weren't there at that time, were you? There were so many peak experts in the Tianxiang kingdom. Why would I go there? Junwuyi scolded in a bad mood. This matter happened in my Tianxiang kingdom after all. His Majesty has already been alerted, and he has ordered a thorough investigation into this matter. Our Jun family would be too ignorant and ill-informed if I didn't know about it. He looked at Jun Moxie with a burning gaze. That's not important. What's really important, and the only thing I want to know, is the person who appeared with the Xiandan last night. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He's a shameless bastard. Who is he? It should be a legendary senior expert. How can I guess at such an expert? Perhaps he's the #1 expert in the world, Yun Bichen Xian. No one else has such an extraordinary bearing. Jun Moxie said solemnly. Is it very worldly? Junwuyi's expression was like a volcano that was about to erupt. I gave you a level 6 Xiandan a few days ago. Now take out that Xiandan for me to see. That Xiandan is lying in Long Crane's arms. How can I take it out? Do you really think I can make something out of nothing? It's just a level 6 Xiandan. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. Lost it. Well, lost it. You didn't throw it to the king of Tian Fa, did you? Junwuyi nodded slowly. Very good, very strong. Since you woke up, I have asked you a lot of questions and you have given me a lot of lies. Jun Moxie, Master Jun Sunshao, you have really grown up, you have become a promising man. I don't know why you're so sure. I don't know how you managed to escape. I don't know how you managed to deceive those people. I also know that you lied because you didn't want me to worry, but... Junwuyi spoke slowly in a calm tone. Jun Moxie was frightened and wanted to get out of bed. Third uncle, I need to pee. I can't take it anymore. Hold it in. If I really can't hold it in, I'll pee in my pants or under my blanket. Junwuyi roared. With a bitter face, Jun Moxie didn't dare to move. Third Master Jun continued. I will still punish you according to the law. Guan Qinghan was anxiously pacing back and forth in the courtyard. When she heard that Jun Moxie had woken up, the third uncle went in. Although Jun Sunxiao was her brother-in-law, it was still a young man's bedroom. So, Guan Qinghan naturally didn't want to barge in. So she waited outside. Suddenly, she heard a roar coming from the room. She couldn't help but feel nervous. Third uncle is furious. Did this guy do something stupid again? Why is he so angry? While she was worrying, bang! A white shadow flew out of the room. Guan Qinghan almost subconsciously went to catch it. But, she staggered because of the violent impact. She almost fell down. At the same time, the thing in her arms screamed, "Third uncle, be gentle." It was Jun Dashao. Ah! Guan Qinghan exclaimed and threw him to the ground with a loud bang. Her face was red. Jun Wuxia had been kicked out by Third Master Jun. Although he was screaming, he had already adjusted his posture in mid-air. He was absolutely confident that he could land safely. Who would have thought that he would fall into the warm and fragrant embrace of a soft jade? The moment he screamed, a refreshing fragrance rushed into his nostrils. The object on his back felt extremely soft, and it seemed as if it had bounced back a little. Just as he was about to enjoy it, he was thrown out again. This time he didn't have the time to adjust his posture. Maintaining a free-falling posture, he landed solidly on the ground. He immediately felt dizzy and his butt almost broke into 8 pieces. Then Jun Wuyi leapt forward and started to beat her up. His punches and kicks were like raindrops. Guan Qinghan, who was watching from the side, had a red face. She was scared out of her wits. Guan Qinghan knew about Third Master Jun's recovery. So, Jun Wuyi didn't have any misgivings and started to beat them up. Jun Moxie held his head with one hand and covered his crotch with the other. His whole body curled up into a very round sandbag. I've accepted my fate and I'll beat him up. Do whatever you want to vent your anger. I'll leave this 110 kilograms to you, third uncle. Just keep him alive. Third uncle. You don't hit him anymore, don't hit him anymore. Guan Qinghan anxiously went forward to mediate. As soon as these words came out, they could clearly hear the anxiety and heartache in her voice. Jun Wuyi was extremely surprised and stopped. Even Jun Moxie, who was on the ground, opened his eyes wide in astonishment. The uncle and niece duo stared at Guan Qinghan at the same time. Then they looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Since when did Guan Qinghan care about Jun Moxie's life and death? Did they see a ghost? Or was this niece's sister-in-law possessed? Guan Qinghan saw the two of them staring at her blankly. She thought for a while and understood what was going on. She didn't like this brother-in-law very much before, and now she suddenly pleaded for him. It was inevitable that it would be strange. But why would I plead for him? As Guan Qinghan thought about it, her cold face blushed to her ears. She couldn't help but stomp her feet. She was a little angry out of shame. I'm just afraid that third uncle will be tired. Beat him up, beat him up. Just beat him to death. After she finished speaking, she felt that her voice was almost coquettish. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed again. Seeing that the two of them were staring at her with their eyes wide open, as if they were going to pop out of their eyes at any time, she snorted hatefully and quickly walked away. I didn't see wrongly just now. I didn't hear wrongly either. Is that person really my sister-in-law? Jun Moxie scratched his head in a daze. This posture was very similar to Yi Xiu's. It seems, that's right. Jun Wuyi also spoke in an uncertain tone. Then he suddenly became angry. Who told you to stand up? It seems that you're not being honest. He continued to practice punching this sandbag. A long time passed. Then Jun Wuyi swung his arm in a satisfied manner and said, Tomorrow is the anniversary of your father's death. Come with me to the family's ancestral hall to burn incense. Then, go to the cenotaph that the soldiers have erected for your father. You must fulfill your responsibilities as a son, understand? Jun Moxie hummed and said, Understood. Jun Wuyi rubbed his wrists as he sat down in his wheelchair. Then he pushed the wheelchair and left in a satisfied manner. He walked to the courtyard's entrance. Then he turned around and asked, Shuehan Manor? What happened? It's really settled? Jun Moxie wanted to cry but no tears came out. Jun Wuyi left. Awesome. It could only be said that Jun Wuyi was very cool. Finding an excuse to teach this kid a lesson was the greatest pleasure that Jun Wuyi had had in recent times. The next day the sky was still gloomy. Jun Moxie and Jun Wuyi were sitting in a wheelchair and standing quietly. They looked at the cenotaph that could be described as magnificent. Both of them were extremely restless. This cenotaph had already exceeded the scope of a cenotaph. It was more like a palace that had been built next to a military camp. Even Jianghu had to pass through 8 sentry posts to reach this place. Moreover, it was obvious that there were countless hidden guards on both sides of the road. A cenotaph was actually guarded to such an extent. 8 extremely thick and sturdy stone pillars supported a dome. At the 2 sides were 2 complete boulders that towered over the ground, facing the direction they came from. They were both flat and tidy with a few words carved on them. On the left side, the wind and clouds listened to the ruler's command. On the right side, heaven and earth your majesty roams. On the ground there were steps that were neatly paved with bluestone. On both sides, there was a group of majestic stone statues that were as big as a normal person, mounted on horses and holding spears. As they walked further, on both sides there were 4 majestic stone statues. Each of them had their hands on the hilt of their swords, looking straight ahead. Although they were stone statues, they were carved so vividly that they exuded an awe-inspiring aura. These 8 stone statues were carved according to the appearance of real people. They were your father's personal guards. People called them the 8 White Generals. Ever since Big Brother entered the army, these 8 people had been by his side. Until he died in battle at Tianguanling, they never left. Jianghu looked at the 8 stone statues, his eyes projecting deep emotions. His tone was unusually low, with a strong sense of nostalgia. Sharing life and death, sharing glory and splendor. White guard, blood robe evil. Righteousness piercing through the rainbow, no regrets, blood soaking through the heavens. Who could compare to him? Jianghu recited in a low voice as he walked forward slowly. His eyes lingered on every stone statue. Moxie could not help but be in awe. Unknowingly he straightened his back a little. The entire cenotaph was clean, without a speck of dust. After a rainstorm in such a late autumn season, there was not a single leaf, not a single stalk of grass, not even a single water stain. There are people in charge of this place in the army camp. There is another unwritten rule in the army. No matter who, as long as Big Brother's cenotaph is covered with dust, it is a capital crime. Must be executed immediately. Although it is not a written rule, it is far stricter than the military law. There are no exceptions. No one has ever dared to go against it, and no one can. Jianghu said in a low voice as he slowly pushed his wheelchair and walked all the way in. Moxie quietly accompanied him. His heart was already shaken. It could be seen from this point that the military's love for his father had obviously reached an extremely high level. Perhaps, in the hearts of Tianxiang soldiers, the former white commander Jianghu was a god of war. Under the dome, in the central position, there was a tall stone statue of a middle-aged general riding a horse. His body was straight, his eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were bright and full of expression. Between his eyebrows, there was a domineering aura of a decisive battle. His right hand was hanging at his waist, and his left hand was holding the reins of the horse. The corners of his mouth were curled up in a cold and grim smile. It seemed as if thousands of miles of rivers and mountains were under his feet, and hundreds of millions of creatures were under his control. The cloak behind him also seemed to be fluttering in the wind. Although it was only a stone statue, it faintly revealed a majestic and mighty aura of a monarch overlooking the world and shaking the winds and clouds. Let me inform everyone here. The evil monarch's updates will be concentrated in the afternoon and evening. If there are updates in the early morning or the morning, then it means that there will be more updates or an outbreak. Perhaps it would be more enjoyable for everyone to watch if they gathered together like this. Well, if the brothers and sisters have different opinions, you can leave a message in the book review section. Yesterday when we moved, we helped out with some drinking. Occasionally we didn't drink, so we made a bet. For every glass of white wine we drank, we would eat a steamed bun. As a result, we ate 9 steamed buns. We were so full that we couldn't sleep at night. At 2 o'clock in the morning, we got up to practice, capture the enemy, to digest our food. At 5 o'clock in the morning we ran all over the neighborhood, looking for a pharmacy to buy digestive pills. What a miserable life. Chapter 200. Jianghu's whole body froze ever since he came in and saw his eldest brother's stone statue. He stood motionless as if he had turned into another stone statue. However, his eyes had changed as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields. Jianghu stared at the stone statue in a trance, motionless. His tiger-like eyes slowly filled with tears, and they finally started to trickle down. His low voice was somewhat hoarse, and it carried a strong sense of pain. Eldest brother, today little San has brought Wuxia to see you. Wuxia has finally grown up, and is now qualified to come and pay his respects to you. Jianghu silently and painfully closed his eyes, and the past events flashed before his eyes. They had grown up together, played together, and had endured countless pampering from his two older brothers since he was a child. He had received innumerable care and love from them. But in the end, his two older brothers had died young because of the endless calamity that he had provoked. Even his sister-in-law had been on the verge of death due to grief. She had been picked up by her maiden family, and then the tragic news of her death had arrived. After that, the two families no longer had any contact with each other. The Jun family had sent people to visit them countless times, but they had been directly kicked out. His two nephews had been young, but they had also suffered a calamity because of him. Who could have known that Jun Wui would rather die 100 times than let his two older brothers and nephews suffer such misfortune because of him? For the past 10 years, Jun Wui's heart had been filled with purgatory at all times. The pain of his soul had been piercing to the bone. Facing his eldest brother's lifelike stone statue, and the scenes of the past unfolding in front of him, Jun Wui's heart had also fallen into the abyss of pain at this moment. Boundless regret, boundless hatred. A man does not easily shed tears but only when he is sad. Eldest brother. Jun Wui knelt on the ground with a thump. The blood general, who had always been unyielding, was trembling at this moment. His tiger-like eyes were filled with tears. Little San, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, second brother, I'm sorry, father, and I'm even more sorry to the Jun family. As his eyes blurred with tears, Jun Wui seemed to see the face of his resolute and wise older brother in front of him, gently stroking his hair, with a pure smile on his face, looking at him as if he was coaxing and lecturing at the same time. Third brother, a man should not suffer. Don't cry. At this moment, Jun Wui cried even louder. Now that his chronic illness was gone, he was standing in front of the grave of his closest big brother. All the feelings he had accumulated over the past 10 years poured out unreservedly. He was like a child who had suffered endless grievances and suddenly threw himself into the arms of a loved one. He still remembered the night before his big brother left for the war. He had once held his hand and said, "Wui, I still feel that the Silver Blizzard City's matter is not over. I'm afraid that the Silver Blizzard City still has some tricks up their sleeves. Your second brother and I are not at home, so you must be careful. Don't act rashly. I'm afraid you can't rush your marriage with Miss Han. Lovers will eventually find a home. Wait for your second brother and I to come back. We'll work hard together. Your second brother, father, and the entire Jun family will support you." Jun Wui clearly remembered that when his big brother had said these words, his second brother had also been looking at him with concern and worry in his eyes. Now that he recalled the affectionate look in his two brothers' eyes, Jun Wui felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. At that time, his two brothers were still worried about his marriage and his troubles. They were still worried about whether their little brother would get hurt, whether he would be able to hold on, and whether he would be willful and impulsive. But they never thought about whether the enemy would deal with them. With their intelligence, how could they not have thought about it? But they didn't say it out loud. Because the big brother didn't want his little brother to worry. The majestic sound of the bugle sounded in his ears again. In a trance, the flag fluttered in the wind, and the majestic drum beat seemed to make the world tremble. Jun Wu Hui stood under the flag in his military uniform. He turned over and got on his horse. As he passed by, he said in a low voice, "Third brother, your second brother and I are leaving. The Jun family will depend on you in the future. I'm counting on you." Big brother. Big brother, why did you say those words? Little brother is so stupid. Only now do I remember what you said at that time. How wrong it was. They were simply your last words. Big brother, did you already know something at that time? What did you know? Perhaps you felt something? Why didn't you say it? Why didn't you say it? Do you know that I, your little brother, would rather die than watch my own brother walk down a path of no return? If time could go back 10 years before I met her, again would I choose again? I would. Third uncle, Jun Moxie took a step forward. The dead are gone, my condolences. Take care of yourself, that's the right way. My condolences? Take care of yourself, my condolences? Take care of yourself, my condolences? Jun Wui slowly raised his head and looked at Jun Moxie. Suddenly he smiled sorrowfully and said, "Emosia, your father once said, my condolences, take care of yourself." Do you know what he said? What did my father say? At that time the three of us went to war together. After that battle, countless of our brothers were lying on the ground, never to get up again. Your father was very sad at that time. The people beside him comforted him. "General, my condolences. Take care of yourself, my condolences." Jun Wui's eyes blurred as he recalled. He said slowly, "Big brother said, my condolences? Why should I condolences? Why should I condolences? My brothers are dead, killed by the enemy. Why should I condolences? Take care of yourself, my condolences. Jun Wui's voice became louder, as if he was imitating his big brother. That's right, we must preserve our condolences. Men don't condolences. If you want to cry, cry to your heart's content. If you want to kill, kill to your heart's content. Men don't condolences. Because we want to change. Use our remaining condolences to wipe out all the enemies, so that our brothers will never have the chance to condolences. Men don't condolences. Men don't condolences. Jun Moxie silently repeated these two sentences. Suddenly he felt as if an electric current had passed through his body. The heroic spirit and murderous aura revealed in these words had aroused a resonance in his soul. Let our brothers never have the chance to condolences. Just this sentence alone made Jun Moxie feel a sense of heartfelt admiration for his father, whom he had never met before. Iron-blooded men laugh when they should, cry when they should, never act pretentiously. What does it have to do with me if the world looks down on me? What a good men don't condolences. Men don't condolences. Deep in my heart. Jun Moxie suddenly felt that even in his previous life, if he had such a heroic father, he would still be able to accept it. He is the birth father of the previous Wuxia, and also my father in this life. Having a father like this is great. The uncle and nephew pair, one standing and one sitting, were quiet for a long time without speaking. Suddenly there was a rush of footsteps outside. The footsteps stopped at the door. A voice said, "Third General, Yutang Empire's General Zhao Jinhun wishes to come and pay his respects to the marshal. Please make a decision." Zhao Jinhun. Jun Wui's eyes were cold. This old enemy of his three brothers actually came here. Invite him in, I have wanted to see him for a long time. Meet this old friend. Yes. The officer at the door answered and quickly left. Not long after, a black figure slowly appeared in the distance. This person's stature was unusually tall, wearing a black cloak, black robes, black face, and his whole body was like a cold and hard piece of black steel, walking forward with a majestic gait. The Tianxiang soldiers on both sides were looking at him with hostility, but he did not seem to care at all. This man was thin but tall, with broad shoulders, long arms, a high nose and sharp eyes. The lines on his face were sharp as if they were carved by a knife. From head to toe, he exuded an awe-inspiring murderous aura, and did not look back at all along the way. He had actually come alone. He came to pay his respects to his dead enemy in the enemy's camp, and came alone. Zhao Jinhun. Good spirit. What a great general of the Yutang Empire. Zhao Jinhun came close and suddenly stopped, and looked at Jun Wui with a pair of cold eyes. Jun Wui, after many years we meet again. His voice was sonorous, and unexpectedly contained a faint murderous aura. Jun Wui stared into his eyes and said in a low voice, "Zhao Jinhun, I have been wanting to see you for a long time. A long time indeed." These last 10 years, there was no Jun family member on the battlefield. Zhao Jinhun said sincerely, "I was very lonely. If there were any Jun family members on the battlefield in these last 10 years, then I'm afraid you wouldn't have the opportunity to sigh in front of me right now." Jun Wui looked at him Lingling, "Because you would have been reincarnated a long time ago." Although Zhao Jinhun's words were arrogant, but from the tone of his voice, it was clear that he was sincerely regretful, and was certain that only the Jun family was worthy of being his opponent. But in Jun Wui's ears, even though he clearly understood the meaning behind his words, but as a soldier, his sense of honor still made a subconscious counterattack against these words. Yes, if there were any of you on the battlefield in these last 10 years, then perhaps I would have already been buried in the soil. But you weren't there. Why weren't you there? Zhao Jinhun's voice was unexpectedly angry. The tone of this Yutang general not only surprised the Jun family's third master, but also made Jun Dashao scratch his head. Isn't this guy a famous general of the Yutang Empire? Although his victory in the past was somewhat unclear, but he himself was the only general who had not been defeated by the white commander Jun Wu Hui, and besides the three Jun brothers, he had rarely been defeated. Could it be that all these years his father and second uncle had fallen, and third uncle had also been crippled, making it difficult for him to go to the battlefield? Could it be that this guy's brain had been damaged because of all the victories he had won? Zhao Jinhun arrived in front of Jun Wu Hui's stone statue, and stood still for a long time. His face became serious, and his whole body became straight. His eyes revealed a sincere respect, and he bowed deeply 3 times and didn't straighten up for a long time. After standing up straight, his sharp eyes and the eyes of the stone statue stared closely at each other, and his eyes were unexpectedly filled with worship towards this former enemy of his. he sighed a little and said, Jun Wui, do you know? I, Zhao Jinhun, have been in the army since I was young, and have been on the battlefield for half my life. But in this world there are countless heroes and famous generals, but only one person can make me, Zhao Jinhun, admire him from the bottom of my heart. I admire him from the bottom of my heart. This man's name is Jun Wu Hui. Chapter 201. Zhao Jinhun looked reverently at the statue of the enemy in front of him. I have fought against Jun Wu Hui on the battlefield for 29 times, and I have never won. Whether it is a battle of wits or strength, I have always been a complete mess. No matter what I did in advance, no matter how I planned, no matter how I set up an ambush, I couldn't hide it from him. Jun Wu Hui, General in White, from ancient times to modern times. General in White, from ancient times to modern times. For the number one person in the enemy's army to say such words, it can be regarded as the highest evaluation. Jun Wui was silent and did not speak, but the memory of his elder brother had evoked a burst of heartfelt pride in his heart. But Jun Daxiao was quietly contemplating. Yes, Zhao Jinhun had indeed suffered repeated defeats in the hands of Jun Wu Hui, but he was also the only general who had been defeated by Jun Wu Hui, and was never discouraged by his defeat, and became more and more courageous. No matter how miserably he had been defeated yesterday, he was still able to regroup today and once again lead the army. Such a soldier who had been through hundreds of battles was really amazing. From this point of view, Zhao Jinhun was by no means a simple man. At that time the two countries were at war, and although Jun Wu Hui and I knew each other, but every time we met, it was on the battlefield and we were mortal enemies. What I, Zhao Jinhun, want the most in my life, is to be able to drink with my biggest opponent, and also my most terrifying enemy, to be able to talk for a moment. A moment is enough. Zhao Jinhun said sadly, my greatest wish in life was to defeat Jun Wu Hui on the battlefield, and then personally cut off his head, and then personally bury him. So no matter how miserably I was defeated, no matter how many times I was faced with desperate situations, I would still struggle to hold on, and it was because of this belief that I was able to climb back up again and once again face that invincible enemy. Even after 100 defeats, I would still fight. Unfortunately, such a hero, such a talented commander, did not die on the battlefield. How sad and lamentable. Did not die on the battlefield? Jun Wui suddenly Lengling opened his eyes. Zhao Jinhun, what are you trying to say? Or what do you know? The death of his two brothers could be said to be one of the biggest problems in Jun Wui's life. Although it was generally determined that the Blizzard Silver City was behind this, but whether or not there was another reason behind it, and who was the culprit behind this, was something that the Jun Wui wanted to know the most. But what did this Zhao Jinhun know? Zhao Jinhun suddenly turned around. What do I know? I am a soldier. If I have done something, I will not go back on my word. Jun Wui, although you have defeated me before, I do not admire you. The only person I, Zhao Jinhun, truly admire is your big brother. If Jun Wu Hui hadn't died, I would have killed him. But he died, and he died inexplicably in a battle with me. But I, Zhao Jinhun, will never take the blame for this. I know nothing about what happened in the past. I should have been defeated by Jun Wu Hui 10 years ago, but I didn't. In the battle with you I should have been defeated, but in the end I didn't. The one who should have won has lost, and the one who should have lost has won. Zhao Jinhun smirked. How ironic. At this moment, Jun Wui vaguely understood the purpose of Zhao Jinhun's visit, and pondered, do you want to know the truth? Zhao Jinhun Lengling looked at him. If I had really defeated Jun Wu Hui and killed him, then I would have announced it to the world and celebrated it. For me, this would have been the greatest honor of my life, but the problem is that this is not the case. But this achievement that doesn't belong to me is hanging on my name. This is a huge shame to me, Zhao Jinhun. A shame that will be difficult to wash away. I can't stand it, so I want to avenge him. Jun Wu Hui is a true soldier, and he can only die on the battlefield not because of a conspiracy. I can't accept this result, and I believe that even in the underworld he won't be able to face it. Including you, Jun Wui, our last battle, ha ha ha. Zhao Jinhun's laughter was not loud, but it was very mournful. You are also a soldier. If such inexplicable victories happen to you one after another, what would you do? Maybe some people would be secretly happy, but it would definitely not be me. Jun Wui was silent. Jun Wui, I ask you. How did Jun Wu Hui die? How did you lose? Zhao Jinhun glared fiercely at Jun Wui. Tell me the truth. The truth? Jun Wui tilted his head and his face twitched. I also want to know. With Zhao Jinhun's status in the Yutang Empire, it can be said that he could summon the wind and summon the rain, but in the face of the Silver Blizzard City's experts, Zhao Jinhun was no better than an ant. Jun Wui certainly didn't want Zhao Jinhun to live in this world, but as Zhao Jinhun said, Jun Wui was also a proud soldier, and he believed that he would always be so. He would only want Zhao Jinhun to die on the battlefield, and it would be best if he was killed by himself. In any case, he didn't want Zhao Jinhun to come to the Silver Blizzard City to avenge Jun Wu Hui, and then die in such an inexplicable way. In fact, Jun Wui had only vaguely guessed the truth of the matter. However, the third Master Jun didn't know who had attacked his eldest brother, second brother, and his two nephews. In fact, even the person who had attacked him was a mystery. This was the Jun family's enmity, and there was no need to implicate others, no matter who this other was. Zhao Jinhun, this matter is not something you can meddle in. If they can deal with my eldest brother and second brother, then they can deal with me. If they want to deal with you, then it would be just as easy. Jun Wui Lengling said, Zhao Jinhun, don't overestimate yourself. Although I also want you to die quickly, but just as you think, I don't want you to die in such an inexplicable way. The burial ground of a soldier is always the battlefield, and that is the paradise. So, you already knew that the defeat of the three Jun brothers had nothing to do with this Zhao. Zhao Jinhun stepped forward in a somewhat agitated manner. Of course, you Zhao Jinhun may be the Yutang Empire's #1 general, but if you want to defeat the three of us, then you're not qualified. Jun Wui snorted and lightly said, you don't have that kind of ability. Thank you. Thank you. Being belittled by Jun Wui like this, Zhao Jinhun was actually very happy, very grateful, and very excited. Jun Wui, you're also an ever-victorious general, and perhaps you'll never know how I felt all these years of sudden victories. For the last 10 years I've been bathed in blood on the battlefield, and it's not like I've never been defeated, but I've always been able to fight back and win because I can't accept that I've lost to anyone other than the Jun brothers. But no matter where I go, I can feel that there are many people behind me. Look at this guy, he's so lucky to win so many battles. Other people win battles with real swords and spears, but he's the only one who's extremely lucky. No matter how miserable his defeat is, he'll always be able to fight back and win. Good general, luck is really a part of strength and a big part. This is the greatest humiliation to a soldier. A soldier doesn't believe in luck. The only thing that matters is strength. Zhao Jinhun's voice became louder and he roared hysterically, do you think I don't have strength? I've never tasted defeat in 10 years. No matter how hard it is, the final result will always be decided by me. Why does everyone think that I'm lucky? If I knew this earlier, I'd rather die in battle. Jun Moxie silently looked at Zhao Jinhun. The moment the other party came in, Jun Moxie could see that this was a true soldier. Hearing this, he understood even more. Perhaps in Jun Moxie's heart, he disapproved of the other party's pedantic way of thinking, but he couldn't help but admire, and also couldn't help but agree. This is a soldier, a real iron-blooded soldier. Open and above board, with real swords and spears, not believing in luck, not believing in fate. Even if you die, you'll stand. Even if you die, you'll die on the battlefield. Die with a forward posture, defend your pride and the dignity of the country, and leave an immortal back just like the Great Wall for future generations for the country. As long as you die for the country, there's no need to die in battle. The unique pride of a soldier at this moment was vividly expressed by Jun Wui and Zhao Jinhun. Whether friend or foe, such a soldier was worthy of respect. However, such an iron-blooded general, an upright man, had actually been regarded as a dog-shit lucky great general, a great general who had almost obliterated Zhao Jinhun's many years of military achievements. No matter which general it was, no one would be able to accept this. Jun Wui and Zhao Jinhun, former enemies and biggest rivals, both of them talked a lot. In front of the cenotaph of the white general Jun Wu Hui, the two talked for a long time. Although they were tit for tat, but they also appreciated each other's talents. From beginning to end, Jun Moxie didn't interrupt even half a word. He knew that this moment belonged to the two of them. Both of them were veterans and they were warlords who were once opponents. Until the end, Zhao Jinhun intentionally or unintentionally said something that caught Jun Moxie's attention. The Jun family and the Dugu family are currently in a bad situation in Tianxiang. Why do you say that? Jun Wui asked. Is it possible that Brother Zhao has heard some news? Is that country targeting us? Do you still need other countries to target you? After I and the imperial tutor arrived in Tianxiang, your country's 3 princes came to visit, and their attitude was very hee. Zhao Jinhun straightened his back and sneered in a low voice. The Jun and Dugu families are dead set on their loyalty to the Emperor of Tianxiang, Yang Huaiyu, and the 3 princes have yet to decide who is superior. Your emperor is intent on maintaining the balance, and has yet to decide who will be the next crown prince. so the three princes can't wait any longer. If they want to succeed, then mutiny is their only option. However, the Jun family and the Dugu family are not attached to any of the princes, so they are a big obstacle to the three princes, and they must be eliminated. Moreover, the Dugu family still has an unmarried daughter, Yuning, and I believe that if one of the princes successfully pursues her, then what about the Jun family? Even if the princess marries, it will only be the emperor's favor, right? And it does not belong to the three princes. Chapter 202. For now there are only these signs. Zhao Jianhun Lingling continued, it would take a lot of planning to actually make a move. After all, the Jun family's influence in the Tianxiang Empire is so great that even the emperor wouldn't dare to act rashly, but this plan is already very clear. Haha, these three brats are still wet behind the ears, but they dare to bully my Jun family. Jun Wui smiled coldly. There is also the Dugu family. An unmarried woman can at most live in peace for a while, but not for long. Zhao Jianhun added, to tell you the truth, I'm actually looking forward to this happening. If the two pillars of Tianxiang's military are chopped down, then it would be a great thing for us. When the time comes, I will mobilize my army, lead my troops to the north and flatten Tianxiang in one fell swoop, and expand my Yutang territory. Perhaps we can unify the world in one fell swoop. Isn't that wonderful? Then why did you say it? Why do you want me and the Jun family to be even more vigilant? Jun Wui snorted. I can't hide anything in front of Jun Wu Hui. Therefore I will sell the Jun family a favor. In any case, the Jun family is my greatest opponent. They are also my most respected and desired opponent. Zhao Jianhun turned around to look at Jun Wu Hui's statue and slowly said, I'm looking forward to your Jun family producing another white commander, to have a showdown between the two armies. However, I do not wish for the once heroic family to wither away in the dark power struggle. This is the only thing I can do for my idol. Zhao Jianhun stood up and strode over to Jun Wu Hui's statue, looked up and quietly stared at it for a long time, then suddenly turned around, farewell. I won't be seeing you out. Jun Wui clasped his fists together in a solemn manner. Then he solemnly added, You're welcome. Zhao Jianhun stood motionless with his back to Jun Wui. After a long time, he laughed hoarsely, No need to see me off, no need to thank me. Suddenly he said in a low voice, Can't I offend them? Or am I not strong enough? Jun Wui was silent. After a long time he said, Both? I understand. Zhao Jianhun took a deep breath. I'm leaving. I will return to Yutang immediately. Jun Wui, if we meet on the battlefield in the future, don't hold back. If that's the case, I've made a mistake coming here today. His side profile revealed a sorrowful expression. All these years I've endured all this. I'm really tired. The invincible great general is also the lucky great general, nothing more than that. After saying this, Zhao Jianhun didn't look back, nor did he speak again. His lonely figure slowly walked away, his black cloak fluttering in the wind, his head held high as he slowly disappeared into the distance. The Tianxiang soldiers on both sides looked at the back of the enemy's commander with a solemn silence. This person is too arrogant. Jun Wui looked at Zhao Jianhun's back and slowly said, In the past, Big Brother had targeted his arrogance. This weakness of his laid countless traps, every time he stepped into it, never regretting it. Jun Moxie couldn't help but laugh. It's not easy for him to live until now. Although this person is too arrogant, but he also has the capital to be arrogant. He is proficient in both the civil and military, and is also outstanding in battle and ambush. Don't you think he has the qualifications to be arrogant? If I were him, I would also do the same. Jun Wui said, and his greatest ability, and also what your father admired the most about him, is that even in a desperate situation he never gave up the hope of survival, and even turned the tide of defeat to survive. Every time he was defeated, the more he fought, the braver he became and never gave up. No matter what the situation was, he always stood firm. Your father once told me that if he were in Zhao Jianhun's shoes, he may not be able to do it. Zhao Jianhun is really an outstanding person. Jun Mocier agreed in his heart. Taking the easy road is not considered a skill. Only those who can survive in the face of adversity without losing their fighting spirit and will to fight are heroes. That year, when we were studying Zhao Jianhun, Big Brother immediately decided on the strategy to deal with Zhao Jianhun because of one sentence from Zhao Jianhun. Jun Wui said with heartfelt pride, and this strategy even now is still effective against Zhao Jianhun. What sentence? Jun Moxie suddenly became interested. That year, Zhao Jianhun rose to prominence in Yutang, and the Prime Minister of Yutang wanted to betroth his daughter to him. But the woman was extremely fat and ugly. Jun Wui smiled. At that time, in front of many ministers, Zhao Jianhun bluntly said, "Such an ugly woman, how can she be worthy of the handsome general?" Jun Moxie laughed. At that time, when Big Brother knew about this, he immediately said, "Zhao Jianhun is a proud and aloof person, and his ability is outstanding. His personality is also very arrogant, and he will never bow down to others. Yu Tang lacks talented generals, so this person will be promoted. So in a few years, Zhao Jianhun will become a big enemy of our army. But this kind of character is very bad. Proud and aloof, if he is a scholar, it can be said that he has the strength of character, but if he is a general, it is a fatal flaw. Pride. This is a big taboo for a general. If anyone faces Zhao Jianhun in the future, as long as they can firmly grasp this weakness, they will successfully be in an invincible position." Jun Wui's voice was full of nostalgia. When Big Brother said this, Zhao Jianhun was just an ordinary general, but less than 2 years later, Zhao Jianhun became the general of Yu Tang's army. And Big Brother said that Zhao Jianhun's weakness is still there today. However, Big Brother also said that it is not difficult to grasp Zhao Jianhun's weakness, but it is not easy to take advantage of it. Zhao Jianhun's personality is that he will never admit defeat, and the more setbacks he suffers, the more resilient he becomes. If it is not for a series of fatal blows that completely obliterate his fighting spirit, it would be impossible to defeat him. Because of this, Big Brother fought continuously and defeated him 29 times in a row, but unfortunately in the last battle. A leopard can change its spots, but a leopard cannot. Jun Moxie sighed deeply, and felt a heartfelt respect for the father he had never met. Just from this sentence and limited information, he was able to accurately grasp the character of an enemy country's general, and then formulate a general who knew his weakness, but still fell into his trap. The ingenuity of this plan is really frightening, and Jun Wu Hui is worthy of being called the god of war. And from this weakness of Zhao Jianhun's character, Jun Moxie instantly understood why Zhao Jianhun had been suffering for the past 10 years. Such a proud person and a true warrior. If such a person had to suffer a shameful defeat, then perhaps he would not have taken it to heart, and would have been able to completely bear it. As long as he turned defeat into victory, he could wash away his shame. But now he had to bear this inexplicable and shameful victory that should not have belonged to him. As a winner, how could he wash away his shame? How could he turn victory into defeat? For such a proud person, this was more painful than killing him. Lucky dog shit. This kind of title, this kind of humiliation for someone like Zhao Jianhun, who was extremely proud and arrogant to the extreme, it was undoubtedly a shackle in his soul. And this shackle could not be explained, nor could it be removed. No wonder Zhao Jianhun's last words were, "I have endured all these years and I am very tired." It was only now that Jun Moxie finally understood how much grief, helplessness, and heavy pressure Zhao Jianhun's last words contained. Perhaps the only way to remove this shackle was for Zhao Jianhun to personally defeat the only surviving member of the Jun family's 3 heroes, Jun Wui, but this chance was extremely slim. Zhao Jianhun, for all these years, had been undefeated, and although his glory was boundless, but his heart had long been overwhelmed. So this time he had desperately followed Fei Mingchen to Tianxiang City, to pay his respects in front of Jun Wu Hui's cenotaph. Not for anything else but to pour out the pain in his heart, and only in front of Jun Wu Hui could he pour out all the bitterness in his heart. Although he did not say anything when he was in front of Jun Wu Hui. But there was no need to say anything. From this point of view, when Zhao Jianhun said that he would avenge Jun Wu Hui, it was by no means a lie. Because Zhao Jianhun's pain all these years was also brought to him by those people. Avenging Jun Wu Hui was tantamount to venting his anger for himself. It seems that the 3 princes are a little impatient, the imperial power, the Yellow Springs. As they walked out of the cenotaph, Jun Wui spoke in a heavy tone. "Wuxia, if they want to deal with the Jun and Dugu families, it is absolutely impossible. The Jun family and the Dugu family can't be shaken by a mere prince. A trifling brat like them is far from qualified. But if they want to deal with you, the possibility is very high. After all, you are the only descendant of the Jun family. If you are gone, then your grandfather and I will work hard, and no matter how much glory we have, it will all be meaningless. You have to be careful about this. Third uncle, my current strength is not very high, but, even if they want to kill me, I'm afraid it will not be an easy task." Jun Moxie smiled in a somewhat cynical manner. He had been able to come and go freely during the battle between the 6 great masters, Shenxian, so why would he care about these little assassination tricks? With the yin-yang escape technique, he believed that even the 8 great masters wouldn't be able to kill him. But if they make a move against me first, then I will not be lenient. The corners of Jun Moxie's mouth slowly curved into a cruel smile. Princes? Hey, can't the princes be killed? This is very strange. I want to see which of those three brothers has eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. Do they really think that I won't fight back? There is no need to be lenient. Jun Wui's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were cold as he said, but once you make a move, you must be clean and efficient and not leave any traces behind. Even the slightest flaw could bring about endless trouble. I understand. Jun Moxie's eyes narrowed as he pushed the wheelchair and smiled deeply. Third uncle, I am not a person who is afraid of trouble. When it comes to leaving no traces, I believe that no one in this world can do it better than me. At this moment, on the roof in front of them, a shadow flashed past as swift as a bird, and as fast as lightning. Even with the eyesight of Jun Moxie and his nephew, they only felt a blur in front of them, and then everything returned to normal. What a fast movement technique. It is far beyond our reach. Jun Wui's pupils shrank. Jun Moxie's heart skipped a beat. Although he couldn't see the face of the shadow just now, the smooth way it flew was somewhat familiar. It was like a goshawk gliding in the sky, elegant and fast. In this world, there was only one person who could display such perfect speed and elegance, and that person was Solitary Eagle. Third uncle, that person seems to be an old friend. I will go and take a look and you can go back first in the sedan. Don't worry about me, Jun Moxie said slowly as he looked in the direction where the shadow disappeared. The World Cup has begun. Brothers and sisters, who knows how miserable I have been these few nights? I am a standard football fan. I know that I can watch the game with just a click of my finger, but I have to force myself not to click on it or else I won't have time to write. What a dilemma. What makes me most depressed is that a few brothers in the group would report the situation of the game every few minutes, and then pop in my window and say, "Good game." Fuck. Is it that good? Chapter 203. Good. Be careful. Jun Wui readily agreed. He knew that Jun Wui must have discovered something, and since he followed, he naturally had his reasons. Jun Wui was now very assured of his nephew, and rather than worrying about Jun Moxie, it would be better to hurry back and see how those guys were practicing, and then quickly practice his swordsmanship. A few days ago, Jun Moxie mysteriously took out a tattered swordsmanship manual and gave it to Jun Wui, and mysteriously said that it was a secret manual that he had inadvertently obtained. Jun Wui snorted and didn't believe his words at all. But the swordsmanship manual was real and he was deeply attracted by it. The swordsmanship in it was ruthless and exquisite, and even Jun Wui had never seen it before. The swordsmanship was unconventional, and every move determined life and death. Just by looking at the manual, there was already a kind of miserable feeling that the enemy was going to die, and I was going to live and I was going to die. Absolute killing sword. One move determined life and death, and the sword vowed not to return. This was one of the ancient martial arts that Jun Moxie had practiced in his previous life, and after some changes he sorted it out and gave it to Jun Wui. For Jun Wui, who had survived hundreds of battles, and was a hot-blooded and ruthless blood general, this set of swordsmanship was just right for him, and was incomparably compatible. It was simply tailor-made for Jun Wui. Therefore Jun Wui had been practicing like a madman for the past few days. The uncle and nephew parted ways. Jun Moxie felt a little strange. The fight for the Xiandan had ended, and the top experts who had gathered in Tianxiang City had already dispersed, so why hadn't Solitary Eagle left yet? What was he planning to do? Jun Daxiao was the one who knew the whole story best, and Solitary Eagle's goal was never the Xiandan, but only to find a suitable opponent to kill. Otherwise, with his cultivation and the opportunity to obtain the Xiandan, he would have been able to escape thousands of miles away, and not even the two Shen Beast Kings would have been able to stop him. So, what was he going to do today? Or should I say, what else in Tianxiang City was enough to move his heart? Was there still a master in Tianxiang City who could move him? Jun Moxie had gone to great lengths to attract the solitary falcon's attention when he had first discovered him. His goal was to obtain the Shen Core's usage method from the solitary falcon, and it could be said that Jun Moxie had done everything in his power to attract the solitary falcon's attention. First, he had flattered the solitary falcon in order to gain his favor, and then he had offered him wine in order to tie the knot. However, the sudden change had occurred, and the plan had been activated ahead of schedule. Then the Hotian Shen, Earth Shen, Supreme Shen, and Spirit Shen had appeared one after the other. Everything that had happened had been completely out of Jun Moxie's expectations. After the fight for the Xiandan had ended, a series of changes had occurred, and Jun Daxiao had checked the harvest. He was surprised to find that as long as he could get the support of the Xian Beast Kings of Tian Fa, the original arrangement of Solitary Eagle would no longer be useful. From this, it could be seen that even the most sophisticated plan couldn't keep up with the rapid changes. Therefore, Jun Dashao felt somewhat wronged in his heart. I've spent so much effort to arrange such an exquisite layout. But how come it's useless now? How can this be? This is too vexing. His heart had been unbalanced because of this matter, and he had been afraid that Solitary Eagle would suddenly run away. Then it would be difficult to find him again. However, he hadn't expected that he would suddenly see his figure again. So, how could Jun Moxie let go of this opportunity? Hitman Jun chased after him at full speed. Jun Dashao's Qinggong was second to none among his peers, but no matter how hard he tried to catch up with Solitary Eagle's speed, it would be difficult for him to catch up with Solitary Eagle. This wasn't to say that there was a problem with Hitman Jun's Qinggong, but his Xianqi cultivation was still too low. Although it had improved a lot, but his Xianqi level was still equivalent to the initial Gold Xian level. However, Jun Dashao was very confident that as long as he could break through to the second level of his Qinggong, he would at least be equivalent to the Earth Xian level in this world. However, this was all in the future. He had already lost sight of the Solitary Eagle's figure, but Hitman Jun didn't give up because of this. As the saying goes, a wild goose leaves a trace as it flies. Jun Dashao could still rely on his intuition to find some clues, and slowly chase in the direction where Solitary Eagle had disappeared. Maple Forest, south of the city. It was late autumn, the setting sun was shining in the evening, and the maple leaves were like blood. The autumn wind was slightly whistling, and the entire maple forest was like a sea of blood, surging up and down incessantly. Tens of thousands of dark red maple leaves were unable to resist the bleak autumn wind, and were drifting away from the branches, as if countless bright beads of blood were falling from the sky. The sky was crying blood. In front of the maple forest, a man dressed in azure blue clothes stood facing the wind. He stood there quietly, but his whole body was like the rolling waves of the blue sea, whistling up and down, rolling over and over, endlessly rippling. The sea of blood behind him complemented each other, forming a sea of blood and a blue light, and unexpectedly formed a kind of peaceful and transcendent imposing manner. His hair was fluttering in the wind, and seemed to carry the deep blue color of the sky. Countless red leaves were spiraling down from the top of his head, but not a single one was able to stain his seemingly azure hair. His calm eyes were looking at the road without any sadness or joy. There was no longing, no expectation, no panic, no fear. Hai Qinfeng. For the sake of friendship, Hai Qinfeng had finally come. He had used his life to confront an unparalleled and unknown powerhouse. He looked at Dongfang and saw his hometown, the blue sea, in the distant horizon. That was where his master, Paragon Azure Blue, resided. But, will I have the opportunity to go back after this war? Hai Qinfeng's eyes seemed to be rolling up and down. With a whoosh, the autumn wind in the sky seemed to suddenly intensify, and a heavy pressure suddenly, crazily and domineeringly appeared, pressing down from nothingness with the force to topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Hai Qinfeng's eyes narrowed, and the sky-blue Xianqi around his body suddenly exploded with a loud bang. His feet were nailed to the ground, and he was as steady as a rock, motionless. However, his hair and robes were fluttering in the wind, and it seemed as if they were about to fly away from his body. The maple forest behind him was neatly tilted backwards. Tens of thousands of defeated and fallen red leaves, whether they had fallen to the ground or had yet to leave their branches, flew out like red clouds with the mighty wind. In an instant, half the sky was dyed red. The sea of blood and the blue waves suddenly separated. The maple forest was the maple forest, and Hai Qinfeng was Hai Qinfeng. The two were no longer related. Hai Qinfeng was left standing alone between the heaven and the earth. There was nothing around him that could help him anymore. Hai Qinfeng had painstakingly created a favorable geographical situation for himself, but now it had been destroyed in an instant. Hai Qinfeng's complexion changed, and he put his hand on the hilt of his sword. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the emptiness in front of him. A great enemy. The newcomer hadn't even appeared yet, but his imposing aura had easily separated Hai Qinfeng's and the Blood Sea Maple Forest's imposing aura. Hai Qinfeng had never seen such power before. Whoosh! A black silhouette pierced through the air and soared up to 100 feet in the air. His body flashed and appeared in front of Hai Qinfeng in a silent manner. At this time there was still an afterimage in the air. It was a goshawk flying in the sky. The newcomer's long hair hung down to his shoulders. His eyebrows were like distant mountains, his eyes were like lightning, his nose was like an eagle, and his lips were thin. His face was thin, and his whole body was like a peerless divine weapon. He was exuding a monstrous murderous aura, as if he was a divine eagle hunting a rabbit. But in the next moment he looked like a towering mountain, standing proudly in the face of thousands of years of wind and frost. "Is it you who challenged the Jinyang gang?" Hai Chen-feng took a deep breath and his voice was somewhat hoarse. The intuition of a Sky Xian expert had made him realize that the person in front of him wasn't someone he could contend against. "Are you the helper that Jin Feng Lai found? You have the cultivation of Tian Xian? Good, good, very good." The black-robed man's eyes swept across Hai Chen-feng's face, and he suddenly felt a stinging pain. He couldn't help but be startled. Xian Qi had condensed into an empty sword and a blade. This person has actually reached this realm. This is at least Xin Xian's cultivation. Even though Hai Chen-feng had reached the realm of Tian Xian, he still didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although he had expected this person to be very brilliant, but he had never imagined that he would reach such a high level. It would be difficult for him to even look up to him. This person's strength was so great that even his master, the Azure Master, might not be able to easily defeat him. And there were only a handful of people in the world who had such a cultivation. Who was this person? The reason why he didn't know whether to laugh or cry was because, since this person was so powerful, why would he bother with a small underground gang? If such a person showed even the slightest intention to recruit him, then it would simply be a compliment to Jin Feng Lai. Jin Feng Lai should have offered up his entire fortune, and thrown himself under this person's wing. But now, he had rashly made an enemy of this person and had even gotten himself involved. What was this? The black-robed man smiled coldly. "You're just a middle-level Tian Xian, and yet you dare to challenge me? Ah, good, good. You're really courageous. I have no choice but to do so. I won't turn back even if I have to cross a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames." Hai Chen-feng said slowly and solemnly cupped his fists. "Senior, please forgive me for my offense. Senior, since you've already arrived, please grant me a move. I've never been magnanimous." The black-robed man let out a strange laugh. His voice was strange like the cry of an eagle. "I've already settled this matter. I've benefited a lot from this trip to Tianxiang and I've gained a lot. I was about to leave so I wasn't interested in taking over that bullshit Jinyang gang. But now I've received your letter of challenge." The black-robed man looked up to the sky and roared, "If the king of hell wants someone dead, then who dares to stay until the 5th? Since this matter has already passed, why is Senior still so unforgiving?" Hai Chen-feng sighed and said in a deep voice, "Senior, you're referring to the Xiandan fight last night, right?" Chapter 204. "Senior, it seems that you must fight? Then this junior will be so bold as to ask for your advice." Hai Chen-feng's heart was bursting with arrogance as he thought to himself, "Since you are a senior, why are you bullying me like this? Where is the demeanor of a senior? I'd rather be beaten to death by you than be scared to death by you. In any case, I, Hai Chen-feng, am the disciple of one of the 8 great masters. When have I ever been afraid of anyone?" The blue master, Meng Hongqin, was also an eccentric person who never talked to her disciples about the outside world. Hai Chen-feng had never seen Solitary Eagle since he lived outside the Great Wall all year round. Even the rumors about Solitary Eagle were few and far between. So much so that Hai Chen-feng couldn't recognize the man in front of him. He was one of the 8 great masters, the god of the grasslands, Solitary Eagle. "Hee, I'm afraid that asking for advice won't be interesting. It's fate that we've met. Today you will accompany this old man to relax his muscles." The solitary falcon laughed out loud. Then he suddenly took a few steps forward and swung his palm downwards. Hai Chen-feng snorted angrily as he unsheathed his sword with a clang. Bang! Solitary Eagle's right hand collided with the sword's edge. The sound of metal clashing rang out as his palm collided with the sword. Hai Chen-feng's heart calmed down. This old man's lightness skill was truly astonishing. In fact, he had never seen anything like this in his life. However, the two of them were evenly matched. Although the opposite party's palm was naturally stronger than his own, but he wasn't that much stronger. Hai Chen-feng didn't necessarily have no chance of winning. He couldn't help but let out a long and loud shout as a blue light surged out from the inside like a surging tide. He didn't know that Solitary Eagle's eyesight was very good. In order to continue fighting like a cornered beast, Solitary Eagle had used the equivalent of his own strength to deal with him. There was a special reason why Solitary Eagle went around looking for people to attack. Over the past few years, he had been spending his time at the peak of the snowy mountain fighting with the goshawk. Slowly he had gained some insights, and from the goshawk's flight, fighting, hunting, attack and evasion, He had created a new set of powerful martial arts from his original 9 forms of the Divine Eagle Transformation 17 forms. This set of martial arts was extremely powerful, but because it was only at the beginning, it was far from being fully integrated. The connection between the moves gave Solitary Eagle a huge headache. From time to time, Solitary Eagle wanted to find a good opponent to practice with so that he could discover the flaws of the 17 Eagle transformation forms, and find a way to improve it. However, he was never able to find one. One had to know that the other great supremes who were equally as famous as him were not ordinary people. They would either hide their strength and bide their time, or they would be elusive, or they would just reject him outright. Who would have the time to play with him? Moreover, these experts were only slightly inferior to the Solitary Falcon in terms of Qigong. However, any one of them was far superior to the Solitary Falcon in terms of actual strength. Therefore, even if the Solitary Falcon were to provoke them, it would still be pointless. Thus, Solitary Eagle was really helpless. It wasn't impossible to say that he still had a mortal enemy, Feng Huanyun. However, once the two of them met, it would always be a battle of life and death. If the Solitary Falcon were to use this incomplete set of 17 Eagle transformation against his opponent in that situation, then it would be no different from courting death. Even if he could protect himself, he would still have to reveal his trump card to Feng Huanyun first. Solitary Eagle was absolutely unwilling. This set of martial arts was originally prepared for when he would defeat Feng Huanyun in the future. How could he reveal it now? But other than that, although the world was big, how many people could be a match for Solitary Eagle? It wasn't that Solitary Eagle didn't think of going to the Tian Fa forest, but when he thought of Tian Fa's heaven-shaking strength, Solitary Eagle hesitated again and again. In the end, he still didn't dare to go. Sending himself to the front door was simply asking to be turned into the feces of Shen beasts. At his wit's end, the Solitary Falcon came up with an alternative solution: find someone to fight with. No matter who it was, as long as it was a famous expert, even if it was a technique inherited from the ancestors, it would definitely have its own unique way of thinking. And what Solitary Eagle needed was precisely this. Thus, this old eagle, one of the 8 great masters, fought his way from the south to the north, and from the north back to the south. But recently he discovered something extremely depressing. After fighting with hundreds of so-called experts, not only did his strength not increase, it had actually decreased. Actually, this was not difficult to understand. It was like playing chess with a lousy chessboard. After playing too much chess, one's hand would also become lousy. While he was feeling depressed, he unexpectedly received news about Shen Dan. He had traveled a long way to come here, and had coincidentally caught up with this farce. Now he could finally let go of his hands and feet and fight a big battle. Just when he was feeling happy, 2 Shen Beast Kings suddenly jumped out of nowhere. And they forcibly snatched Shen Dan in front of everyone's eyes. Needless to say, whether it was Solitary Eagle or Shi Changxiao, the 2 great masters had lost face. Admittedly, Shi Changxiao's trip was in vain. But Solitary Eagle's thousands of li journey was also in vain. The next day, Solitary Eagle felt that it was unfair. So, he went to Shi Changxiao's door to look for trouble. But he was told that Shi Changxiao had already left in the night. The extremely depressed Solitary Eagle also decided to leave. As for his original plan to subdue the Jinyang gang, he did not take it to heart. What was the point of subduing the Jinyang gang without any experts? That stupid gang was originally used to search for the whereabouts of Shen Dan. Now that Shen Dan was nowhere to be found, what was the point of that thing? He did not expect to receive a challenge from the Jinyang gang at this time. This was like a pillow when he wanted to doze off. The originally depressed Solitary Eagle finally had a place to vent his anger. He excitedly rushed here to vent his anger. When he saw the person, he was even more overjoyed. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the person in front of him was the disciple of the great master Azure. Moreover, his cultivation was already at the peak of the middle level of Tianxian. He was really a God-sent man. Solitary Eagle suddenly understood a saying: lose at the swings but gain at the mulberry. In the midst of disappointment, there was a great favor. Therefore, Solitary Eagle naturally did not want to rashly reveal his identity. If his identity was exposed, this kid in front of him would immediately kneel down and call him martial uncle. But he would definitely not be able to fight. One must know that stones from other mountains can be used to attack jade. This person was the disciple of the great master Azure, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of the middle level of Tianxian. He must be the favorite disciple of the great master Azure. If he could fight to his heart's content, he believed that it would be a great inspiration for him. Therefore, one deliberately suppressed his true strength, while the other fought with all his strength. The two of them rolled around, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. One of them was fighting to his heart's content, while the other was fighting more comfortably. Could this be considered as both of them getting what they wanted? At this time, an uninvited guest also arrived. This uninvited guest was naturally Jun Dashao. Although Jun Dashao was an expert in tracking, it also depended on who he was competing with. Solitary Eagle's Qinggong was second to none among the 8 great masters. Even if the hitman Jun's tracking methods were excellent, it would still be difficult for him to keep track of him. If he hadn't been attracted by the red leaves that covered the sky, then he would have missed him. Jun Dashao's body flickered as he fled nearby, and just happened to see Solitary Eagle acting like a hooligan, an adult bullying a child. He couldn't help but admire him in his heart. He is indeed worthy of being one of the 8 great masters. His methods of acting like a hooligan are simply superb. As he watched the fight between Solitary Eagle and the man in blue, Jun Moxie suddenly discovered a very strange phenomenon. Although the Solitary Falcon was trying his best to make it seem as if he was having a hard time dealing with this situation, but Jun Moxie could see at a glance that Solitary Eagle was using the same moves over and over again, and that he was casually changing them. But the man in blue was undoubtedly going all out. The battle situation was completely under the control of Solitary Eagle. This situation was more like Solitary Eagle was using the man in blue to practice his martial arts. Solitary Eagle's upper body didn't move, and his lower body didn't move. His hands were either stretched or retracted, or bent or straight, and his palms, claws and fingers were changing back and forth. Jun Moxie stared for a long time, and the more he looked, the more he felt that something was wrong. Suddenly his heart lit up. Solitary Eagle had clearly created his own martial arts. And this martial art had evolved from Goshawk's body. This point was very obvious. But what was even more obvious was that although he had created this martial art, it was far from forming a relatively complete system. This could be seen from the connection between the moves. It was obvious that this martial art required a set of specialized circulation paths to support it. Moreover, every move and every style was very strange. It could be seen that if one exerted his full strength, the power would be very great. Jun Moxie silently counted 3 times, and finally determined that this set of moves should have a total of 17 moves. Due to the interruption of Solitary Eagle's moves, it could be clearly calculated. Although it was easy to determine that these moves of Solitary Eagle were extremely powerful, but because he didn't have any killing intent in his heart, and because he deliberately suppressed his true strength, the power he displayed was mediocre. If he were to fight against an expert of the same level, he would have already been overwhelmed. But if he were to deal with someone of a lower realm than him, he would be able to handle it with ease, and even if there were occasional flaws, he would be able to make up for it. In addition, according to Hitman Jun's experience and accurate analysis, if he could combine a few of these moves at the same time, the power would increase by several times. But now it was clear that Solitary Eagle couldn't do it. Although he had a flash of inspiration and had created these moves, but he was far from being able to display the true power of these moves. Jun Moxie suddenly understood why Solitary Eagle didn't want to stay in Xiandan, but instead traveled thousands of miles to Tianxiang City. Why did Solitary Eagle want to fight so much? Why did Solitary Eagle want to fight against an expert of such a high level? So this was the reason. In that case, why don't I do the same? Jun Moxie nervously pondered as he watched Solitary Eagle's movements. Jun Moxie felt a vague sense of familiarity as he looked at the Solitary Falcon's every move and every stance of his. Shaky, too shaky. It could be said that these powerful moves in Solitary Eagle's hands could at best be called the 17 moves of Sanshou. They still needed to be tempered 1,000 times, and couldn't be called a systematic set of martial arts. But in terms of the embryonic form of a unique skill, it was more than enough. Most of Solitary Eagle's moves were similar to the Eagle Snake Life and Death style. Wing Spread style, Rising Eagle style, Rushing Heaven style, Fighting Rabbit style, and I know all of these. Moreover, the Solitary Falcon was far from being able to achieve such a level of mastery, and had studied it in a very systematic manner. Moreover, all of these moves had been thoroughly tempered, and had been thoroughly tempered for a long time. Chapter 205. Jun Moxie silently compared the Solitary Falcon's moves, and was surprised to find that although the Solitary Falcon's moves were a bit jerky and even incoherent, but the finesse of his moves might not be as good as some of the superior martial arts from his previous life, but the fierceness of his moves was far superior. If matched with the corresponding Shen Qi, it would be enough to display a considerable amount of power, and even Jun Moxie would have to admire it. What was even more rare was that every time Solitary Eagle repeated the same moves in the process of fighting, there would be subtle changes, and the flaws in the original moves would be eliminated bit by bit. So that the flaws in the moves that should have taken a long time to be eliminated were quickly solved in actual combat. One must know that the concept of learning martial arts and the concept of creating a martial art are completely different. The creation of a martial art, from the initial stage to the initial stage to the final stage and then to the final stage, can never be skipped. In order to achieve the final stage, apart from the creator's flash of inspiration, it would also take decades, or even generations of painstaking effort, to truly temper and perfect it. In this strange world where there was no Chinese ancient martial arts, Solitary Eagle was able to ingeniously abandon the original Xianqi and create a new set of martial arts moves. Moreover, he was able to use his own unique method to quickly form this set of martial arts. His wisdom and pursuit of martial arts were enough to be praised by future generations, and the creation of a new set of martial arts could be regarded as an epic-making achievement. Just from this point alone, Solitary Eagle was already worthy of the title of 8 Great Masters, and had the qualifications to be a great master of his generation. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that he was willing to lower his status as one of the 8 Great Masters, and did not hesitate to lower his status to fight with ordinary Xianqi experts, in order to verify the flaws in his moves, and then improve upon them. This kind of rigorous attitude towards martial arts was something that not many people could do. Wait a minute. A light suddenly flashed in Jun Moxie's mind. Solitary Eagle wanted to find an opponent, but couldn't find one. Shuihun Manor and the Silver Blizzard City, weren't they good opponents? Right now, Solitary Eagle was having a headache over the fact that it was difficult for his moves to match his cultivation. Didn't he have the ultimate moves from his previous life in his mind? Divine Eagle pouncing on the tiger, Eagle cries to the 9 provinces, Eagle 9 transformations, Eagle soaring 1,000 miles. Wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't make use of the resources he had? That would truly be a reckless waste of God's gifts. Jun Moxie thought nervously in his mind. For a moment he was pleasantly surprised. Solitary Eagle used his palms to control the balance of the entire situation, but in his mind he was thinking about how to coordinate his hands and feet, and how to link his moves with each other, slowly familiarizing himself with the moves, and then slowly improving them bit by bit, although the process was extremely slow, but it was still very enjoyable. This world's Xianqi was different from the internal energy that Jun Daxiao was familiar with in his previous life. Xianqi itself was too strong, and lacked the characteristics of the internal energy of the Xianqi, which limited the display of the moves, so the majority of the moves were based on brute force, and the average person's Xianqi was rarely able to make a complex move, unless it was a very powerful and deadly move, but once that kind of move was launched, the Xianqi of the entire body would basically be gone. In this regard, it was very similar to the so-called Do Qi. If one pursued the power and speed of the moves, then the Xianqi would not be able to keep up. If one pursued the quality of the Xianqi, then the moves would appear cumbersome. However, Solitary Eagle's current moves, although still very shaky, had basically transcended the scope of this aspect, and had corrected the shortcomings. Moreover, there was already a gradual trend of integration. However, this was truly a groundbreaking feat. If Solitary Eagle could really perfect this set of martial arts to the point of perfection, then Solitary Eagle would truly be the founder of a generation's great master sect. In fact, he would even be a peerless great master sect. Hai Qinfeng's complexion was unusually calm, and his sword was like the wind, circling, chopping, thrusting, slashing. The blue light ocean's billowing sword technique had been passed down to him by the great master Blue to the fullest, and had even managed to gain the upper hand at the beginning of the fight, and had even managed to suppress the black-clothed man for a time. However, the black-clothed man was able to stand firm from beginning to end, and no matter how many attacks were launched, he would still stand tall like a mountain. Sometimes he could clearly see the flaws of his opponent's moves, and it seemed as if he could pierce a hole in his opponent's body with his sword, but he didn't know how he was able to resolve them in a strange manner. With the passage of time, Hai Qinfeng became aware that the great advantage he had previously held was gradually shrinking. His opponent was still using the same moves he had used a moment ago, but its flaws were becoming increasingly difficult to find. Occasionally, his opponent would launch a strange counterattack which would force him into a flustered state. The situation between the two sides had been completely reversed by the time the battle had reached its climax. Hai Qinfeng was still fully focused and was going all out. His whole body was drenched in sweat, and his breathing was somewhat unstable. On the other hand, his opponent's breathing was still as steady as before, and his moves were constantly changing, becoming unconstrained and unrestrained. Hai Chen-feng was forced to retreat as soon as he made his move, but the black-clothed man didn't seem to have any intention of pursuing him. Otherwise Hai Chen-feng would have already died 8 times over. The competition between the two experts was getting more and more dangerous. The concept of a dangerous battle and the concept of an intense battle were completely different. An intense battle was generally when the strength of the two sides was roughly equal, and both sides were going all out in this contest. Only when the two sides were at the final juncture would they be able to sustain injuries or even perish together. Generally speaking, the probability of such a situation occurring was very small, and both sides would stop before their energy was exhausted. However, the concept of a dangerous battle was completely different. The weaker side could easily face a fatal disaster, and Hai Chen-feng's current situation was exactly like this. Originally, Solitary Eagle was the great master Xin Xian, and was the one who was in charge of the overall situation. So, it was impossible for Hai Chen-feng to sustain any injuries. However, Solitary Eagle had been concentrating on his own 17 techniques of Sanzhou, and had entered into a godly state. Therefore his fight with Hai Chen-feng had turned into an instinctive one. Although Solitary Eagle's Xian Qi was still controlled to the same level as Hai Chen-feng's, but this was still the great master Xin Xian's control ability. How could Hai Chen-feng compare? Although he wouldn't be able to seriously injure Hai Chen-feng in the blink of an eye, but he could easily nullify Hai Chen-feng's myriad of moves with just a casual wave of his hand. The true disparity between the two of them was clearly revealed. Hai Chen-feng knew that there was no room for a fluke. His opponent had been toying with him from the beginning to the end, and the outcome of this battle was completely under his control. That being the case, I will give you a heavy lesson even if I have to risk my life. Hai Chen-feng was a master of the Tianxian clan, and had rarely met a worthy opponent. So he had his own pride and self-respect. However, Solitary Eagle's attitude of toying with him was undoubtedly a great humiliation for Hai Chen-feng. In fact, this humiliation was something that he couldn't wash away. Hai Chen-feng had the strength to defeat his opponent, but he had deliberately kept him in suspense. It was like an old cat playing with a mouse. He would get bored of playing with him and then kill him. It was like playing chess. One could obviously kill his opponent in one move, but he would drag it out and wouldn't allow his opponent to admit defeat. Instead, he would kill his opponent and leave no one alive. Then he would send a large army of chariots, horses, and cannons to encircle the enemy's old commander. You'll die of exhaustion. This kind of prank could be used against a novice, but what if it was used against a famous chess master? It would be strange if the enemy didn't get angry on the spot. Hai Chen-feng was like an old commander at the end of his road. However, this old commander still had a final trick up his sleeves, and would destroy everything indiscriminately. Hai Chen-feng suddenly let out a shrill cry, and withdrew his sword. Then he suddenly started to circle around Solitary Eagle like a hurricane, and the blue light around his body became more and more intense. The blue light around his body became more intense every time he circled around. It went from sky blue to dark blue and finally to dark blue. It seemed as if a small tornado was wreaking havoc in the entire circle. The layers of blue light had completely condensed into a substantial substance. Solitary Eagle felt that he had gained a lot of insight, and was quite pleased in his heart. Therefore he became even more attentive to his moves. Suddenly he felt that the pressure around him had increased, and he was no longer able to do as he pleased. Instead, it seemed as if the surrounding tide had suddenly risen, and was accompanied by a violent gale and torrential rain. The endless surging pressure engulfed him. His heart was suddenly startled, and he immediately recalled the Azure Master's signature skill, Heaven and Earth Wave. This was a move that would destroy everything indiscriminately, and bring the enemy down with him. This move would burn the Xian Qi of one's entire body, along with the potential of one's Dantian, and all the strength of one's body. This move would then transform into the most powerful and lethal force, and then burst out in one move. Once this move was used, it could at least raise the level of the user's Xian Qi by more than 2 levels in an instant. Moreover, it would be able to erupt with energy far beyond one's own strength, and would definitely be able to kill an enemy whose strength was originally 2 levels higher than one's own. However, there was a huge disadvantage to using this move, and that was that one would die regardless of the enemy's strength. He wouldn't injure the enemy, but he would injure himself first. So, he would be doomed regardless of whether or not he could defeat the enemy. Solitary Eagle was shocked and cursed, "You bastard! You're courting death. I'm your eagle." He wanted to say, "I'm your Uncle Eagle." But he hadn't finished speaking when Hai Chen-feng burst into laughter, and interrupted Solitary Eagle's unfinished words. Then he roared in grief and indignation, Old thief, are you still afraid now that you know? You dare to humiliate my Azure Master? Hand over your life. The long sword bounced up with a whung sound, and rose up like a raging flood dragon. It was accompanied by monstrous waves, and the sword's sound changed midway. It sounded like the angry roar of a flood dragon on the verge of death. The sword light was swift, and the entire sky was filled with the sound of wind and thunder. Suddenly, a white light flashed and an explosive kacha sound was heard. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck from a clear sky, and the Milky Way had suddenly burst its banks. It was brimming with a resolute and unwavering momentum, and came crashing down with a loud bang. It pounced towards Solitary Eagle. Solitary Eagle was angry and anxious at the same time. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He flew into a rage and cursed, "You little bastard! Quickly stop. I'm going to settle the score with Meng Hongchen tomorrow. I'll fuck your uncle. How did a lunatic like you appear? I've been merciful all this time, haven't you realized it? You're an idiot and a lunatic." Chapter 206. Would Solitary Eagle be afraid of Hai Qinfeng's ultimate move? The answer was obviously no. How could the Solitary Falcon, who was also a Spirit Xian expert, be shaken by the Azure Master's display of this technique? The gap between Hai Qinfeng and Solitary Eagle's cultivation was so huge that a mere sweeping heaven and earth wave wouldn't be able to shorten it. Let alone perishing together, it wouldn't even be able to injure the Solitary Eagle. But the great Xin Xian Solitary Eagle wouldn't be in any danger. Solitary Eagle could only think of, "I'm done for. I've only cared about my own happiness and focused on practicing a few moves, but I've inadvertently forced this kid into a dead end. How am I going to explain this to Meng Hongchen when I see her in the future? Tell her that I've forced her disciple to his death because of my own cultivation? What kind of person would that make me? Meng Hongchen wouldn't fight me to the death. But what should I do now?" Hai Qinfeng had heard Solitary Eagle's words, and was so angry that he almost exploded in the air. "You old bastard, you should have told me earlier. Why are you acting so mysterious? Your nephew has already burned all of his Xian Qi and energy, and is like an arrow on a bowstring and has no choice but to fire. He can't stop even if he wants to. He's dead." At this moment Hai Qinfeng felt that he was the most wronged person in the world. He was definitely more wronged than Do Yi, if Do Yi existed in this world. Fight with the Solitary Falcon, who is as famous as my master, and burn both jade and stone together? What kind of bastard is this? Why didn't you show that you're the great Xin Xian earlier? Even if I didn't recognize you as my master, I would have run away a long time ago. I'm too talented to talk about dignity with the great Xin Xian. Now, I'm sure that this move of mine won't have any effect on you, but I'm doomed to die. Hai Qinfeng thought sadly, but thinking was just thinking, cursing was just cursing. This move, sweeping heaven and earth, was absolutely impossible to stop. The Solitary Falcon was extremely gloomy and angry, and Hai Qinfeng was extremely resentful and indignant, while the heaven and earth were being swept away. The immense power was already upon Solitary Eagle's head. Solitary Eagle's eyes were filled with helplessness. He was so anxious that he was about to foam at the mouth. It was really over this time. What to do? Let's dissolve it. At the very least, we can leave this kid's corpse intact. Bang bang boom. Dust filled the air, and one could not even see their fingers in front of them, nor could they see the blue sky when they looked up. The Solitary Eagle stood tall and proud, while Hai Qinfeng flew far away like a kite with a broken string. When the dust settled, Solitary Eagle stood in the middle of the field, looking at his own hands with a sorrowful expression. He felt sorrow welling up in his heart, and he almost burst into tears. What was going on? Hai Qinfeng's face was as white as a sheet of paper, and he was lying on the ground. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his chest was moving up and down slightly. Anyone could tell that this man was on his last breath, and that there was no way to bring him back to life. Hai Qinfeng's expression was very strange. It looked like he was crying, but it also looked like he was smiling. This was a very strange expression for a dying man. In fact, Hai Qinfeng didn't even have the strength to move his fingers, and could only wait for his death. As long as they had the slightest bit of strength, as long as they could open their mouths, they would first laugh at themselves before cursing out loud. Since ancient times, there have been countless Tianxian experts, but which one of them died in such a sullen manner like me? Why am I being wronged? Why am I being left speechless? Time? Luck? Nonsense. This is life. It's a bitter life. Hai Qinfeng's situation was because Solitary Eagle had tried his best to restrain himself, and had only been able to protect himself, and had barely managed to achieve this result. Otherwise, with his power as a supreme martial artist, If he were to counterattack with all his might, the stronger he was, the weaker 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 he was. It's over. Solitary Eagle covered his face with his hands. He didn't need to look to know what Hai Chin Feng looked like. There was absolutely no hope left for him. I'm really unlucky. I can't believe this kind of thing happened to me. I don't know if my luck is too good or too bad. How can I meet old Meng in the future? What will I say when I see him? Oh heaven, oh earth, why is my life so bitter? Holding on to a sliver of hope, the Eagle Great Sovereign went over to take a look, and his face immediately darkened. He couldn't help but stand up and tear 2 handfuls of his hair. He was so anxious that he spun around and kicked a big tree far away with a bang. Haha, he was fighting with his nephew, but he actually forced him to die. No, he should be playing with him to death or training him to death. A leisurely voice suddenly rang out, and had a hint of mockery in it. Regardless of which one it is, he's worthy of being called a great master. He's really fierce, I admire him. Solitary Eagle was so depressed that he was about to go crazy. So, he became furious when he heard these words. He suddenly turned around and cursed in a flustered and exasperated manner. Motherfucker, which son of a bitch is it? Come out. Shi Changshao, is that you? You old green-haired turtle. In Solitary Eagle's mind, there was only one person in the entire Tianxiang city who could sneak up on him without him noticing, and that person was the great master of life and death, Shi Changshao. Didn't he go away? Why is he still here? He even saw me make a fool of myself. There was no sound in the air, and the solitary falcon was furious. He was just about to start cursing when his vision suddenly darkened, and he discovered something extremely shocking. He didn't know when a black-clothed and masked man had crouched down in front of him, and was holding Hai Chin Feng's pulse with one hand. His eyes were closed, and he was less than 3 feet away from Solitary Eagle. Solitary Eagle was about to say something, but he forcibly swallowed it back into his stomach. The solitary falcon had always been very conceited, whether it was his own strength, or the fact that he had the qualifications to create his own sect in the future. However, he had always been proud of the fact that he was unrivaled in the world, and had always been superior to the other 7 great masters in terms of agility. Solitary Eagle's agility skills were second to none among the great masters, and this was also recognized by all the other great masters. Even the head of the great masters, Yun Bi Chen, wouldn't be able to sneak up to such a close distance without being detected by Solitary Eagle. So, who is this black-clothed and masked man? Solitary Eagle's hair stood on end in a split second. 3 feet away. Oh my god. Is this man the incarnation of a ghost? Since the intruder could come here without a sound, wouldn't it be as easy as eating cabbages to deal with him? When did such a powerful expert appear in this world? This move is very ruthless. He actually shattered his own dantian in order to stimulate his life's potential. It's really ruthless. It's a pity that the stone is burnt, but the jade is completely fine. The black-clothed man sighed. This boy has a strong temperament and I like it. If I hadn't come a step earlier, wouldn't you have toyed with this nephew of yours to death? This brother, you mean he can still be saved? Solitary Eagle was overjoyed when he heard this, and stuttered as he asked. He's not dead yet. With this old man here, even if he wants to die, he can't? The black-clothed man rolled his eyes. Don't make a sound. Just stand aside. Several dense black lines appeared on the solitary falcon's forehead at this point. In the vast universe, in the entire continent, who would dare to speak to him like this? Or rather, who would dare to speak to him like this after knowing his identity? He was about to explode. What are you doing here? The black-clothed man was not polite at all. You're disturbing me and then you want your nephew to die? Hurry up and get away from this old man. If you continue to be a hindrance, this old man will leave you alone. Solitary Eagle's old face was red like a cooked eagle's butt. He did not say a word and walked away a few steps. He then said, if you can't cure him, this old man will make you pay with your life. You dare to threaten this old man? How dare you? The black-clothed man slowly stood up. This old man will not cure him. He stood there with his arms crossed and looked at Solitary Eagle with contempt. You want me to pay with my life? Come on. This old man wants to see what kind of ability you have to make this old man pay with his life. Do you think you're really invincible just because you're called one of the 8 great masters? I'll spit on your face. Solitary Eagle's eyes almost popped out of his head in anger, and his chest heaved up and down. He was so angry that he was on the verge of bursting and spitting out blood. This is too infuriating. Solitary Eagle almost wanted to roar. This old man will fight with you. However, he still felt that it would be best to save Hai Qinfeng's life if he could do so. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to raise his head among the 8 great masters if word got out that he had forced a junior to his death. So, he had to endure this for now. What do you want? Solitary Eagle forcibly suppressed his temper. Hurry up and save him. Fuck. You're still dawdling. Hai Qinfeng's breathing was getting weaker and weaker, and Solitary Eagle stared at him with a pleading look in his eyes. Beg me. The black-clothed masked man calmly crossed his arms. Beg me to save him and I'll save him. I wanted to save him because this kid is pleasing to the eye, but I don't like you now, so I won't save him. Beg? Solitary Eagle almost choked on his breath. This was the first time in his life that he had spoken in such a submissive tone, and this guy was actually asking him to beg him. This was simply stepping on my face and taking a mile after taking an inch. The black-clothed masked man snorted, and turned around to walk away, without the slightest reluctance. Wait. Solitary Eagle was sweating profusely as he shouted in a hoarse voice. Hai Qinfeng's death was something that Solitary Eagle felt guilty about, even if it wasn't for the sake of the Azure Master. Therefore he couldn't allow Hai Qinfeng to die. This old man, begs. Solitary Eagle clenched his teeth, and the muscles on his cheeks twitched as he glared at the masked man. It seemed as if he wanted to eat him alive. Even the waters of 3 rivers and 5 lakes wouldn't be able to wash away the shame on his face today. I'm done for. I've thrown away all my face today. Lin Fan thought to himself. The black-clothed masked man snorted, and looked at him in an evil manner as he pointed at him and said, Look at you, you're a typical mule. You can't pull me away and you're rushing me back. Why would I come out if I didn't want to save him? Do you think that you're very handsome just because you have the title of a great master? I'm trying to save him and you want me to pay with my life? Is your brain filled with tofu dregs? Did the water get in? Chapter 207. Solitary Eagle's mind was crooked. Out of sight, out of mind, he turned around and gave the back of his head to the masked man. Just because of a few eagle fighting moves, I've actually become possessed to such an extent. Do you really think I'll be able to reach the level of a grandmaster just by looking for some shrimps to practice every day? The masked man muttered to himself, Only 17 moves in total, and they're not even continuous. It's really sad and shameful. I can't believe I still have the nerve to call myself one of the 8 great masters. This is too shameful. Upon hearing this, Solitary Eagle turned around like a whirlwind. His eagle eyes shone brightly. Your Excellency, what did you just say? What did I say? I said you don't know how to practice martial arts. The masked man rolled his eyes, the so-called hundreds of birds flapping their wings, eagles soaring through the sky, moving unhindered between the heavens and the earth, with thousands of changes. How could your puny moves be able to summarize them? You haven't completely figured them out. You only know half of them. You tried to imitate an eagle, but you ended up imitating a fly. Naturally, you couldn't bring out its true power. And you, for such a plaything, actually ended up in such a sorry state. Isn't that both pitiful and laughable? Don't you think you're a disgrace? This time, the black masked man's tone was even more vile than before, but every word and sentence that he had spoken had a heavy impact on the solitary falcon's heart. However, the solitary falcon wasn't in the mood to refute the man's words at this time. Instead, he felt as if a big and delicious pie had fallen from the sky, and had smashed into his head and made him dizzy. Senior, please advise me. Solitary Eagle said respectfully. In his mind, if someone who could point out his shortcomings wasn't a senior, then who could it be? It could only be a senior expert. At this moment, Solitary Eagle completely put away his arrogance. Go to the side and cool down first. When I'm done saving him, I'll give you a few pointers. Then I'll tell you that your little tricks aren't worth mentioning. The masked man snorted and said indifferently. Yes. The solitary falcon sat down and then started to look around for any movement, and started to act as a protector for Jun and Wuxia. The black-clothed masked man squatted down in a calm and unruffled manner, and groaned in extreme comfort. He then grabbed Hai Qinfeng's wrist and closed his eyes to meditate. The 8 great supremes. Who would dare to lecture them as if they were their grandchildren? I dare. After teaching them a lesson, they still have to respect me. What is an expert? I am an expert. The masked man in black was none other than Jun Moxie and Jun Dashao. It could be said that Hai Qinfeng's injuries were indeed very serious. In fact, it could be said that there was no cure for his injuries in this world. However, Jun Moxie's art of unlocking the heaven's fortune was far less serious than Jun Wui's. Hai Qinfeng's injuries were still fresh. Moreover, most of them were internal injuries. Therefore they were much easier to treat than Jun Wuyi's chronic illness. Of course, if Jun Moxie hadn't acted, then even the 8 Great Supremes wouldn't have been able to kill him. Jun Moxie started the Hongjun Pagoda in a familiar manner. A rich aura gushed out of the pagoda, and flowed into Hai Qinfeng's meridians through his palms. Bit by bit, it repaired his broken meridians, reconnected his Xian Qi, and slowly nourished his damaged Dantian. Hai Qinfeng's deathly pale face slowly regained some color. He groaned in a low voice. He opened his eyes weakly and looked at the black-masked man in front of him. His eyes were full of heartfelt gratitude. This gratitude wasn't entirely due to the fact that he had saved his life. Instead, it was due to the fact that this senior had given Solitary Eagle a good beating. Hai Qinfeng was on the verge of death, but he still felt very comfortable. Retribution. It's a pity that I won't get the chance to do so in this lifetime. At this moment, he felt an abundant and continuous mighty force slowly surging into his meridians. The meridians that had lost all their functions and were almost broken actually glowed with vitality in an instant. Even his own master, Azure Supremacy, didn't have this kind of vigorous energy. This was simply a miracle. Hai Qinfeng looked at Jun Moxie. His expression changed from one of gratitude to one of worship. I don't know who this senior is. He's a Xian expert, but he's been able to cultivate to such an extent. It's very respectable. Hearing Hai Qinfeng's groan, Solitary Eagle turned around in surprise, and opened his eyes wide. Exploding one's Dantian, incinerating one's entire body's essence, qi and spirit into a single blow. This kind of indiscriminate destruction was a fatal injury in the Shenzhen continent. However, Hai Qinfeng's breathing was becoming more and more stable in front of Solitary Eagle. Anyone who wasn't blind would be able to see that Hai Qinfeng's injuries were still very serious, but his life was no longer in danger. Moreover, he was progressing in an ideal direction. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could regain his lost cultivation if he were to progress at his current pace. There's actually such a top-notch cultivation technique in this world. Solitary Eagle could clearly feel the terrifying strength of this black-clothed masked man from the frightening fluctuations in the air. Even though he was one of the 8 great masters, he couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. It's fortunate that I didn't act impulsively. Otherwise, wouldn't I have ended up lying on the ground like Hai Qinfeng? I'm so lucky. Solitary Eagle had always been daring. However, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat at this moment. It's too amazing. I'm afraid that even Yun Bichen doesn't have such terrifying strength, right? Solitary Eagle recalled his previous encounter with Yun Bichen, and made a comparison in his mind. The result of the comparison nearly made Solitary Eagle cry out in alarm. He could clearly tell that Yun Bichen's strength at that time couldn't be compared to this black-clothed masked man's aura. Even if the disparity wasn't as great as that of a small stream compared to the sea, it was still as great as that of a river compared to the ocean. He believed that even if Yun Bichen had improved over the years, he wouldn't be able to reach the level of this black-clothed masked man. Cold sweat trickled down Solitary Eagle's forehead. The solitary falcon was shocked, and Hai Qinfeng was full of admiration. However, these two were completely unaware of the fact that the young Master Jun was in a very dangerous situation at the moment. The spiritual qi was surging violently in Hai Qinfeng's meridians. However, the spiritual qi was surging crazily at the same time. At the same time, a loud explosion sounded in his mind, and he felt dizzy for a moment. He felt as if he was in a void, and his intuition told him that he couldn't go up to the sky and couldn't go down to the ground. He felt as if he was the only person in this world. Suddenly, a feeling of emptiness and loneliness arose in his heart. The qi in his meridians seemed to have come alive, and started to circulate like a raging tide. It was like the waves of the sea and the waves of the Yangtze River. Each wave was stronger, more ferocious, and more menacing than the last. Jun Moxie cried out in his heart. He had been looking forward to making a breakthrough for more than a month. He had rushed to make a breakthrough, and now he was on the verge of making a breakthrough at such a critical juncture. The Hongjun Pagoda flew up on its own, and emitted thousands of rays of light. It was so bright that it couldn't be looked at directly. An enormous suction force enveloped Jun Moxie's spiritual sense, and started to pull at it fiercely. The young Master Jun had already experienced this once, so he knew what this meant. So he withdrew his spiritual power with a schwa sound. Hai Qinfeng's body shook, and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Solitary Eagle felt the abnormality in the atmosphere, and opened his eyes in astonishment. Jun Moxie was barely able to restrain himself and slowly said, "I have stabilized his injuries. There is no danger to his life for the time being, but he will need to undergo several treatments if he wants to make a full recovery. However, I have something urgent to attend to at the moment. This solitary eagle raised his eyebrows, and a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. Eagle, you take him to the Jun family's residence in Tianxiang City, and look for my disciple, the Jun family's third young master, Jun Moxie. Let him take care of this brat. He has already received my teachings, and this kind of injury won't pose a problem for him, even though his cultivation is still shallow. This brat will recover in 3 months at most. Solitary Eagle nodded. As for you, I've already taught Jun Wuxia everything related to your moves. If you want to complete your Goshawk's move, you'll have to find him. This old man has no interest in wasting time with you. His temperament isn't as good as mine, so you will have to endure it if you want to learn from him. Jun Moxie pretended to speak, but he could already feel the intense turbulence in his mind. The breakthrough was imminent. Remember, you must never reveal the relationship between this old man and the Jun family. There was no need for a deliberate warning. He had merely snorted, and had already shown that this mysterious powerhouse couldn't be disobeyed. Jun Moxie? The solitary falcon muttered to himself as he raised his head, only to find that the mysterious black-robed masked man had mysteriously disappeared from his sight. What a fast agility! Solitary Eagle sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He was even more fascinated by the fighting eagle technique that this mysterious master had mentioned. The Jun family, this old man will go immediately. Solitary Eagle picked up Hai Chin Feng and said with a black face, Brat, after your injuries are healed, you must not tell anyone about today's matter, understand? If even a little bit of it gets out, this old man will skin you alive. Hai Chin Feng's body was still very weak and his breathing was very weak. I will not say a word about this senior's matter. What do you mean? Solitary Eagle suddenly stopped in his tracks, and his long hair flew upwards. So you're saying that you're going to tell anyone about this old man? I didn't say that. Hai Chin Feng snorted twice and looked down on this so-called martial uncle. You've done such a shameful thing, and yet you don't call anyone to talk about it. You're even more unreasonable than a bald dog. What kind of logic is this? Why don't you dare to be unreasonable with this senior? It's better to have strength. That's what you mean. The solitary falcon spoke in a rude and unreasonable manner. You've already seen what happened today. If you were to tell me that I had injured you and that I had used that technique of self-destruction, then it would have aroused everyone's suspicions. Not just anyone would have been able to save you, and as long as there's suspicion, it would have been inevitable that this senior would have been implicated. You can also feel that even if your master and I join hands, we may not be able to provoke this master. Humph, humph, humph. Think about it yourself. Chapter 208. However, Solitary Eagle was very complacent. He knew that Hai Chin Feng wouldn't divulge this information no matter what. This was tantamount to sealing his mouth tightly. He wouldn't have to worry about losing face anymore. He would only need to find Jun Moxie later. He would be able to learn some profound skills and perfect his 17 eagle transformation techniques. How wonderful! However, would Jun Moxie with a bad temper be so easy to talk to? Speaking of which, Jun Moxie was very shameless. He had become his own disciple. Then he had coaxed these two people into going to the Jun family. Then he had added, my disciple Jun Sunshao has a bad temper. It was clear that he was trying to rip off Solitary Eagle. However, the Solitary Eagle was naturally unaware of this. He was currently full of joy and longing. He reckoned that even if he were to be ripped off, the great master would be very happy to do so. The solitary falcon was sighing in admiration at Jun Wuxia's peerless agility. However, the young master Jun hadn't even left his original spot. Instead, he had impatiently burrowed into the ground. In fact, he didn't even know how deep he had burrowed into the ground. However, it was conceivable that he wouldn't be able to reach this place if he were to dig a well. It wasn't that Jun Dashao didn't want to find a more stable place to break through. However, his sea of consciousness had become turbulent the moment he had spoken those last words to Solitary Eagle. The Hongjun Pagoda, which had been temporarily suppressed by Jun Dashao's consciousness, had once again spouted out a much richer and purer aura. This aura had quickly rushed into his limbs and bones. The Hongjun Pagoda's meridians had suddenly turned into a misty state. The Hongjun Pagoda had started to shake violently. I can't drag this any longer. Therefore, Jun Moxie hadn't even heard Solitary Eagle's response. He had used the yin-yang escape in a hurry and had dived into the ground like a mouse. What he didn't know was that his sudden disappearance had given one of the 8 great paragons, the eagle deity, a huge shock. Although the yin-yang escape was indeed a peerless divine ability, It was completely different from what Supreme Eagle was thinking. However, how could Supreme Eagle understand the profound principles behind it? He had always been confident in his Qigong, and had long believed that his Qigong was still unrivaled under the heavens. But today he was shocked to see someone come and go without a trace in front of him. One could imagine how shocked he was. Because of this, he became even more convinced of the masked man's words. So he obediently went to look for Wuxia. As for seeking advice from a junior, he didn't mind it at all. After all, there was no such thing as seniority in learning. Only the accomplished would be respected. This was a principle that would never change. Wuxia ignored the great Master Falcon, and sat cross-legged on the ground. However, he suddenly felt that the shaking in his mind had become even more intense. Wuxia's consciousness no longer resisted the suction of the Hongjun Pagoda. Instead, it separated from his body, and flew towards the Hongjun Pagoda like a bolt of lightning. The Hongjun Pagoda's door silently opened. Wuxia stood on the magnificent first floor of the pagoda. Suddenly, four words inexplicably appeared in his mind: guarding the universe. Enlightenment. That was enlightenment. After the illumination, came the guarding the universe. Just as these words appeared in his mind, a white light flashed in front of him, and a fragrant aroma assailed his nostrils. The originally illusory staircase on the first floor suddenly became real, and on the staircase, a door appeared out of thin air. It was a heavy and simple door, and that door was slowly opening without a sound. The second floor of the Hongjun Pagoda had finally opened its door to Jun Moxie. Jun Dashao felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. The first floor of the Hongjun Pagoda had given him the art of unlocking the heavens' fortune. It had given him the art of unlocking the heavens' fortune. Moreover, it had given him the yin-yang escape. Moreover, it had allowed him to move unhindered between Tianxian and Xinxian. And he hadn't even reached the Gold Xian realm yet. He was like a 3-year-old child. But, he was able to occupy a transcendent position in front of an adult. Moreover, he had the right to speak on equal terms with them. I just don't know what kind of pleasant surprise the second floor will give me. Jun Moxie calmed himself down and stepped forward. He had just arrived at the door when he felt a familiar aura coming from the second floor. Suddenly, right at this moment, the second level of the pagoda flashed chaotically, and countless figures and characters flew out like locusts. They spun in the air for a while, like tired birds returning to their nests, and quickly entered Jun Mosia's forehead, disappearing without a trace, not leaving a single trace behind. At the same time, a series of incantations and a few human figures appeared in Jun Moxie's mind, marked with meridian pathways. At the same time, the art of unlocking heaven's fortune officially advanced to the second level. The heart roams the heaven and earth, the will to guard the universe, to eliminate evil and slay the absurd. The heart is like an ice god. The soul 9 revolutions. The heart of loyalty is stable. The heart of heaven is supreme. Follow this. After carefully pondering over the chant, Jun Moxie's heart was filled with excitement. Judging from this chant, this second stage might be the true beginning of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. The will of the heavens was supreme, and this was the origin of the Tai Chi. From now on, he could be considered to be on the right path. He stood at the entrance to the second floor, motionless. Jun Dashao was completely unaware that his body, which was underground, was also undergoing earth-shattering changes. Apart from the Hongjun Pagoda's huge amount of spiritual qi washing through his meridians over and over again, a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi had gathered at the top of his head and the Yongquan acupuncture point at the bottom of his feet. The heaven and earth spiritual qi was crazily pouring into his meridians, stretching and expanding. His clothes were unable to resist the violent heaven and earth spiritual qi, and had already turned into ashes without a trace. On the surface of Jun Dashao's skin, the sweat pores of his body were like countless spring mouths, constantly gushing out a dark purple liquid. The qi in his meridians surged violently, like a violent wave. One could even hear the whooshing sound of the qi flowing through his meridians. Jun Moxie was completely unaware that his body was undergoing another round of cleansing, because he was deep in his sea of consciousness, pondering over another matter, a very important matter. In the chant of the second tier there were 8 words, 9 revolutions of the soul. The Dan heart is stable. When he first cultivated the first tier, there were also 8 words, 9 refinements of the soul. Never fall into the yellow springs. The first 2 chants of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. One was 9 refinements, the other 9 revolutions. Both had the word 9. 9 is the extreme number. What does this mean? It can't be as simple as a coincidence, right? Jun Imosie's mind quickly went through everything that had happened since he had crossed over to this world. After a careful calculation, Jun Imosie was shocked to discover that ever since he had obtained the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, there had been a total of 9 changes in his cultivation technique. Not one more, not one less. The first time was when he obtained the Hongjun Pagoda. He suddenly lost control of his body and accidentally entered a different world. The 9th time was when he opened the 2nd level of the Hongjun Pagoda. It really was the 9 refinements of the soul. No wonder he did not enter the Yellow Springs after his death. The 9 refinements of the soul never fall into the Yellow Springs. So it was like this, everything was because of this thing. He could not help but laugh bitterly. It seemed that this 2nd stage of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune had to undergo the so-called 9 revolutions in order to advance to the 3rd level. This art of unlocking heaven's fortune was indeed the most powerful cultivation technique since ancient times. Even the cultivation method was probably the most difficult. As he thought of this, Jun Moxie smiled slightly. He suddenly felt a sense of tranquility in his heart, as if his state of mind had improved by leaps and bounds. In this tranquility, his consciousness had already silently floated into the 2nd level of the Hongjun Pagoda. It was still a huge room, but it was no longer empty. In the middle there was a 3-legged cauldron. Below the cauldron, there was a cluster of 5 colored flames, pulsating and burning steadily. There was a protrusion at the side, and on top of it, there was a book-like object. It was wrapped in golden leather, but it did not emit any golden light. On the body of the cauldron, there were 3 large ancient characters. Furnace of Unlocking Heaven's Fortune. Jun Moxie had only just seen these 3 characters when they abruptly disappeared. It was extremely strange. Even the audacious hitman Jun was startled by this sudden development. Jun Moxie could not help but carefully examine this mystical cauldron, and finally couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. It seemed as if there was a voice calling him forward, and an inexplicable force was making him approach the cauldron. This inexplicable force was not irresistible, but rather Jun Dashao was unwilling to resist it. It was as if he was unwilling to resist his closest companion. Just as he approached the cauldron, the 5 colored flames suddenly sprang up with a whoosh, and instantly wrapped Jun Moxie's consciousness inside. Jun Dashao felt as if all the punishments of the 18 layers of hell were being carried out on his body at the same time, but his consciousness was exceptionally clear, and the pain had reached the extreme for a moment, or perhaps it had already exceeded the extreme limit. Jun Moxie's body in the outside world had already stopped discharging the foul juice at this moment, and his consciousness was being burned by the 5 colored flames at the same time, and his naked body was also not spared. It was also wrapped in a ball of 5 colored flames, and was burning fiercely. On the ground, the original 10 acres of red maple forest had unexpectedly withered in an instant, and all the plants on the ground, including the most heat-resistant and tenacious grass, were no exception, and had all turned into dry matter at the same time. Many clouds of fog rose from the ground, and then quickly disappeared without a trace. All the water sources within a radius of several kilometers had evaporated in an instant. Thousands of years later, a place not far from Tianxiang City had gained the name of a land of death. This land of death was not only devoid of living creatures, but not even a single blade of grass could grow in it. It was a spectacular sight. Even if there was a flood, as long as the water had passed, the land would still be incomparably dry, and even if one dug several feet into the ground, there would still be no trace of moisture. Jun Moxie's white and strong body was tossed and turned in the 5 colored flames, and slowly the flames gradually reduced, and Jun Moxie's body was surprisingly unharmed. Suddenly a whoosh sound was heard, and Jun Moxie's body disappeared from the ground. And at the same time, his body had actually entered the 2nd level of the Hongjun Pagoda for the first time. The monthly votes list is getting more and more serious with the outbreak of the explosion. If I'm caught in today's explosion, then I'll become a joke. So, I beg for monthly votes. Chapter 209. Inside the Hongjun Pagoda, a real body and an illusory spiritual body faced each other. An irresistible force surged forth, causing the two to merge into one in an instant. The furnace of good fortune emitted a clear and sonorous sound, and a white light rose from the furnace of good fortune. It circled in the air, flashed, and disappeared again. Blood gushed out from Jun Moxie's wrist like a fountain. The blood did not drip down, but directly shot into the furnace of good fortune. The originally extinguished multicolored flame was nourished by the blood, and the intensity of the fire rose again. It continued to burn, and the entire furnace of good fortune was wrapped in multicolored flames. But Jun Moxie, who was close at hand, did not feel the heat at all. the flame of primordial chaos. When these three words suddenly appeared in his mind, a dark golden blood light flew out from the furnace of good fortune, and disappeared in front of Jun Moxie. The wound on Jun Moxie's hand suddenly disappeared. If it was not for the discomfort of losing a large amount of blood, he would have thought that his hand had never been injured. The multicolored flame suddenly stopped burning, and everything returned to silence, just like when Jun Moxie first came in. A three-legged furnace was quietly placed in the center of the room. The multicolored flame under the furnace was now only a single spark. It steadily pulsed and slowly burned, as if it could be extinguished at any time, or as if it would continue like this forever. The book-like object on the protrusion at the side was still sitting there quietly. Jun Moxie suddenly opened his eyes wide, and looked at everything in amazement. After a long time he unconsciously pinched his thigh. It was so painful that he grimaced in pain. Before he could regain his composure, he was stunned again. How did my body come in? For a moment he could not believe it and did not dare to believe it. He ruthlessly pinched himself a few more times, and almost suffocated himself. Only then did he finally confirm that it was really painful. It seems that my body really came in. Does this mean that I can come and go as I please in the future? Jun Moxie was dizzy from the huge meat pie that fell from the sky. He didn't even realize that he had just pinched a piece of flesh. His body didn't have any cover at all. Because at this moment, Jun Dashao only felt happiness. Where is happiness? Dear friend, let me tell you, she is not in the shade of the willow tree, he is not in the spring, he is in the pagoda in your mind. Cough cough. Blood as the guide, intelligence as the support, soul as the power, flame of primal chaos refining all living things in the world, furnace of good fortune forming a supreme golden Dan. These two sentences suddenly appeared in Jun Moxie's mind. The young Master Jun faintly felt that the relationship between him, the oddly shaped furnace of good fortune, and the multicolored flame of primal chaos was extremely intimate. In fact, it seemed as if the three of them were one entity and couldn't be separated. Jun Moxie took 2 steps forward and bent down to pick up the gold-bound book. His hand had just touched it when the gold-bound book suddenly turned into a multicolored mass of nothingness. It circled in the air, and swept over the furnace of good fortune. Then, just like the previous words and pictures, it swooshed into the space between Jun Moxie's eyebrows. Dan recipe. It was still the same 2 big ancient characters. They rotated in Jun Moxie's mind and then disappeared. What replaced them were countless, densely packed, types upon types, countless methods of concocting Dan, as well as the structure of various kinds of Dan-making materials. I'm rich. Jun Moxie's mouth opened into an O shape, and his mind was filled with these 2 words. I've really struck it rich this time. Jun Moxie's heart was in turmoil, but the hitman's calm temperament was at work. He began to circulate his qi and suppressed his excitement. However, while he was circulating his qi, Jun Moxie discovered something very surprising, but also very gratifying. The qi in his meridians had changed into the color of the Hongjun Pagoda's qi. It was as if a fog was slowly moving through his meridians and was clearly visible. The progress of this level was actually so shocking. The art of unlocking heaven's fortune truly lived up to its name as the most powerful cultivation technique since ancient times. It was difficult to cultivate, but the benefits after mastering it were also great. Jun Moxie estimated that his current strength should be at the peak of the Gold Shen realm if he were to convert it to the Shen Qi of this world. From Silver Shen to Gold Shen peak, Silver Shen early stage, Silver Shen mid stage, Silver Shen peak, Gold Shen early stage, Gold Shen mid stage, Gold Shen peak. In the blink of an eye he had jumped 6 ranks. It must be known that Jun Moxie had only been in this world for a little more than 2 months. His arrival in this world was an eventful period. He had transmigrated into a debauchee's body, and his Shen Qi cultivation was only at the 3rd level. His family was in danger and his life was in danger. And a 3rd-level Shen Qi cultivator was like an ant in this world. The original Jun Sunshao hadn't been crushed to death, and had been able to persevere until Jun Xia had transmigrated into this world, which was already very difficult. After transmigrating, if not for the Hongjun Pagoda, the new Jun Moxie wouldn't have died many times. He had relied on his super cheating device to escape danger time and time again. But it was undeniable that his strength was far from enough. With the help of the Hongjun Pagoda, he had triumphantly advanced all the way to the Silver Shen realm in less than 2 months. This was already an unbelievable miracle. But in this world, the Silver Shen realm was far from enough to protect one's life. It could be said that even then, his life was still in danger. Until a few days ago when he obtained the yin-yang escape, this heaven-defying technique, Jun Moxie finally had a guarantee for his life. Moreover, it was an absolute guarantee. But it was only a guarantee and it was far from enough. Jun Moxie's temperament had never been one to preserve what he had achieved. What he worshipped was slaughter and attack. Jun Moxie had never owed anyone a favor and never asked for anything. If someone respected him, he would return it tenfold. If someone stepped on him, he would return it with a stick. If someone insulted him, he would return it 100-fold. If someone slashed him, his entire family would be destroyed. If someone lied to him, he would remember it for life. The most intolerable thing was betrayal. This was the evil monarch's ultimate character. The evil monarch's reverse scale had been added in this world, and that was family. If anyone dared to touch me, I would destroy their entire family. If anyone dared to hurt me, I would break their arm. No matter who. It was all the same. However, character was character, strength was the deciding factor. If one didn't have strength and only had character, then they would be courting death. Jun Moxie had been looking forward to opening the 2nd level of the Hongjun Pagoda, the 3rd level, and even the 9th level. He knew that in this world the only thing that could help him was the Hongjun Pagoda. Money and benefits were like flying ashes. Even his own family might not be able to protect him at the critical moment under the threat of the imperial power. First, the Silver Blizzard City had been entangled with each other for more than 10 years. Then, the Shuihun Manor had come menacingly and pushed him too far. And within the Tianxiang City, there were many powerful families entangled with each other, and the struggle for the imperial power, danger lurked everywhere. No one knew how much pressure Jun Moxie was under. Although he had never shown it, but that did not mean that the pressure did not exist. But now that he had opened the 2nd level, even though his own strength was still insignificant, Jun Moxie had the capital to face it head-on. Relying on his gold Shen strength alone was naturally not enough. And it was far from enough. But Jun Moxie was confident that he would be able to create an ironclad army for his family in a very short period of time with the help of the pill furnace and the recipe. And his own strength could also increase rapidly. Once the time was ripe, the evil monarch would reveal his sword and fangs in this world. Jun Moxie suddenly felt that the wind and clouds were surging in front of his eyes. Jun Moxie suddenly felt that his heart was in turmoil. Experts of this world, only now do I, Jun Moxie, truly have the ability to face all of you. With a thought, Jun Moxie discovered that he was in the dark underground. He did not know when he had come out of the Hongjun Pagoda. Remembering that he had instructed Solitary Eagle and Hai Chin Feng to go to the Jun residence to find him, Jun Moxie became anxious and rushed out. The sun was dazzling. Jun Moxie stood on the ground with a deep look in his eyes. In this short period of time, whether it was his progress or his gains, they were incomparably huge. This made young Master Jun excited and somewhat complacent. He was like a pauper who had suddenly won the lottery. Although no one noticed and he could not let anyone know, his heart was full of eagerness to show off, so he could not help but start to show off. Young Master Jun didn't even have time to realize that there wasn't a single thread of clothing on his body. Looking at the horizon, Jun Moxie clasped his hands behind his back and faintly sighed. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it is nearing dusk. Ah! A scream pierced through the air, followed by a young girl's voice full of shame and anger. Pervert! Stool disciple! In broad daylight you actually... Jun Moxie looked up and saw 2 people standing at the edge of the forest about 10 feet in front of him. A man and a woman. The woman's long hair hung down to her shoulders and she wore a moon-white dress. Her figure was slim, and she was covering her eyes with her hands, stomping her feet and cursing as she quickly turned around. Next to her was a handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and an aquiline nose. His face was full of anger as he unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Jun Moxie and cursed, "You shameless scoundrel, how dare you be so despicable? This is intolerable. If this young master does not teach you a lesson today, the heavens will not tolerate it." "What? Teach me a lesson? What did I do to you?" Jun Moxie was a little puzzled. Are these 2 sick? I am standing here fine and you come over to shout kill, and rogue. Fuck, this young master does not dare to say that I am handsome, but I am definitely good looking. Why do I look like a rogue? Aren't you insulting me? If you want to cause trouble, just say it. Jun Dashao wanted to demand an explanation, so he subconsciously took a few steps forward. The young girl had just peeked through the gaps between her fingers. She saw Jun Moxie continue to move towards her. She couldn't help but stomp her feet in embarrassment and anxiousness as she shouted, You lecher. Don't come over. I'm very powerful. Don't come over." There was a hint of crying in her anxious tone. She did not know why, but seeing a completely different male body for the first time gave her a strange feeling. She clearly knew that she should not look, but she could not help but be curious and sneaked a few more glances through the gaps of her fingers. Chapter 210. Jun Dashao was rather puzzled. Could it be that there was something wrong with his sense of beauty? Was this young master's appearance that terrifying? Look, this young lady in front of him was so scared that she was about to cry. The distance between the two sides wasn't too far. With Jun Dashao's efforts, the distance between the two sides naturally became closer. Little sister Yen Meng, don't panic. Wait for this elder brother to behead this shameless brat with my sword. The young man smiled slightly and said confidently. Then he slowly walked towards Jun Dashao with his sword in hand. With a wave of his sword, he intercepted Jun Dashao and shouted, "Shameless brat, come forward and accept your death." Jun Moxie saw the gleam of his sword and became even more gloomy. What's going on? How am I a shameless brat? Fuck, isn't this clearly bullying others? But if you want to bully this young master, you found the wrong target. Even if you want to protect a flower, you can't protect it to this extent. Just because this woman said a few words, you want to kill a stranger you've never met? You're really a motherfucker. Motherfucker, I asked you to protect a flower. I'll turn you into spring mud and protect a flower for a lifetime. The excited Jun Dashao was inexplicably dampened. For a moment, anger rose in his heart and he became bold. He took large strides forward, intending to teach this brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. But just as he took a step forward, he suddenly felt a cold wind blowing all over his body. For a moment, he was surprised and lowered his head to look. "You're the pervert." Jun Dashao shouted and directly covered his crotch with one hand. It turned out that his entire body was clean and smooth, without a single thread of clothing. This was extremely shameful. Running naked and being watched by others. Previously, Jun Dashao's body had been tempered by the flame of primal chaos. His body was relatively resistant to fire and was not damaged at all. Instead, it was greatly beneficial to him. However, the quality of Jun Dashao's clothes was clearly not good enough. In the blink of an eye, they turned into ashes and melted into the ground. But when all of this happened, Jun Emosie's body was underground, and his consciousness was in the Hongjun Pagoda, so he was completely unaware of it. As for his physical body, he even used his hands to pinch himself. By right, he should have noticed that he was completely clean. But at that time he was too engrossed in the fact that he was able to enter the Hongjun Pagoda with his physical body, and completely forgot about everything else. Later on, when he was ejected from the Hongjun Pagoda, he was shocked to find that his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. His heart was filled with excitement and agitation. His mind was filled with thoughts on how to act tough, how to show off, how to bully others. He would only think of himself as a hero, how handsome he was. How would he realize how shameful he was? You, how can you be such a scoundrel? A thief crying thief. The young girl covered her eyes and stomped her feet. She was extremely embarrassed. You're the scoundrel and you're calling others scoundrel. You're really shameless. Young Master Jun yelled out loudly. However, he was surprisingly calm and collected in an instant. Apart from covering little Emosia with one hand, his face was carefree and without the slightest bit of awkwardness. He retorted sarcastically, "How can a person walking naked on the streets be considered a hoodlum? A person's life in this world comes naked, and he will leave naked. Heaven and earth have bestowed upon him, and he will leave naked. Why can't he see others? Only those who stare at us but are too embarrassed to look, and peek through the gaps between their fingers while cursing others are the real scoundrels. I didn't ask you to look, so what are you looking at? You're the one who has profaned my innocence. A thief crying thief and calling me a scoundrel. You're really unreasonable." Jun Moxie twisted logic and said shamelessly, "Female scoundrel." While Jun Dashao was talking nonsense, he had also directly copied the young girl's words. This had undoubtedly raised the level of shamelessness to a whole new level. It was truly unrivaled in the present age. You. Xiao Fengwu, hurry up and kill this lecher. The young girl covered her eyes and stomped her feet as she shouted, "I'm so angry. He actually dared to call me a woman. Your surname is Xiao?" Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. "I hate people with the surname Xiao the most. This scoundrel surnamed Xiao actually dared to show off his strength in front of me, and even looked at my body. He really doesn't know life from death. There isn't a single person with the surname Xiao that's good." Jun Moxie remembered that his third uncle had been harmed by the Silver Blizzard City's Xiao family for 10 years. Jun Moxie couldn't help but get angry. He was indeed a bit sensitive towards this surname. The young man named Xiao Fengwu suddenly became furious. He shouted, "Shameless scoundrel, you still dare to speak rudely? Hand over your life." His long sword shone with a cold light. It was actually a flickering golden light. This young man's cultivation was actually at the gold Xian level. Considering his age, even if his innate talent was inferior to that of Li Yuren's, there wasn't much of a difference. If this had happened half a month ago, then Jun Dashao's Xian Qi cultivation would have been insufficient. Moreover, he wouldn't have been able to use his deadly poison. So he would have been flustered for a while. But now that he had made a breakthrough, he could basically ignore this kind of strength. The figure in front of Xiao Fengwu's eyes suddenly disappeared as soon as he brandished his sword. Then a cold wind whooshed past his body. Suddenly, a slap was heard on his face. Then a bang sound was heard as his crotch was kicked. Suddenly his body curled up like a shrimp. His sword was thrown to the side with a clang sound. A piece of his robe had been torn off. Although Xiao Fengwu's cultivation wasn't weak, he didn't have much experience in fighting. So he had been kicked by Jun Dashao. He had lost all his courage and had cried out in pain. He had lost all his poise and had stumbled back 10 meters. Then he raised his head to take a look. He saw that the shameless naked man was calmly wrapping the torn robe around his body. Then he slowly tied it into a knot. He even jumped a couple of times. Then he twisted his buttocks to make sure that he wouldn't be exposed again. Only then did he turn his head back. His upper body was still bare, but his skin was sparkling and translucent like jade. His legs were long and slender, and he had broad shoulders and a slender waist. But after wrapping this half of his robe around his body, he looked free and unrestrained. It seemed as if his entire appearance had changed from a moment ago. His thin lips, slanted eyebrows, and the faint smile on his face made people feel a chill in their hearts. But they couldn't help but be captivated by his elegant demeanor. This guy wasn't even blushing after such a big embarrassment. It was enough to show that the thickness of his skin had reached a level that no one had ever reached before or since. The young girl in the distance had been shocked by this sudden turn of events. She had even forgotten to cover her eyes as she looked at Jun Wuxia with her captivating red mouth wide open. She had never imagined that her companion, who was a gold Xian expert, wouldn't be able to stand out amongst his peers. But he was still an outstanding talent amongst his peers. But he couldn't even block a single move from this shameless brat. This man's face was covered in mud, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. But it was obvious that he wasn't very old. In fact, he should be younger than her companion. So, how could he be so powerful? What's your name? Where are you from? You dare to provoke me in the Tianxiang city? Do you want to be reborn? Jun Moxie took a step forward. His long bare legs were glistening as he walked towards the young man. This young master will teach you a lesson today, you bastard. You think you can kill someone just because you don't agree with me? You're a bastard. Do you understand? You're lucky that I have a good temper. Otherwise I would have cut you alive. Damn you. Jun Moxie cursed in a vicious voice. He didn't want to stay any longer. So he turned around and walked away. Boy, you've got guts. Don't let me see you again. The Silver Blizzard City will never let you off. Xiao Fengwu shouted fiercely. His eyes were filled with hatred as he smiled cruelly. Boy, just wait for your entire family to be annihilated. My surname isn't Xiao if I let even a dog escape from your family. Jun Moxie's footsteps turned back. His eyes suddenly turned into two icy swords as he looked at Xiao Fengwu's face. The Silver Blizzard City? You're from the Xiao family of the Silver Blizzard City? His tone was cold and gloomy. That's right. Xiao Fengwu struggled to stand up. He then smiled fiercely. Are you afraid now? Let me tell you, it's too late. Your entire family will be annihilated unless you kneel down and apologize to this young master. Very good. Very good. Jun Moxie slowly nodded. His face was calm. There was no trace of anger or joy on his face. Since you're from the Xiao family and you're so arrogant, I'll be unfair to my third uncle if I don't torture you. I'll torture you. Kneel down. Xiao Fengwu thought that the other party would be afraid and admit defeat. That way he would be able to save his face. He couldn't help but feel proud of himself. I'll kneel to you, motherfucker. Jun Moxie stepped forward and heavily slapped Xiao Fengwu's face. This slap was much heavier than the previous one. Xiao Fengwu's head was thrown back as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Jun Moxie followed up and punched Xiao Fengwu's eyes twice. Suddenly, a giant panda appeared in the world. I'll show you. I'll show you. I'll show you. Is the Silver Blizzard City Xiao family that great? I'll show you how to threaten me. I'll show you that you're more pretentious than this young master. I'll show you how to exterminate my entire family. I'll show you how to act recklessly. You motherfucker, act recklessly again. I'll beat you to death. Bang, 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 bang. I'll make you kneel down and apologize. Go to your grandmother. Bang, bang, bang. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Jun Moxie grabbed Xiao Fengwu's hair and swung him up. He cursed, fuck you. Then Xiao Fengwu fell to the ground. He didn't know how many times he had fallen to the ground. Suddenly, his grip loosened and he grabbed a handful of hair and scalp. Xiao Fengwu had already been sent flying. He fell to the ground with a puff sound. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Jun Moxie didn't stop there. He once again pounced on Xiao Fengwu. His feet moved up and down like raindrops as he struck Xiao Fengwu's head, body, back and stomach like a storm. Xiao Fengwu had beaten the youth several times until he woke up from his coma. He couldn't even scream twice before he fainted again. One of them was lying on the ground, while the other had a cloth wrapped around his waist. Ah! The young girl felt that her companion had turned into a human sandbag in the blink of an eye. Then he was sent flying through the air and then he lost consciousness. Everything happened too fast. It was too much for the eyes to take in. The young girl's naive brain didn't even have time to react before everything changed. Perhaps it should be said that everything had already become a foregone conclusion. What are you screaming for? Jun Moxie fiercely looked at her. He panted a few times and fiercely rolled his eyes. He pointed his finger at her and shouted in a rough voice, "Motherfucker! Die for me!" The young girl screamed again. Her small mouth slightly opened. Her lips were blue and her face was pale. She trembled as she asked, "Me? Thank you brothers and sisters for your monthly votes. You've given me such a big surprise. Thank you. Thank you. Today is the second night watch. The second night watch may be a little late. I should be able to come out around 21 o'clock. Please don't take offense if I'm a little late." Chapter 211. If it's not you, then are you a ghost? Jun Moxie didn't have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. He glared at her fiercely and asked, "What's your name?" "I'm called Han Yen. I'm very powerful, don't hit me." The little girl was so frightened that her face turned deathly pale. She seemed to have forgotten that she had a very profound Shen-Qi cultivation. Ever since she was born, wherever she went, people would always treat her with respect. When had she ever seen such a tyrannical and overbearing person? This was simply a combination of a super rogue and a ruffian. The little girl was really frightened. Who would have thought that she would sneak out of the magnificent jewel hall to play and meet such a demon? The little girl's heart was beating like a drum. She had already thought of countless extremely unfavorable possibilities for her, and the more she thought about it, the more scared she became. Han Yen Meng? Jun Moxie stared at her. "This kid is from the Silver Blizzard City, so are you?" "Oh yes, who is Han Yen Yao to you?" She's my sister. Don't hit me, my sister loves me very much, she's very powerful." Han Yen Meng replied in a trembling voice. Her purpose was very simple. Don't get hit. Jun Moxie was startled. So this little girl was the little princess of the Silver Blizzard City that Mu Shuetong had mentioned before? That's the sister-in-law of the third uncle. Strictly speaking, he's still my elder. Holy shit. Is this your family's dog? Jun Moxie pointed at the miserable Xiao Fengwu on the ground and asked. No, no, no. Han Yen Meng nervously waved her hands. He's not my family's dog. Without waiting for little Miss Han to finish, Jun Daxiao cut her off. I was wondering why you were so uncultured, so you're a wild dog. The little girl hurriedly waved her hand to explain. He's not a stray dog, he's a human, he's my senior brother. His surname is Xiao and his name is... Is he human? Why didn't I see that? He's a dog. Jun Moxie once again interrupted the little girl's words, and conveniently wiped his face with his hand. His hand was stained with Xiao Fengwu's blood, and it made him look even more ferocious and terrifying. If I say he's a dog, then he is a dog. An uneducated wild dog. Understand? No, he's not a dog, he. The little girl had been pampered since childhood, and had never seen such a tyrannical person. She was flustered and didn't know how to distinguish between the two. Suddenly an idea came to her mind and she blurted out, You look, he doesn't have a tail. Dogs have tails, so he's a human? Jun Moxie was startled and couldn't help but laugh. He deliberately said, That's because you don't know that his tail has been chopped off. Otherwise, how could he still act like a dog? He glanced at Xiao Fengwu as he said this, and found that there was something different about him. He was beaten up so badly, and yet he was still gasping for breath. His chest was heaving up and down, and his fingers were moving subconsciously. It seemed as if he was about to wake up. June Moxie's heart stirred. His cultivation is limited, so there's no reason for him to be able to take such a beating. What's going on? There's definitely something strange going on. June Moxie tightened the cloth around his waist, and strode towards Xiao Fengwu. He frowned as he looked at him from head to toe. Suddenly he stretched out his hand and with a tearing sound, he tore the clothes in front of Xiao Fengwu's chest. He immediately saw that Xiao Fengwu was wearing a strange shiny silver soft armor. June Moxie grabbed it with his hand and with both hands he tried to tear it but it didn't budge. This is really good stuff. June Daxiao smacked his lips and without any trace of politeness, he undressed Xiao Fengwu on the spot, and completely stripped the soft armor off his body. Then he grabbed the long sword on the ground, and with a shake of his hand, he stabbed the soft armor with all his might. He felt that the tip of the sword was extremely soft, and didn't exert any force on it. The soft armor didn't even have the slightest mark on it. I didn't think that this brat would have such a good thing on him. It seems that I didn't teach him a good lesson before. So, I didn't say anything and madly beat up the defenseless Xiao Fengwu. Xiao Fengwu became completely motionless in just a moment. However, June Daxiao knew that his attacks were accurate. This brat might have fainted but he wouldn't die. He just wouldn't wake up for a while. Han Yanmeng wanted to step forward to help her senior brother, but she was flustered. So June Moxie slapped her face and sent her flying. She covered her face and squatted on the ground and started to cry. Her tears couldn't stop flowing down her cheeks. What is this? June Moxie squinted at Han Yanmeng. There was a trick to being a villain, and that was to do things to the end. Snow silkworm armor. Han Yanmeng trembled with fear as she looked at him with teary eyes. Suddenly she felt somewhat indignant in her heart. This shameless brat. His skin is even more delicate than mine. It's even more beautiful than mine. There's no justice in this world. He's so ungentlemanly. Who would hit a girl? Snow silkworm armor, good stuff, not bad, not bad. June Moxie couldn't bear to put it down. He flipped it over and over in his hand as he looked at it. Han Yanmeng pursed her lips in a secretive manner. But she couldn't stop the tears from welling up in her eyes. The snow silkworm armor was admittedly a rare treasure in the continent. But it wasn't rare in the Silver Blizzard City. In fact, almost everyone had one. This was a unique treasure of the Silver Blizzard City. However, this snow silkworm armor wasn't even worth mentioning in terms of preciousness. This guy in front of me must be a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world. Even this snow silkworm armor is so rare. But I'm wearing something of a higher grade. Do you have something even better? What's even better? June Moxie didn't seem to be looking at her. But the expression on her face was very clear. This little girl's experience in the world was too shallow. So, her sneaky action of curling her lips was a subconscious action. And it was quite secretive. But it fell into June Daxiao's eyes. What does she mean? June Moxie can obviously see that she's obviously looking down on him. So, June Daxiao's face suddenly appeared in front of Han Yanmeng's eyes. The best one is the Xian silkworms. I don't have it on me. Han Yanmeng was startled. She looked at his bloody face in horror as it rapidly enlarged in front of her eyes. She was so scared that her heart almost stopped beating. But she reined in her horse at the last moment and didn't say anything. This country bumpkin bully will definitely snatch my armor if I say it. A Xian silkworm's armor is nothing, but it's a close-fitting one. Mysterious silkworm armor? Well he. June Moxie looked at her body maliciously. Han Yanmeng's hair stood on end. She couldn't help but cross her arms. Don't worry. I know that you have that mysterious silkworm armor on you. But I won't rob a girl. I'm very well-mannered. June Moxie looked at her evilly. His heart was in a bad mood. If I can get rid of the Silver Blizzard City's Xiao family, and then work hard to get third uncle and Han Yanyao together, then this little girl in front of me will become my elder. Should I call her aunt? Or should I call her aunt? Oh my god. This is too unbalanced. I have a mysterious silkworm armor on me. But I can't snatch it. This is really depressing. June Moxie stretched out his hand, and pinched her face to vent his dissatisfaction. Han Yanmeng screamed in horror. June Moxie laughed and swaggered away. Miss Han, this brat, hey, you can call him senior sister from now on. You don't need to call him senior brother, haha. Behind him, Han Yanmeng cried out in fear. But she was relieved to see that the tyrannical villain had finally left. She patted her small chest in fear, and heaved a long sigh of relief. But she immediately wrinkled her pretty eyebrows. Because she suddenly remembered the last words of that evil man before he left. What? This is obviously senior brother Xiao. Why did he make me call him senior sister? I don't understand. That man's words are incoherent. It seems that he's a martial arts madman. In any case, he's definitely not normal. Han Yanmeng opened her big round eyes. She was puzzled and thought for a while. Then she muttered to herself. She finally came to a conclusion. A madman's thinking can't be understood by ordinary people. I won't lower myself to the level of a madman. The autumn wind gradually became stronger. Xiao Fengwu's injuries weren't light, and he didn't show the slightest sign of waking up. Han Yanmeng had never experienced anything like this before. She stood there alone and didn't know what to do. She stood there in a daze for a long time, and her heart became more and more fearful. Then an extremely strange phenomenon occurred at this time. The maple forest started to shrink as the wind became stronger. Then it slowly turned into ashes. The leaves, the branches, and the trunks of the trees seemed to have been made of flour. And they slowly disappeared into the world with the autumn wind. Han Yanmeng was so shocked that her small mouth was wide open. She couldn't close it for a long time. Then she screamed in fear and tried to escape. But she saw that Xiao Fengwu was still lying unconscious on the ground. In fact, he seemed to be on the verge of dying at any moment. She couldn't help but scream in fear. She grabbed Xiao Fengwu's clothes and rushed into the city. She was panicking, but her speed was extremely fast. In her heart, the little girl reminded herself of one thing. What the hell? Of course, Jun Moxie wouldn't kill Xiao Fengwu right now. Killing Xiao Fengwu might give him a temporary sense of satisfaction, but it wouldn't be a good thing in the long run. The Xiao family had pushed a member of the younger generation like Xiao Fengwu to accompany the Silver City's little princess for a stroll. So, the Xiao family's intentions were obvious. In other words, Xiao Fengwu was the most favored and outstanding person in the younger generation of the Xiao family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been pushed out to pursue the Silver Blizzard City's little princess. However, such a person's strength was not very high. How good was that? If they kept him alive, he might be able to restrain the Xiao clan at a critical moment. If they rashly uprooted the Xiao clan and only left a bunch of old fellows like Xin Xian, wouldn't they go crazy? While it was true that one had to hit the snake where it hurt, it was best not to hit it when one wasn't confident that they could kill the snake completely. Rashly touching it would provoke the cruelest backlash. The Jun family's current strength couldn't withstand such a serious backlash. So, it would be easier to bring out the effects of such a thing. Jun Moxie felt the wind blowing through his crotch as he walked. He couldn't describe how uncomfortable it was. He didn't have any clothes to cover his lower body. So, it was only natural for him to be unable to move freely. There was a poem that said, "The wind blows the chicken's eggs and the wind blows the buttocks." Recommend a new book, The God of Swords. It's a very awesome title. I heard that the main character used to be Dugu Chiobai. Chapter 212. What kind of person was Jun Emosia? He used his evasion technique to sneak into a tailor's shop, steal a robe and put it on. Then, he hung the torn robe on a hanger, and continued his way back to the Jun family's residence. The young Master Jun's strength wasn't up to par yet. If he had enough strength, he could have used the Yin-Yang escape to return to the Jun family's residence. In that case, he wouldn't even have to worry about the fact that he still had a piece of cloth on his body. In fact, he wouldn't even need to worry about being completely naked. The Jun residence was in an uproar. Not only was the Jun residence in an uproar, but even the housekeeper of the Jun residence was in an uproar. One of the 8 great masters, Solitary Eagle, had suddenly arrived at the Jun residence. How great of an honor was this? Which family in the secular world could have such an honor? Solitary Eagle arrived at the Jun residence, and straightforwardly announced his name. Of course, he didn't mention his own purpose, but instead used the excuse of treating Hai Qin Feng. The 8 great masters were after all the 8 great masters. It was one thing to ask for advice, but to say in front of so many people that he had come to ask for advice from a brat was something that the Solitary Eagle could not bring himself to say. The Jun residence was in an uproar. Grandpa Jun Zhantian and Jun Wui both came out to greet the Solitary Eagle and the half-dead Hai Qin Feng respectfully. When he heard that the Jun family's 3rd young master, Jun Moxie, had yet to return, Solitary Eagle generously expressed his indifference, and began to chat with Grandpa Jun while tasting the Jun family's fragrant tea. Jun Zhantian was a veteran of the battlefield, and was also one of the top figures in the imperial court. It could be said that he had seen a lot of big scenes, and was naturally able to maintain his composure. After the initial shock, he quickly calmed down, and began to chat with Solitary Eagle in a very natural manner. Grandpa Jun deliberately took the time to instruct, "Wu Yi, go and see Imosia. If he returns, tell him to come quickly." Saving people is like putting out a fire. We can't delay it. What Grandpa Jun meant was, Solitary Eagle came to seek treatment because he was certain that his grandson could be saved. His precious grandson had indeed cured his son's chronic illness, but he hadn't used his medical skills since then. What if he didn't meet the requirements of the Solitary Eagle? That wouldn't be good. Therefore he asked Jun Wui to wait at the door first. When Jun Moxie returned home he could ask him what was going on. If he wasn't confident he shouldn't treat him rashly. However, the arrival of Solitary Eagle had solved a long-standing problem for Jun Tian and Jun Wui. It was third young master Jun's master who directed this old man to come here. Jun Tian and Jun Wui were not surprised by Solitary Eagle's words. They thought to themselves, sure enough, we've long guessed that this kid has a mysterious and powerful master. But this kid's mouth is very tight, and he doesn't seem to have the slightest intention of revealing it. Now we understand that there really is such a person. Moreover, he's a very powerful person. No wonder this kid didn't put the Shuehan manner in his eyes. He was so hot-blooded and full of confidence. It turns out that this is the root of his problem. Moreover, Jun Tian was able to tell from the Solitary Falcon's words that Jun Emosia's master was exceptionally valiant. In fact, he had said that he had guided me to come here. What kind of person was Solitary Eagle? He was recognized as one of the 8 great masters. He was the pinnacle of this world. Who could guide him? Who was qualified to guide him? Wasn't this person on the verge of being revealed? Moreover, when the Solitary Falcon had mentioned Jun Emosia's master, his attitude had been very respectful. This had made Jun Tian and Jun Wuyi's imaginations run wild. The Solitary Falcon has always been known for his unruly character, and I'm afraid that even Li Ju Tian of the 8 great masters wouldn't be able to earn such respect from him. So, who is the person who is more powerful than Li Ju Tian in this world? And who is the person who is most easily admired? Is there a need to ask? It must be the strongest of the 8 great masters, Yun Bichen. No wonder he has Yun Bichen's backing. No wonder Jun Moxie wasn't afraid of Li Ju Tian. Li Ju Tian is nothing in front of Yun Bichen. This kid is very secretive. He secretly worshipped the strongest of the 8 great masters, Yun Bichen, as his master. But I've never heard that Yun Bichen has any medical skills. I guess he's hiding his true abilities. Grandpa Jun and Third Master Jun didn't know that the Solitary Eagle would readily admit that he wasn't as good as Yun Bichen. However, Yun Bichen wasn't worthy of his respect. In fact, Solitary Eagle had an extremely arrogant personality. He was very confident that he would challenge Yun Bichen for the title of the world's #1 Shenqi if he were to master it. Therefore, the Solitary Eagle and Grandpa Jun revealed a smile of tacit understanding. Haha, let's drink tea. However, no one knew that the 2 men were thinking of 2 completely different things. At this time, Guangdong Lu had heard the news and had come to pay a visit. Seeing that one of the 8 great masters, Solitary Eagle, had personally come to visit the Jun family, Guangdong Lu secretly wiped away his cold sweat. It turns out that the Jun family has a powerful backer like Solitary Eagle. No wonder the Shuehan Manor is only an organization, and Li Ju Tian isn't around most of the time. So, the Shuehan Manor is only a branch of the Li Ju Tian family. But, the Jun family has sent a great master in person. Which is more important? Fortunately, I was hot-blooded and made a desperate decision. Otherwise, if I were to get involved in this mess, the Shuehan Manor, the Solitary Eagle, and the Jun family would be on the other side. It seems that this lord of the Jun family is very wise, and has chosen the stronger side. My position hasn't wavered. Sweat. Everyone's thoughts were completely different, but everyone believed that they had guessed correctly. They had already put on the hat of divine strategy and ingenious foresight on their heads. Everyone was immensely proud of themselves and each of them had a card up their sleeves. Therefore the guests and the host were all happy. Jun Moxie returned home at a time when everyone in the hall was in the middle of a heated discussion. Except for Solitary Eagle, who was somewhat taciturn, everyone else seemed to be unusually excited. Jun Wui grabbed his nephew. Where are you going? Did you know that the Solitary Eagle has come to find you? Do you really have medical skills? Jun Moxie was in a hurry to return to his small courtyard to put on his underwear. It's okay, let him wait. I'll go see him after I change my clothes. Jun Moxie was in a hurry to leave. Jun Wui grabbed him. Why do you need to change your clothes? Aren't you clean? Go quickly. Half carrying, half pushing and half rushing, young Master Jun, who was in a vacuum state, savagely dragged into the hall. So it's you. Solitary Eagle raised his head and immediately recognized the youth who brewed the heavenly wine. He was the disciple of the mysterious master, the Jun family's third young master. Suddenly he was pleasantly surprised. So it's an old friend and a little friend who respects me very much. This little friend doesn't look like someone who is difficult to talk to, so now there's no problem. I say, you brat, hurry up and bring me 2 jars of your wine. You've made me suffer a lot. How can I drink any other wine after drinking your wine? Now that I've found you, everything will be settled. The solitary falcon's saliva almost flowed out as he thought of the wine. He didn't even care about his business anymore. 10,000 taels for a jar. If you want to drink, bring me the money first, no haggling. Jun Moxie's words shocked both Grandpa Jun and Guangdong Lu. These two were people who had seen the world and were truly courageous, but after hearing Jun Dashao's words, Guangdong Lu was nearly scared to death. Although Grandpa Jun was a bit stronger, his face also changed slightly. Both of them cried out in their hearts. This is one of the 8 great masters, how can you not know the gravity of the situation? He expressed his approval of your wine, that is giving you a lot of face. You should have used this opportunity to build a good relationship with him, but you actually opened your mouth and asked for a sky-high price. What kind of courage is this? What if you annoy him? This was completely out of their expectations. Not only did the great Master Eagle not feel offended, he even laughed out loud in a carefree manner. Damn it, you still dare to ask me for money? You are the only one under the heavens. After laughing for a while, he said, I do have some money on me, but it is definitely not enough. Can I borrow it for now? Tonight, I will go rob a few rich families and rob them of a few 100,000 taels of silver. First, I will drink to my heart's content. What do you say? Everyone was speechless. This was also one of the 8 great masters. How could he be acting like a robber? I probably didn't make myself clear earlier. In addition to not haggling, this little account is a small business. Only cash transactions, no credit, no debt, please forgive me. Jun Moxie did not have the slightest intention of making an exception. His tone became even more unyielding. If you don't have money, even the Heavenly King will not buy it. Young Master Jun was brimming with confidence. I have a trump card in my hand. You came here to ask for my techniques. You even asked this young master to seek medical treatment for your wronged nephew. And now you want me to drink wine? These are 3 things. How can I not pay a price? Is there still justice in this world? Solitary Eagle's face turned bitter, and there was even a hint of pleading in it. Suddenly he raised his eyebrows and angrily said, If you annoy me, I will go rob you. Don't regret it. I won't send you off. Jun Moxie said in a frivolous manner, Go out and turn left. Walk 700 steps forward and turn right. You will reach the headquarters of the richest family in the empire, the Murong family. There is a lot of silver there, I suggest you go there. You will only be unable to carry it, but you will definitely have enough. If you think that this target is too hard to take, then you can choose to go out and turn right. Keep walking straight and you won't need to take a turn. You will definitely see a very tacky golden door. That will be the home of the Imperial Revenue Minister. There is also a lot of silver there. Quickly go and rob it. Also, the mansions of the princes are nearby. Even the richest family that is the furthest away is not too far away. I welcome you back from robbing. Jun Moxie said with a smile, Old Eagle, I want to congratulate you. As long as you rob this one round, it will be enough for you to drink wine for 3 lifetimes. Not only will you be able to drink to your heart's content, you will even be able to bathe in my wine every day. Chapter 213. Solitary Eagle was flabbergasted. What kind of person was this? Apart from the 2 of them, everyone else had the same look on their faces. Their eyeballs had dropped to the ground. This was one of the 8 great masters. How could Lord Jun Sunshao speak to him like this, and yet he didn't even flare up? What was going on? Wasn't this world too crazy? Forget it, this old man can't bring himself to do this. If you don't want to drink, then don't drink. It's just a cup of wine. This old man will quit, okay? If I don't drink, I'll die. The solitary falcon sat down on a chair with a depressed look on his face. I really want to drink, ah. I heard that you came to find me today? Jun Moxie chuckled. What's the matter? Your old undying master asked me to find you. He wants you to treat this guy. Then, there are some other small matters that we can talk about when we're free. Solitary Eagle's old undying master almost made Jun Dashao spit out his rice. You should have heard it. I'm not a person who doesn't get up early without benefits. I never do things that don't benefit me. Jun Moxie shook his head with a look of disapproval. Why should I treat him? That's what your master said. Solitary Eagle was a little annoyed. He now somewhat understood what that mysterious expert meant when he said that my disciple has a bad temper. Then why don't you let him treat him? What do you want me to do? He is him and I am me. Why should I listen to him? Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. Do I have to treat him just because he asked me to? Wouldn't that make me lose face? Solitary Eagle stared at him speechlessly. He had never seen such an outrageous disciple. In this world, the heavens, the earth, the king, and the master are the most important. When the master asks the disciple to do something, no matter if it's possible or not, the disciple must do it with his life. Moreover, what kind of person was Jun Dashao's master? He was a senior expert, that even Supreme Eagle Big Senior would prostrate himself before. If others had such a master, they would worship him like a god every day. However, this disciple in front of him seemed to be even more arrogant than his master. Was this world crazy? Why don't you just tell me what you want? When Solitary Eagle said this, he felt like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. I want him. You're the guarantor. Jun Moxie smiled as he pointed his finger at Hai Chin Feng. If I heal his injuries, it would be tantamount to giving him a new life. I want him to work for me for 3 years. This request isn't too much, is it? I can't agree on his behalf. No matter what, this kid is still Tian Xian and he's considered a master. He can be considered as one of the top figures in this world. Solitary Eagle shook his head. We have to ask him himself. Why don't you ask him yourself? Jun Moxie's eyelids drooped as he picked up a cup of fragrant tea from the table. Then he raised his head and poured the tea into his mouth. I'll ask him in a few days. I have a lot of time recently, so I'm not in a hurry. You're not in a hurry, but I am. You have a lot of time, but this kid may die if you delay any longer. Solitary Eagle felt like grinding his teeth. I'll wait for you to heal his injuries, and then spit out the Flying Eagle secret arts cultivation method. See how this old man will deal with you then. You think you're so great just because you have an expert as your master? You'll think that the 8 great masters are made of clay if you don't vent your anger. Even if you're made of clay, you'll still have some manners. Looking at this kid's appearance, he's asking for a beating. Solitary Eagle squatted down to ask Hai Chin Feng. He inadvertently squinted his eyes, and suddenly discovered that Jun Moxie's robe was black. The solitary falcon retched, I'll be damned. I'm going to get a needle's eye. Did this kid just crawl out of a brothel? He looks like a dog, but why is he acting like this? Hai Chin Feng's expression was exceptionally firm and unyielding even though he couldn't open his mouth to speak. Hai Chin Feng glared at Solitary Eagle and wouldn't compromise. Are you kidding me? I'm a master of Tian Xian. Would I be willing to be a follower of an aristocratic family's young master for 3 years just to save my life? I'd be better off dead. Hai Chin Feng didn't budge no matter how Solitary Eagle tried to persuade him. The great master Solitary Eagle was so anxious that the corners of his mouth started to bubble. You can't even persuade a person. You're one of the 8 great masters. You're only a so, Jun Dashao said in a disdainful tone. Watch me. Solitary Eagle moved aside. Jun Moxie moved closer to Hai Chin Feng and whispered something in his ear. His voice was low, but it seemed to be quite urgent. Hai Chin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. His vitality had been greatly damaged and his injuries were extremely serious. The fact that he was able to survive until now was thanks to his excellent physical condition. Moreover, he had been treated by the young Master Jun, otherwise, he wouldn't have known where he would have died by now. Even so, he couldn't speak. But after listening to Jun Moxie's words, he suddenly struggled to speak. If that's the case, then forget about 3 years. I'll follow you, for a lifetime. Jun Moxie pretended to be at ease as he stood up. He then clapped his hands and cast a sidelong glance at Solitary Eagle. Solitary Eagle's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he roared, Damn it! What did you say to him? Why did this stubborn fellow suddenly agree to it? What kind of witchcraft did you use? The Solitary Eagle couldn't understand what kind of godly words could have made Hai Chin Feng so excited. Not only did he agree, but he also seemed to be glowing with vitality. In fact, it seemed as if he would have risked his life if someone hadn't allowed him to follow that bastard. Humph, the secrets of the heavens can't be revealed. The actions of great masters are always unpredictable. So, how can you speculate about them? Jun Moxie smiled evilly. No. You brat, you have to tell me. Are you going to tell me or not? Solitary Eagle's face turned red. He had lost a lot of face. Hai Chin Feng had remained indifferent even though he had tried to talk his way out. But Hai Chin Feng had happily agreed after this brat had said a few words. The gap between us is too big. These two are definitely meeting for the first time. So, how can this happen? Jun Moxie smiled mysteriously and said, I just told him a few words. As long as you follow me, I guarantee that you'll be able to use your own strength to oppress Solitary Eagle. *K. Solitary Eagle was furious. What kind of shameful words are those? But he agreed with that one sentence. Jun Moxie folded his arms and smiled. Just because of him? You won't be able to do it in 100 years. Solitary Eagle looked at Hai Chin Feng contemptuously. He felt an uncontrollable evil fire in his stomach. Then we'll wait and see, Jun Moxie said calmly. Seeing Jun Moxie's expression, Solitary Eagle suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of guilt in his heart. This guy can't really do it, can he? Jun Moxie looked at Hai Chin Feng's injuries and suddenly thought of something. His injuries seemed to be from the inside out, so how did he get this kind of injury? He asked as he looked at the solitary falcon. Solitary Eagle's old face turned red. It was red and hot. He felt a little embarrassed. He stammered but couldn't say anything. What happened? Jun Moxie was well versed in the art of beating a drowning dog. So he didn't stop asking. Don't ask. Why are you chattering like a woman? Solitary Eagle flew into a rage out of humiliation. His face turned black as he roared, hurry up and treat his injuries. He. Jun Moxie shrugged his shoulders for a while. Then he suddenly pulled a long face and said, pick him up and follow me. You're ordering me around? Solitary Eagle's aura suddenly erupted. You've got guts, brat. You can do whatever you want. Jun Moxie didn't care. He turned around and walked away. If you still want to save him, then carry him and follow me. If someone else comes to carry him, I'll slap him to death. Do you think I won't dare to do that? Solitary Eagle watched Jun Moxie's figure disappear into the hall. His eyes were like copper bells. His long hair was fluttering even though there was no wind. The anger in his heart had already reached its peak. He turned his head to look. Grandpa Jun and the others were in the hall a moment ago. However, they had already realized that the situation wasn't looking good. So, not even half of them were there to watch the fun. Watch the fun of a great master? It's better not to watch this kind of fun. Solitary Eagle stamped his foot ferociously. The entire hall shook as if there was an earthquake. Dust rustled down. Solitary Eagle bent down to pick up Hai Chin Feng. However, when he saw the half-dead boy in his arms, his eyes revealed a happy smile. It was obvious that Hai Chin Feng was gloating over the fact that Solitary Eagle had suffered a defeat at the hands of Jun Moxie. Solitary Eagle smiled sinisterly and said in a low voice, Aren't you happy, brat? I'll make you hover between life and death every day once your injuries are healed. With a whooshing sound, he left the hall and followed after Jun Moxie. Grandpa Jun, Jun Wui and Guangdong Lu had already left the hall. They could clearly feel the hall shaking violently. Even the ground beneath their feet trembled a few times. Grandpa Jun, Jun Wui and Guangdong Lu were left speechless. He truly deserves to be called a great master. Just a stomp of his feet and he already has such power. Truly amazing. Guangdong Lu's face was full of admiration, but the object of his admiration was not Solitary Eagle. Grandpa Jun has such an outstanding grandson. He's even friends with 2 of the 8 great masters, the Azure Great Master and the Desert Eagle God. The Jun family has a worthy successor. It's only a matter of time before the Jun family becomes a true aristocratic family. God bless the Jun family. Guangdong Lu had already said that the Jun family had a worthy successor. But at that time it was just a perfunctory remark. But this time he was saying it from the bottom of his heart. How could Grandpa Jun and Jun Wui not understand what he was saying? Grandpa Jun stroked his beard and narrowed his eyes as he smiled in a reserved manner. You flatter me. Lord Guan is overpraising me. Ha ha ha. Even though he was speaking modestly, the smile on his face was getting wider and wider. In the end, the corners of his mouth were almost touching his ears. Guangdong Lu sneered in his heart. Look at you, old man, your mouth is like a hippopotamus, and you're still pretending to be modest? This is even more unpleasant to look at than being arrogant. Guangdong Lu sighed deeply. Why don't my 2 sons have this kind of ability? Why don't they have this kind of opportunity? What kind of opportunity is this? A master that even the 8 great masters would respect? Let's not talk about their master. Even the Eagle God of the Prairie would be so nervous that he wouldn't be able to speak a complete sentence if he were to see the Eagle God. In fact, he would be trembling so much that he wouldn't even be able to stand properly. In fact, it would be a miracle if he wasn't scared to death. But how could he be like Jun Moxie? He was laughing and scolding in anger. This is the level, this is the depth, this is the depth, this is the depth. The Lord Guan looked up to the sky and sighed. He had been completely defeated. At our current speed we can write around 7,000 words a day. If we send 6,000 words, we can save 1,000 words. If we're in a good condition, we can write 9,000 to 10,000 words. Therefore, our outburst is basically set in time. As long as we save 2 chapters, we'll prepare for an outburst. During the outburst, we'll maintain a minimum of 4 chapters. Or 5 chapters or even 6 chapters. Since Junxia's uploading speed has been a bit slow, but the only thing worth being proud of is that no matter what the situation is, we'll always maintain a minimum of 2 chapters a day. This is the least I can do for my brothers and sisters. Chapter 214. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, even with his cultivation, Solitary Eagle couldn't help but jump in fright. In the courtyard, a huge meatball was trembling and rolling around. Solitary Eagle tried hard to identify it for a long time before he finally confirmed that this meatball looked like a human. It was actually a human. Fuck me. Solitary Eagle cursed in his heart. I've heard about how good the living conditions of young masters of aristocratic families are, but there's no need to eat like this, is there? This is really too much. Speaking of which, Tang Yuan's injury wasn't very serious. Under Jun Dashao's meticulous care, he was able to get up and walk these few days. But these days of being bedridden, coupled with the treatment from Jun Dashao's spiritual energy, Tang Yuan's already good appetite almost doubled again. Now he couldn't even wear most of his original clothes. His belly, which was originally only hanging down to his knees when he stood up, was now almost hanging down to his feet. Therefore, looking at his big belly, Tang Dashao felt a sense of crisis in his heart. He had to lose weight. Tang Dashao was now very worried about his future sexual happiness. With this body shape, how could he talk about sexual happiness? There was nothing he could do about it. The steel gun was still there and there was enough ammunition, but he couldn't fire it. What kind of beauty could stand up to Fatty's body shape? Therefore, in the past few days, apart from drawing up business plans when he had nothing to do, Tang Yuan began to run to lose weight. However, the more he worked, the more tired he became. And when he was tired, his appetite also increased. Therefore, his weight naturally continued to rise. This caused Tang Dashao to fall into a vicious cycle that was very difficult to break out of. When Solitary Eagle arrived, Tang Yuan was running in the courtyard. Although in the eyes of anyone, it was just a huge meatball wriggling. Right? It was wriggling. This word was more appropriate to use in this situation. Tang Yuan felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Raising his head in surprise, he discovered that a black-clothed man was standing in front of him. His face was cold and his eyes were icy cold. Tang Dashao was already in a bad mood, and when he saw the coffin face, he felt even more uncomfortable. He glared at him and scolded, "Old man, what are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome guy before?" The muscles on the solitary falcon's face twitched unbearably. "Of course I've seen handsome men, I've even seen the world's most beautiful woman in the past, but I've never seen someone like you who calls himself handsome. I'm not sure if you're a handsome guy, but the thickness of your skin and the weight of your body should be the best in the world. Fatty, what are you doing?" Surprisingly, Solitary Eagle wasn't angry at all. On one hand, he had been angered by Jun Dashao too much, so he didn't need to do anything. On the other hand, every part of this fatty's body was round and round, which piqued Solitary Eagle's interest. "Kit, how heavy are you? Are you at least 250 kilograms? Tang Yuan continued to jog, and with great momentum, he rolled his eyes at Solitary Eagle's question. "Get lost, this young master is trying to lose weight. Don't ask questions that will dampen this young master's enthusiasm." Tang Yuan naturally didn't know who this old man was. If he were to know that the old man he was cursing was one of the 8 great masters who stood at the pinnacle of the world. Moreover, he was one of the few vicious and merciless people among them. It was estimated that Fatty's weight loss would be over in a short period of time. He would be so frightened that he would lose several kilograms of cold sweat at that moment. "Kid, what a poisonous mouth you have. When this old man is done with his business, I'll help you lose weight. I'll definitely make you slimmer," Solitary Eagle said with some good intentions. Tang Yuan rolled his eyes at the old man's words and ignored him. "Was it that easy to lose weight? I've tried everything, but I don't have any that really works. Hey, what's your name? You're still in the mood to chat with a half-dead man?" Jun Moxie's impatient voice came from inside. "Solitary Eagle. No wonder you're one of the 8 great masters. You can keep your cool. You're amazing." Solitary Eagle bellowed, "Damn it. I'm not an idiot." He disappeared from Tang Yuan's sight with a whoosh. "Oh, Boss Jun was talking about? Solitary Eagle? Solitary Eagle, one of the 8 great masters?" It was as if a thunderclap had exploded on top of Fatty Tang's head. Tang Yuan stood there like a wooden chicken for a moment before his eyes rolled back into his head and he fell to the ground with a thump. He gasped for breath as sweat poured out of his head, body, arms, stomach and buttocks like a fountain. The ground was soaked in sweat and it flowed like a small river. I pointed at the 8 great masters and scolded them. At the thought of it, Fatty Tang felt like the world was spinning around him. He collapsed to the ground and couldn't get up no matter what. After directly refusing the Solitary Eagle's request to watch from the side, Jun Dashao left Solitary Eagle outside and carried Hai Qin Feng into the newly built secret room. Although it was called a secret room, it was actually another room built behind Jun Moxie's bedroom. After the advancement of the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune, the treatment of Hai Qin Feng's injuries had become much easier. Moreover, Hai Qin Feng's injuries were internal, and the Hongjun Pagoda was a specialist in this field. Therefore, the treatment of his injuries was much easier. Hai Qin Feng was able to speak within a quarter of an hour. Can you really do it? What you promised me before. That my enemy is one of the 8 great masters. Hai Qin Feng asked. What do you think? Can't you see it? Jun Moxie replied. At least there's hope. I've seen your master's methods with my own eyes. He's really remarkable. I may not trust Jun Sunshao, but I will never doubt your master. So what do you plan to do now? I've decided to stay. Hai Qin Feng said. I really have nowhere to go anyway. My original intention in traveling around the continent was to enhance my strength. If staying by your side is more useful than traveling around the continent, then why would I bother running around? Staying by my side isn't as simple as just staying. Do you understand this? Jun Moxie said in a heavy tone. Of course. A resolute look appeared on Hai Qin Feng's face. Now that I've decided to follow you, how can I not know what I should or shouldn't do? I've already made a promise to you, so I won't go back on my word. That's good. Jun Moxie continued to steadily input his spiritual qi into Hai Qin Feng's body. He said in a dull tone. I'm short on manpower right now. I understand. Hai Qin Feng felt the meridians in his body reconnect one by one. The vitality in his body was continuously returning. He felt that his condition was very good. I know a thing or two about the Jun family situation. That's good. Jun Moxie snorted twice. Hai Qin Feng, I want to control the entire underground forces of the capital. You'll have to start dealing with this after I've cured you. You'll have to do it even if you can't. No problem. Hai Qin Feng didn't even blink. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a cruel arc. For a Sky Xian expert like him, his strength was probably a notch higher than Jun Wuyi's. With this kind of strength, dealing with the underground gangs of the capital would be as easy as killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. In fact, it wouldn't even be difficult for him to do so. You may have misunderstood. What I mean is that I only need information about this force. But I can't control it myself. You're the only one I need to control. Jun Moxie's face was gloomy. No matter what happens, you'll have to deal with it by yourself. Moreover, according to my information, the Murong family and the Li family are planning to take control of these gangs. These gangs also have their own subordinates. However, these people are very secretive, and their strength is definitely not weak. I believe that among these people, there are many who aren't weaker than you. Jun Moxie finished his explanation. No problem. Hai Qin Feng replied. Then he pursed his lips and didn't say anything else. At the very least, he was confident that he would be the first to subdue the Jinyang gang. Once he had subdued the Jinyang gang, he would be able to use the Jinyang gang's name to conquer the entire Tianxiang city. After all, the Jinyang gang was the leader of the underground forces in the Tianxiang city. So, it was only natural for them to expand their influence. Hai Qin Feng didn't think that there was anything in this world that he and Jun Moxie couldn't accomplish. After all, the two of them had the backing of an aristocratic family, the Azure Master, the solitary god of the grasslands, and Jun Moxie's unfathomable master. In fact, this mysterious master was far more powerful than the great masters. What kind of power could be more powerful than this alliance? Hai Qin Feng was confident that his master, the Azure Master, would lend a helping hand if a fight broke out. The solitary eagle owed Jun Moxie and his master a big favor after today's matter. So he certainly wouldn't sit idly by. Even if the situation was really urgent and out of control, it wouldn't matter. As long as Jun Moxie's master came forward, the world would be at peace. Therefore, Hai Qin Feng was very confident. I won't interfere with any of your actions and decisions. Jun Moxie closed his eyes. But you have to act with propriety. Jun Moxie emphasized the word propriety. Hai Qin Feng nodded deeply. Wait for my news. I'll inform you as soon as there's an opportunity to enhance your strength. My master is refining a pill that can enhance your Shenqi cultivation. I've heard that the effect is very good. This is also the reason why I can guarantee that you'll be able to defeat a great master. Jun Moxie smiled deeply. You won't regret it if you follow me. Jun Moxie threw out his biggest bargaining chip. The so-called master was naturally the young Master Jun himself. Hai Qinfeng's eyes shone brightly as a look of extreme excitement appeared in his eyes. How could a pill refined by an expert who was practically at the pinnacle of the world be a mere common item? Hai Qinfeng couldn't help but sneer as he imagined the day when he would be able to suppress the solitary falcon and beat him up. The door of the secret room opened after an hour, and Jun Moxie walked out with an exhausted look on his face. Where's that kid? Solitary Eagle asked. Jun Moxie sighed and shook his head. He's dead. Solitary Eagle's heart sank, and his face suddenly became gloomy. The second day may be a little later. Ahem, I'm not afraid of everyone laughing at me. Today I got the news of the interview on Upper Sanjiang. I'm so excited that I'm shaking all over, I'm trembling all over, foaming at the mouth, twitching all over. Fuck, if you want to laugh at me, laugh to your heart's content. I'm very intoxicated.